From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
11 seconds left. Bennett in the gun. Four-man rush. They flush him out. He's chased. Throws from the sideline into the end zone. Touchdown! Miller Forrestal has tied the game with 4 seconds left.
And that is how we start the Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Everybody back together again here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning.
Look at this. The whole family back together.
So weird. It's been like a month since we've been in here together.
Yeah, thanks to you guys for putting out number one. I don't even know whether it was leave or vacation, but all I was getting was maternity leave guilt from you guys. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Not paternity, but maternity. So my dad busted my balls even more. Yeah.
Hey, you still got 2 weeks left. Don't listen. Take it. Don't.
Yeah. What are you? You're up to 10 weeks now.
Oh, I'm not hesitating.
Oh yeah.
I'm not hesitating to take it.
Absolutely.
It's being took.
Take your full 12 weeks. Do what you got to do.
And when was the what day?
Baby born?
Yeah,
May 6th.
May 6th.
Wow, everything's on the 6th for you.
It is.
That's great.
We kind of like intentionally scheduled the C-section for that day just so we wouldn't have to remember more dates.
We did the same thing with my second one because he was my first is the 29th and my second was the 29th, just for that very reason. Yep. But you've got a full year to do it.
Yeah.
So, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would.
Absolutely.
I may have another child just for that.
That's why I had it.
Kristen's pretty close to saying let's go there just so I can get the time off.
Yeah, you wouldn't take it.
I wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm a man.
So I could take 6 weeks, but 4 weeks paid. So that's what it's going to be. 4 weeks paid. Not taking the 6 weeks, like maybe Chiafalo. I don't know what he ended up taking with 14 different kids. But we started up the show with the last-second loss to the L.A. Rams. And I heard Brad and Babe driving in saying, these preseason games are great. And then Brad followed up and said, yeah, they're always great. And I'm like, I know you guys are like there embedded, but this is not great. It's awful, and yesterday's game was awful.
Oh,
what are you talking about, Brad and Broadus? They're always great, and yeah, that was great.
So we're sitting there on the couch, and I get the kiddos there, and we're watching the Rangers-Yankees, and Sarah's like, God, this game is boring. And that was before the Rangers' big comeback. It was like 8-3 at the time, so this is brutal.
Oh, the Rangers won?
No.
Oh.
And then, fast forward 3 hours later, she's like, God, this is brutal. This is boring. I was like, yeah, it's tough, man. It's preseason's tough to watch because, you don't know the players, most of them.
Well, we do. We just came back from training camp.
We know them, but 99.9% of the people are like, what am I watching?
But I feel like you're usually at least watching, even the first preseason game, you're usually watching it and there's something more you can take out of this position group or these guys. This was painfully boring. This was like scratch your eyes out boring. I was texting you guys yesterday sitting in here watching it, and I was just like, there's so little here, I feel like. Now, by the end of the game, it's like I feel like, all right, I've got this, I've got these little context clues I can gather together, I can find some stuff.
Well, you don't have the tape yet to study Brock Hoffman.
I haven't grinded the tape yet. But man, I don't know that I need to see any more of the tape to see once more that man number 19 is not an NFL quarterback.
All right, so let's start with Trey Lance. And sometimes I have Oxnard fear. I have Oxnard anxiety. And there was a safety years ago that really gave it to me. Who was the safety who we were hyping up when we didn't get Earl Thomas and had a phenomenal camp and was intercepting everything?
Xavier Woods.
I have Xavier Woods anxiety because we go out there for a week and a half and we're in practice 2 a days and doing the show and talking to the players and talking to everyone. And then a game turns on. Broadus said it about Marquise Bell. He doesn't ever notice Marquise Bell in practice, but he's always noticing Marquise Bell during a game. And I kind of had Trey Lance trepidation in saying, watch him come out here and freaking ball and make us all look stupid. I feel like what the Metroplex and everyone saw from Trey Lance yesterday was basically exactly what we said was happening in California.
Overthrows. Man, it's everything.
Bobby, who's that quarterback coach that you know?
The Jeff Christensen.
Can someone get a memo to Jeff Christensen? Bring it down.
Yeah, bring it down.
What are the mechanics? What are the techniques? Lower it.
Yeah.
We're not throwing oops out here to Dwight Powell.
He needs a good shoulder injury. To weaken his arm. To weaken his arm a little bit, right? That's just not a bad injury, just like a little tired arm. Just weaken that arm a little bit.
Thoracic outlet syndrome.
Maybe I don't know what that is. That's the feeling, the numbness. No. Not like a bad injury, just a little bit of scar tissue in there, just to allow the arm not to be quite as strong because everything is 38 feet over the other guy's head.
Dude. It is. The athleticism is obviously there. He's showing off the legs and running around, but you don't know what's going to happen or where that ball is going to go. That fourth down throw I thought was indicative of everything. Yeah. Fourth down, left side of the end zone, didn't even give the receiver a chance.
No, he literally, they say throw to the pylon. No, he threw it beyond that. He threw to the back pylon. You could see, it takes you about 30 seconds to see exactly why Trey Lance was drafted in the top 5. And then it takes you another 30 seconds to realize why Trey Lance doesn't have a role in the NFL to this point.
Yeah, he's what you expected to see in terms of the positives you expect to see from him. They were on display. The ability to improvise and some of the scrambling ability and what he's able to do with his legs, it was all impressive. The only positives I think you saw from him at all yesterday all had to do with his playmaking ability, his ability to extend, the stuff that he can do with his legs. And that's why he's a guy who clearly has good athleticism. I think there are packages within this offense that you can run for him, but that's it. He is not a quarterback. He is a gadget player. That's the way that I look at Trey Lance because nothing's on target. It's even when it's not high, it's off. It's behind guys. It's too far in front. And then the times yesterday when he put it on the money, Racy McMath or somebody was dropping it.
Don't look at the numbers. You may already be studying the box score. How many yards per pass?
I saw this.
4.2.
You looked.
No, I didn't.
4.6 on 25 of 41. I would not have thought it was that bad, though, at 4.6.
41 attempts to throw for less than 190 yards is. I mean, look, there's an element to like pre-Amari Cooper Dak year where they would have like he went like 8-10 games without throwing for 200 yards.
Without throwing, yeah.
This is before Amari Cooper got there. There was an element like, and then there's like back. This is honestly, quite frankly, this is what backup quarterbacks do. Backup quarterbacks come in and they're just check down guys.
So for all the Trey Lance fans in the offseason on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, I want to see if you are willing to forget pumping the brakes. Slamming on the brakes like apparently you have to do at 5:30 in DFW traffic, which I haven't known for 15 years, and say, okay, Dak, go ahead and take your money, up that check total, or Cooper Rush is the number 2 on this football team to start off.
Look, there's a little bit of, I don't know, maybe we'll call it Dak derangement syndrome. There's a little bit of that exists.
Where would you hear the original comment?
I just made that up. But there's a little bit of that exists because yesterday I had 5 separate tweets by the end of the game going, in your face, see, you said Trey Lance sucked. I was like, okay, first off, I never said he sucked. I never used those words. Ultimately, that's what I'm describing, but that's not the words that he's. But there were a lot of people yesterday who came out of that game were like, see, this is why Trey Lance is, we got to grow this. Look at what this is. And you do forget, this is still like year 4, year 5, like this is year 5 for him.
And you may not still want to re-sign, no matter what Trey Lance does out there, you still don't want to re-sign Dak because you just don't believe he can get you far enough. But you at least have to admit right now that Trey Lance is not the answer to replace him.
It's got nothing to do with Trey. If you want to move on from Dak, fine. But that decision is completely separate from Trey Lance. Now, I'll tell you this. You're right. Cooper Rush is the 2 right now. I don't want to see Cooper Rush the rest of the preseason.
Nope.
I know what Cooper Rush has.
Yeah.
I know. Let Trey play. The one thing he doesn't have and he can't get once the regular season starts is reps.
Yeah.
Let him take all the snaps. It doesn't bother. These games don't matter anyway. Let him play. Maybe it gets better.
A watered-down preseason version of Star Up, Star Down from the Cowboys' 13-12 loss to the Rams yesterday on 105.3 The Fan. Roberto, what else stood out?
I thought there was a lot of criticism for him on social media I saw after the game. I don't think Mazi Smith played terribly when I saw him in there. I think that there was definitely some positives with your young rookies. Tyler Guyton only had his 2 series coming off of what they described as pneumonia.
Let's also add coming off of Chime Udoka and the injury. Kyle Yeomans did a nice job reporting yesterday after Udoka had the left foot put in a cast. Guyton's plan went from 2 quarters to 1 series. Just like that. Because there's Udoka. Maybe you're starting left tackle banged up. We can't have Guyton hurt either. So that altered things dramatically, according to Kyle.
And he came back in for he was in for the 1 series, was out then for the rest of the half, and then he comes back in to start the second half randomly when they were down some personnel where Guyton had to come step in. And you saw him.
Secretly not to be G-Bag 2.0. Good. Whatever forces Guyton to go ahead and start on the left side out there to begin the year. Dak, hopefully that doesn't mean that you get murdered.
Well, yeah, because for me, it's like, Guyton may have more hiccups because he's obviously young and first year, but I also think he has a much better chance of stopping, of not stopping, but putting a body and containing Miles too.
Yep.
Sure. The biggest issue for them, the biggest issue for a coaching staff a lot of times is going to be, all right, fine. It's nice that you're more talented naturally and you can get in the way more consistently. What I can't have, though, is on a cohesion unit, 10 different snaps during the game, you don't know what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, because you make the mistake or 2 out there, and we are talking about Cooper Rush and Trey Lance.
It gets blown up. But Guyton, that second series he came in for, he's sucking wind. Like, he's hands on the hips. Just, you can tell he had not been, his conditioning's not right now. But when he was out there, he didn't get embarrassed at all. The 2 different series he played, he looked good. Nealand, I thought, was really good on that opening drive. He had a couple different plays where you see the kind of stuff that the Cowboys talked about with him in run defense, where he locks into these defenders, he drives them down towards the ball, he's able to shed them, he's able to get off of the block and make the play. So I thought Nealand was really good in the run support. But Mazi is the one who, and funny enough, I think a lot of what people were seeing was Albert Huggins not playing very well at times. When I saw some of the Mazi meltdowns on Twitter.
Who's Albert Huggins?
Albert Huggins is the defensive tackle they signed last week as a free agent who wears 68. And he has a little bit of the longer hair that Mazi had last year.
And he's following you on social media.
He's searching his name at the very least. I know that. But the Huggins was getting driven off the ball. And to be fair, he just walked into camp last week. He's going to need a little bit of time, but he's getting blown off the ball. And I think a lot of people saw that and saw 68, 58, thought it was Mazi. Mazi played well in the little bit that he was there. I think when I turn on the tape, Sean, I'm going to look at it, and I think he's going to grade out well. It's just he, like Mazi does, he gets run down a little bit. He's tired. He gets worked down really, really quickly, and that's a problem. He's got to work on his conditioning. He's got to be better prepared to do that on a more consistent basis.
YouTube and the Twitch is lit here with the 6 a.m. club. I love this research here and optimism from Ultra Cowboy. Aaron Rodgers' first preseason appearance, 0-5 opener, 2 of 6, 7 yards, sacked twice. So basically trying to say Trey Lance can still be Aaron Rodgers. We got Sean in here. We got we got a two-person combo, like the Facebook names. You know, when your wife's like, you're not having your own Facebook page. You're liking too many KG photos.
Like Peyton's going to do to Mackenzie eventually.
We got the combo on here. Good morning to Darth. Good morning to Wayne as well. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. More star up, star down at 7 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. But did Jerry Jones apologize to CeeDee Lamb? Will this finally get the deal done? What Jerry said that made national news in the pregame on this radio station, and Rangers, Yankees, plus our final pedals to the metals with the Olympics and the closing ceremonies, all coming up with Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again right here on The Fan. But, man, I'm going to be able to sit here and get you some help.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
App. Call before it's gone.
DFWsecurity.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the Good Feet Stores. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now Lance in, Cooper back to throw, deep ball left, Jalen Brooks at the 15-yard line. One-on-one coverage by Cameron McCutcheon, a rookie, and Jalen Brooks with a big play, and that's 43 yards and a first down.
And that's Cooper Rush to Jalen Brooks with the bomb that led to one of Brandon Aubrey's 4 field goals. But the Cowboys lose to the Rams yesterday afternoon on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Everyone is back together again here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
I need to look it up. How much
is this your Todd Archer battle, Brooks Tolbert?
Yeah. Look, Todd was right. Tolbert's been better, but Brooks, on that 43-yard catch, how long do you think it was into the game before Lance hit 43 yards? Was it probably, I don't know, was it the fourth?
We just spent the 6 o'clock hour talking about the poor kid and the accuracy.
It's a callback. You never heard of callbacks in radio,
No,
Sean?
it's a Dak back. That's what it is. It's you with Dak from behind. Dak,
Slow down.
It's you supporting Dak's back by taking your shots at the other quarterbacks.
Hey, I don't need to. Trey Lance, what he's put out there on the field so far has done enough. So,
all right. So Jerry Jones in the pregame making national news. We know what happened last week. Bobby asked me in the commercial break, was I itching on Friday to talk about what Jerry did with CeeDee Lamb, the John Machota fallout and follow-up? I am itching to talk about that. But this is Jerry Jones on the Cowboys TV pregame show, apologizing, backing it up just a bit.
I think I got in trouble a little the other day when I said, look, we're not urgent about CeeDee. Well, no one appreciates CeeDee being on the field any more than I do. But let me say this, he wouldn't be taking a snap out here today if he'd been here for all. You've got to use your head when you expose key players. That gives the other younger players a chance to do it. We know exactly what CeeDee can do, and he's worked out with Dak. And so we wouldn't have him out here. It has really not anything to do with his contract. Dak won't be out here this afternoon. And so the bottom line is, what it is no, there's not that urgency. Now, I understand completely the angst that's happening when you are anxious about and someone says anything about whether you're missed or not. Well, CeeDee, you're missed, okay? But you're not missed out here competing, and it doesn't put any pressure any place on us.
All right, so that's the Jerry spin. Now, Chris J., a couple of other Tolos, Cowboy fans were not happy with John Machota, who, of course, we know and love from The Athletic, saying the entire context of this story was not told. The entire quote before and after was not presented accurately. Jerry Jones was talking about CeeDee Lamb being signed before these preseason games, in which we had no urgency to do it for these games. Is that the way you all discussed it? Is that the way you covered it? Is that the way you saw, read, and heard it?
When we talked, was it Monday? Was that on this thing we talked about?
Friday.
Today's Monday.
Yeah, today's Monday. Friday is what we talked about.
Friday we talked about?
It's been a long weekend.
Not even one day off. 5 days
A lot
off.
of drinking at Hurtado between.
I thought it was the beginning of the week we talked about it. I said the same exact thing. I thought this was taken out of context, a complete sensationalism. And Bobby disagreed. Bobby's like...
So you went back and heard it all?
Yeah, originally I was like, oh boy. And then we played the clip. I was like, all right, he's joking. He's doing Jerry, let's make these...
Ziku.
Yeah, he's doing Jerry. Let's have these media guys just over laugh at a billionaire. And that's what it was. So yeah, I mean, I thought it was completely taken out of context. The quote, like the separation of the "I have no urgency." Okay, that was kind of taken out. To me, it was taken out of context. Doesn't mean that it wasn't something to talk about and that it wasn't important that it was said.
Yeah,
and it doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah,
but I don't think it meant as much as it was initially made to be.
You were tweeting about this plenty after Monday's show. Friday's show.
Because I know John's not going to do it. Like, John's not going to go up there and address all of these things. And so, but if there's an entire push from, different people on Twitter and then on, their various podcasting platforms to basically turn it into a hit piece of like John and the way that he does his job. Well, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to say something because I just know John's not going to do that for himself. But I'll say it because it's garbage. Like, John was not, there's nothing wrong with what John did. The entire context of the quote is the quote that John gave before that was worded in question form. And then Jerry said no. It was, do you have any urgency to get done? No. Why not? Because I went to high school. I went to college. Some weird explanation.
I was in Nobu.
And he goes, I don't have any urgency to get it done. Okay, well, that's Those are the exact same quotes. And so there is no additional context there. I can give you all the Jerryisms in between, but the reality is he twice said, I don't have urgency. And they've told you for 16 months with the way they've negotiated, they don't have urgency. And so to turn it into some sort of, this is sensationalist journalism, because now you're worried CeeDee's mad and he's going to go away and it's all John's fault because he shared the exact quote that Jerry gave. I just thought that was stupid.
I will be the ultimate decider here. We're splitting the room 1-1.
I know where you're going with
Let me just hear the I have not heard the original audio. Pepe just pulled it up, so I'm going to judge it right here and now.
Are you saying there's a sense of urgency as you begin the preseason to get CeeDee done?
No.
Why you say that?
I went to high school or I went to college. I don't know why I said it, but I'm just saying I don't know. I don't have a sense of urgency about getting it done.
It's a long-standing tradition.
Pick any reason you want. I was at Nobu 2 days ago.
I see both sides. I see what Choppy's talking about. I see why you would just come out with the quote like that. I wish Jerry would have reiterated. You asked me in the question about the preseason. So no, I don't have any urgency to get this done by the time the preseason. It's a technicality.
Right. I don't think that I don't believe the Cowboys feel that if they wait until 3 days prior to the regular season to get this thing signed, that's going to have an impact on game one. I think they think he's going to play. I don't think they view it as having a major impact. It's not the first year in the offense for him. So I don't see. So from that standpoint, there is no urgency. He's not going to play anyway. I mean, the urgency would be, hey, you want to get him in camp, so he's under your conditioning programs constantly, if he isn't already.
We got into so many. Friday was so much linguistics and this word, or is this word in here, or is it not, and how does that change the tone of it?
Well, look, go ahead, sorry.
Just to me, the idea of the line about the preseason, for instance, I think I don't think that changes it, because everybody who reacted said, Jerry was talking about he doesn't have urgency in the preseason to get it done. Okay, well, if there's 5 minutes left in the third quarter of a game where you're trailing by 3 touchdowns, if I were to say, do you have urgency to score? I'm not talking about, do you have urgency to score over the course of the next 5 minutes only? Like, I'm asking you clearly about the entire context of the game, and I'm saying, at this point in time, here's the marking of where we're at in the timeline is we are 5 minutes left in the third. But I'm clearly not just asking you about the third. I'm asking, do you have a sense of urgency to get it done because of where we are on the calendar?
Here's the bottom line, and like we normally have to do with a lot of Jerry speak, you got to cut the fat, right? Someone in PR or Jerry Jones himself said, you need to clarify it. Either the media is taking this out of context or you ticked off CeeDee Lamb. You need to clarify it. That's why he did it yesterday. And I don't think this is going to cause CeeDee Lamb to say, get me up out of here with the LOL. What does it really mean for Lamb? If they come out with a contract today that he wants to sign, I think he's going to sign it. And I still do believe that CeeDee Lamb will play against the Cleveland Browns in week 1. That's just boiling it down, what I feel and believe today. Although I did ask as a follow-up when this was all happening late last week, when's the last big dog to request a trade out of here? Like, the Cowboys play this fine line, dangerous game where they're like, we know that you don't want to play anywhere else. We know that you can't put a logo on your helmet and have the same shine. They continue to flirt with this dangerous game, and I can't think of the last star who has said, get the star off my helmet, I'm fine, get me out of here.
Publicly, like a public, this is what it is, and do it. I don't recall one of those. DeMarcus Lawrence did tell them, then trade me. You need to trade me then. If you guys aren't going to do this, trade me, and we'll figure it out. So that got to that point. That didn't ever get to a public, like they never took that outside of their negotiations, but D-Law said it in a very kind of flippant way. It wasn't like an official request, but it was said in a way during his negotiations of like, all right, fine. Then if you don't want to do it, find me somebody who will. Get me out of here. Trade me.
Because you do this in the NBA
all the time,
and
you're gone.
You're gone.
They will trade you. Like
you trade yourself,
right?
They get me out of here, and this is where I want to go. Do it.
The players in the NBA, make no mistake about it, they are in charge. There is the teams are not in charge. The players are in charge, and that's just not the case in the NFL at this moment.
I got what they call me on the Twitch sometimes, TMZ, Sharif. TM Sean. As someone alerted me that Dak Prescott liked this post on social media late last week. A guy was explaining what happens when your environment doesn't recognize you. And old Rain Dakota dropped a little like there on Instagram. And this was before the CeeDee Lamb stuff. So for all of you calling me a fake wannabe psychologist, there you go. Tell me that the two do not go together. And we all feel this way. You feel this way at your work? Dak Prescott is like, this is BS. I don't have the money. And you haven't said yes yet. Go watch Trey Lance play and still hesitate to pay me what I'm owed. But liking the post of what happens when your environment does not recognize you.
I have no idea what the hell that meant. I asked Sarah, what the hell is this? What does this mean? I have no idea what that comment meant.
I mean, you want your bosses to value you. That's the way I read it.
That's how I take it.
Okay. All right. I thought it was
if
like,
you're up for contract and it's like, hey, man, I do all this prep work. I show up to all the events. I come up here to the station on a Saturday. I record the extra stuff. I get this commercial and that commercial. Like, recognize it. Recognize it a little bit. I shouldn't have to, pull teeth in order to get the money that I want in my extension.
Yeah,
That's the way I
didn't understand it. I was like, what am I missing here?
That's why you just agree to 3% every single time. That's exactly what your problem is.
That's also why Chop had trouble being able to distinguish between the actual quote and what John Machota tweeted. It's because he needs more than the
I see, but I'm going to defend RJ on this a little bit.
It's a blurb.
John would say, if I asked you a question, what day is it, and you said Wednesday, or if I said, is today Wednesday, and you said yes, John would tweet, Jerry Jones says, quote, today is Wednesday. No, he didn't say that. He said yes.
Well, he said it a second time. Anyway.
In a joking manner, which you cannot take.
On this point, I think that it doesn't surprise me in the least that Dak follows Success Minute, Zig Ziglar Daily, or whatever, leadership.
Ziglar's a good dude.
I'm saying whatever leadership quote Instagram pages there, doesn't surprise me in the least. He follows those pages and likes that sort of stuff. Does it
also not matter that Micah retweeted it? Of course it matters.
Given the backdrop of everything else, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, you can probably read a little more into it. But I think he's probably liking that post 2 years ago too. Is the thing, that's the way he is.
Yeah, because he was going through the same stuff 2 years ago.
Because they waited then.
Because they waited then. All right. Olympics or Rangers? I vote Olympics.
Oh, Olympics.
I mean, I'm fine with either. Olympics are great, and the Rangers are proving me right. So, I love being right.
Pepe, how do you vote?
Let's do pedal to the metal.
Rangers, Yankees. Next, one of our final pedals to the metals with the... Oh, man. We don't have enough segments for it today. RJ Choppy is going to unleash with the end of the Olympics after this.
But first, what's more attractive than confidence? Nothing will make you feel more confident than a great smile, and you're going to get...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Or scan 214-214-7226, advancedbodyscan.com. At ease.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger! Night! Curry, unconscious in the fourth.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Closing ceremonies, Tom Cruise, controversy everywhere. And I did not literally hear it yet. I heard about a brand new, and this would be perfectly timed, a brand new intro. When was this made?
Over last weekend. So it played all last week.
All right, that's good. Let me hear it.
Oh, we love an intro.
From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk box until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
Man, it's so offensive. It's such an offensive intro.
No, it's not. It's very factual.
We did touch on the boxing a little bit. Not much.
This is making producers
obsolete.
Yeah. No wonder they got rid of Allie.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a witchcraft joke. That was good. So that was AI?
Yeah, that was I guess. Bobby did that. Peyton and Bobby did that thing. That's good. Very good.
I like it.
Yeah, I just instructed it to kick me out something with this stuff in it. And it did.
And I like the music. It's not very Olympic, but
doesn't matter. I like it.
Doesn't matter. So the U.S. wins the gold, 5th straight gold medal in the basketball, 98-87 for France. Steph Curry was absolutely dominant in the final couple of games, 17 of his last 26 from beyond the arc. But he did not get the MVP, and that was something of a lot of discourse.
Love this topic. Love it.
And this is, I think, and I wonder how much of this is, who votes on these things, international media, because
I love this song.
I know.
Did you pick this song, or is this AI's?
This is Bobby. Bobby picked the song.
AI did. AI generated this beat.
But if you go look at Steph's tournament overall, the entire scope of it outside of the last couple of games, in games 5 and 6, he averaged 30 points in the two final games. in the semifinals against Serbia, massive comeback, and then the final game.
He was the over-the-top difference maker.
Absolutely.
Over the top.
Whereas LeBron...
barely over Jason Tatum.
So...
Boy, he cheered like hell.
So, in compared to the first 4 games, he just averaged 7 points a night. So his totals were right around LeBron. LeBron averaged 14 for the tournament, 7 rebounds, 8.5 assists. Steph averaged 14.8, 3 rebounds, 2.5 assists. So
I'm sorry, I love this beat so much. I can't stop listening to the beat.
Dude, it's great. So the question becomes if somebody in the NBA Finals went off the way Steph did in Games 6 and 7, but had a really bad Game 1 through 5 or whatever, would he get the MVP? And I think he probably would, unless the other person was just great all along.
Well, we have the answer to this because that is exactly what happened with Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and they gave it to Jaylen Brown. Tatum went off in that clinching game, and throughout the entire series, Jaylen Brown is the one who had played better, and they gave it to Jaylen Brown. So Steph
Curry was not better than LeBron
start to finish.
Right. So they're going start to finish versus the last 2 games, but Steph won the gold medal for them in the clutch moments.
Right. They don't beat Serbia without Steph. I mean, they lose by double digits.
They're down 17
right
against Serbia. So I mean, that would be the most valuable, you would think, is in those 2 games where it's like, hey, if you lose these, you're done.
Yeah, but LeBron putting up some triple doubles early on. All right, so cast your vote. LeBron or Steph, you're voting Olympics MVP. I didn't even know they handed out an Olympics MVP.
I honestly, I didn't either. I would probably vote LeBron just because he was better for the entire tournament.
Bobby?
Steph, because LeBron beat Angola.
Yeah, he did.
I don't have a problem either way.
I wouldn't either.
I'm fine with LeBron getting it.
I would be too.
Especially after he shoved that kid. He didn't shove him, but this viral video.
Stop. Don't do that.
Yeah. LeBron walking into the club, this young kid, and LeBron stop. And the security guard, the French security guard going, make way for the king.
Oh, God.
Oh, that made the internet.
Simpy French, man.
That made the internet throw up.
Make way for the king.
Yeah.
The king is here.
Yes.
Make way for the king.
Did you see them doing their champagne celebration after they won? They were all
with the empty bleachers?
No, they're either spraying them, and Anthony Edwards is having trouble with it. And LeBron yelled up to Anthony Edwards. You couldn't hear the audio. It was distant, but LeBron yelled up to Anthony Edwards. He's like, it's okay, Ant. We know you haven't gotten there yet.
Oh,
damn.
I like it.
Bob Cousy, not a fan of Steve Kerr. Not a fan. He's sticking up for his Celtic for not having Jason Tatum in any of these games for the most part. He said at the very end in an article with the Boston Globe, he must think Tatum is a detriment, and I don't see how he could feel that way and know anything about basketball. He also said, I don't know, Steve, and everything I've heard of him is positive, but there's such a difference between playing a guy for a few minutes as opposed to not playing him at all, and now he's double downed on it.
Because he got left out again in the comeback win against Serbia.
Completely left out. I mean, him and Tyrese Halliburton were collecting dust on the team bench.
By the way, last year was a breakout for Tyrese Halliburton. Really, the in-season tournament started it. I love this guy even more now because he, after the championship, sent out a picture and said, when you do nothing with the group project.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is likable. That is the opposite of Jason Tatum, whose mom chimed in as well. As Dick Vitale said, someone let me know what's going on with Tatum. Why isn't he getting all NBA playing time? And his mom said, if you find out what's going on, please let me know. Unacceptable and makes no sense. As Steve Kerr is just saying, it's a matchup thing.
It's a matchup thing. They used Derek White over Tatum in the Serbia game.
Which Derek White is a defensive specialist. That was Grant Hill's justification in not picking Jaylen Brown, who's a damn good defender.
Yeah.
That's still a crime. But that's Steve Kerr because you had Embiid bench for Drew Holiday and Embiid. They both didn't play minutes in another game against Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great team. Now, Jason Tatum in the constructs of the NBA versus this, when you don't have, because obviously Team USA doesn't have Giannis, Luka, Joker, Shea, and all those guys are better than Jason Tatum. But Tatum is probably one of the 6 best American players?
Don't ask Bobby, but
truth in all honesty, I mean, he probably is. He's really good at everything. He's not elite. He doesn't have that elite skill set like Steph's got an elite shot, right? LeBron is just. Tatum's really good at just about everything.
There's nothing
special about him.
There's nothing like there is no trait of his that's like, holy cow, Jason Tatum is so good here. He is the little fundamental. He is like a small forward Tim Duncan.
He's a really good scorer. But look, what I love about the Olympics is even with this cast of stars, it resets the importance on who the big dogs really are.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's LeBron, in case anyone forgot.
Ant wasn't even it.
Ant wasn't even it.
Nope.
Like, Anthony Edwards was forgotten. Think about that, right? The next guy. It was Durant, LeBron, and Steph. We start there with the upper tier. Steve Kerr said that Devin Booker was their undercover MVP. But yeah, when you compare the rest of the roster to Tatum, he's better than Bam. He's better than Holiday. He's better than Derek White. Him versus Booker, an argument. He's not better than Embiid. Anthony Davis, you could have an argument if you wanted. But I get it. I get the matchup.
It's a matchup thing. They were matched up against good players, and so they couldn't put them out there.
So speaking of Ant, there's controversy with him and Noah Lyles.
Oh, I thought it was another abortion story.
No, not quite. So Noah Lyles, obviously the winner in the 100, and then he gets the bronze in the 200 with COVID, which is kind of a cool thing. But he was invited to Anthony Edwards' shoe deal release from Adidas. They're both Adidas reps or Adidas athletes. And he was like, what? No. And
I had to double check that Noah Lyles was American yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, this guy's from the United States, right?
Yeah, he goes, I ain't going to that. I'm bigger than him. I'm actually a world champion. He's not won anything. Oh. I am the fastest man in the world. You're going to invite, how do you not see, I don't have a shoe deal. How do you not see this for me? The difference is like, and this is what I would tell like Bryce Harper or like basketball shoes are for the everyman. Who's wearing track shoes?
Yeah.
Who's wearing track shoes if they're not, I don't know, in track and field?
And if you ask the majority of this audience a month or 3 months ago, right, do you know who Noah Lyles is compared to this audience? To Anthony Edwards, no one knows who Noah Lyles is.
Now, is Adidas more of a global company than an American? Maybe, and that may play into it. I don't know. Is track and field bigger outside of the U.S.? It may very well be.
Noah Lyles has about as many followers on Twitter as Brian brought us. So
he does?
Yeah, I mean it's more, but it's not. They're both in the 100,000s.
Oh boy. Kevin Durant mocking Dennis Schroder for claiming Europeans have an straight IQ basketball advantage. He posts a photo that says entertainment and IQ of the championship, and this is like the lowest point of Kevin Durant's life right here. Like, I absolutely love that he is, this is a great shot. It's a kill shot, but you just won the gold. Why are you Googling your name? You weren't, why do you hear, this guy literally hears everything.
Yes.
There is nothing that Kevin Durant does not hear.
Are we turning a little positive towards Durant? I know Bobby is. Longhorn.
I did during this Olympics. I mean, he was pretty damn good. I mean, and obviously, now he's the number one scorer in Team USA Olympic basketball history.
He's growing too, I think. Like he's the more I think people respected the way he handled the whole heckler thing here in Dallas. When he went viral for his comments after they beat Serbia, where he's like, hey, there's a lot of bad stuff that happens every day in our country, and we disagree on a lot, but there's some good S too, and this is something.
And Dennis Schroder, Team Germany, sounds like someone who just annoys people and has for years.
Dude, you talk to people behind the scenes about Dennis Schroder, there's a lot about him that's very troubling and questionable.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard anything.
Commercial
break.
There were rumors for a long time that the reason why Dirk and him never paired up here is because Dirk was like, nope.
Were you guys tuned in and glued to the ladies winning their 8th straight female gold? Man, this is a brutal first half to watch. Ugh.
You like that?
I saw the ending. I saw the ending of it. What a brutal way to lose, by the way, if you're France, with the foot on the line.
Yeah, I don't even think it was that close, though.
Oh no! It was half a foot over.
It was like the heel on the line. Yeah, half a foot over.
Yeah, that second half just was so much better than the first half. The first half, a little slow, but by the second half, man, just raining down granny shots. It was beautiful.
What are you doing? It's almost they could use Caitlin Clark.
Oh, there you go. Had to squeeze in Caitlin. So that is part one with the awesome song of Pedal to the Metal. RJ Choppy with his Olympic recap here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's talk about your Texas Rangers ending their season against the New York Yankees and a Dallas Cowboys trade that maybe we've seen before. That's next on your home of the world champs and America's team right here with Sean and RJ.
Miss any part of the boys this morning?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down and 6 for the Rams, left to right. Snap to Stetson Bennett, looking around, throwing deep middle, intercepted at the 45-yard line by Marquise Bell.
Brad Sham with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell back together again on your home of your favorite football team. Man, is he small. He is really, really small. You saw it at Georgia, and you saw 4 interceptions yesterday, one of them from Marquise Bell. Bobby, make your joke.
I was just going to say he's a Yiddle guy. He's a Yiddle. That's Stetson Bennett. That's all I was going to say. But 5 interceptions is what he threw. He got bailed out at the end on the penalty. He should have had 5.
Man, and they were all the same pass, too. Like, they were all like there was not exactly the same, right? They were bad passes. Like star up to the Cowboys scouting department for finding defensive backs who can catch. Like, that's a major, like, that's a skill, right? A lot of guys with the cover, no, they can catch because those were errant passes.
Of course, the major talking point is going to be Trey Lance, but anything else defensively with Marquise Bell and the others? We highlighted or lighted Mazi Smith in the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, Marquise Bell was really good yesterday. I thought Marquise Bell was good. You see the stuff that what he does, being in the linebacker room last year out of necessity. I think you've seen that translate to what he's doing in the secondary as well and has made him a more complete player. The guy I thought was really good yesterday on the first look, and offensive line is the hardest one to gauge until you go back and look at it a lot of times, I feel like. But I thought Awesome Richards was really good yesterday when they moved him in at guard. But solid performance from Jalen Cropper, who did a good job adjusting to a lot of bad Trey Lance balls at times and gave him a shot on that corner route that was on 4th down that was overthrown. But bad day for Racey McMath. I think that was a struggle for them. It wasn't a great day for Eric Scott Jr., even though he got the interception. He had gotten picked on really bad throughout the first half.
He was my star down. And then as soon as I texted y'all star down, he got the freaking interception.
He did. Yeah.
Glad I didn't tweet it, but I just said it over 100,000 watts to make myself look and sound stupid. But no, Eric Scott was getting picked on. He had a bad tackle early on as well, and they were like, let's just go ahead and throw at this guy. Now, how serious is the Udoga injury? I think that may be the number one story coming out of this game, and it reduced Guyton's playing time. Kyle Yeoman said it was supposed to be 2 quarters. It ended up being 1 series.
Yeah, and he was in a boot. Chuma Udoga was leaving the stadium last night, and so he has been hurt like all of training camp. And it's not just the same thing. It's like it's a toe this time. It was his back another time. I think he was dealing with some soft tissue stuff at one point. So Chuma Udoga's been dealing with injuries like all of training camp. And the fact that he's leaving there in a boot and they kind of shut things down, I think is probably an indicator that we're going to hear some news today that it's not great.
That playing time discussion also is applying to wide receiver. Bobby, you were asking whether certain guys were getting enough reps out there.
Yeah, so this is when we talk about Trey Lance needs to be out there taking every single rep, basically. Or even if it's the first drive, Cooper Rush is in there, right, pull him out, let Trey Lance do everything after that. I don't know if Jalen Tolbert is a guy that you should have sitting out this type of game. Now, if you look at it and say, I don't know when CeeDee Lamb's going to be here.
Yes.
I'm counting on Jalen Tolbert, and I can't risk injury. I understand that side of it. But the other thing is, he's one of these guys that you've got to see it. You've got to see it click into place for him. And I know you think you've seen it at practice, but all the game reps possible for him, I'm in favor of. Even if that's not a guy I want to see sitting out the entire preseason. I need to see Jalen Tolbert getting significant reps. I need to see Mazi Smith playing more than 2.5 series. Mazi Smith should be out there every single play. And I know he gets tired. I'm sorry. Okay, go get an IV and come back out there. You need to get used to the conditioning. We need to see you taking this jump. To me, those guys right there on offense and defense, Mazi and Tolbert, they fall into this grouping similar to Trey Lance where I need to see what you are. And I need to see you out here contributing in order to feel good about it.
We had a double header for the Rangers on Saturday after the Yankee rainout in New York on Friday. And then yesterday happened, and it was a power surge in the Bronx.
A 2-2 pitch. Swung on and a deep drive hit to left field. That one is way back, and that one is gone. Boy, Stanton with a lunging cut managed to pull that slider into the lower deck and left. A 3-run homer. The intentional walk has backfired, and it's 5-0 Yankees.
Yesterday was a Brian Cashman dream. Like, that is exactly what Yankee fans dream of. Stanton swats one like a fly into left field. Judge homers, and Juan Soto puts on a show as New York hangs on over the Rangers 8-7.
Man, that's one of those pitches where you can't. Literally, the only guy that could hit that out is Stanton. It was a good pitch, and he just went down and got that, and just absolutely missiled that thing to left. Like 99 out of 100 Major League Baseball players ground that ball right to third base.
Bobby, take your bow.
Look, I'm not thrilled with this. I'm not happy with this. I mean, we all know I love being right, which is great for me because I am so often, Sean. But this is exactly what the concern was. This is violently careening off the tracks now. As Max Scherzer, Nathan Eovaldi, they're both going back to Texas ahead of the rest of the team, getting evaluations, getting looked at. I'm at the point where I'll be stunned if Scherzer even pitches again at this point. I'm stunned they got 8 starts out of him.
Right.
Eovaldi's had his struggles, and him getting sent home early, that's another concerning fact. But outside of the 4-game sweep against the White Sox, the worst team in baseball, the one that was setting records for how bad they were, outside of that,
fire their manager.
They are 5-13. The Rangers are in the second half of the season, and this is what you wanted to avoid, or this is what you tried to avoid, is the idea of, Kylie McDaniel last week says on ESPN the Rangers have the second worst farm system in baseball now, which happened really fast as soon as he started promoting guys like Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. But they have the second worst farm system in baseball. Wouldn't it have been nice to replenish that a little bit, especially for a team that sounds like they're going to be tight with the purse strings for the next little bit? Wouldn't you have liked to get a return for Eovaldi, Garcia, Lowe, Taveras, Heaney? Great, like get something in return. This is, I never understood what this was in the name of.
Look, what you're saying makes absolute perfect sense, all right? And it did make perfect sense at the time, but also I just looked at it, and I think Bassick was the same way. Like, the chances that you were going to get somebody that was going to be any good was not as high as the chance that, you're at the time you were, 3.5 out of the division. Like, take your chance. Take your chance, get in the playoffs with a rotation when healthy that would scare a lot of teams. And I was fine with that. It stings when it goes the other way.
It also stings. It's easy to say these guys are never going to work out because that's the easy thing to say, and more often than not, that is the correct way that it works out. But when you see in a Yankees series a reminder, Josh Smith traded for Joey Gallo, those types of things can happen.
Which Josh Smith, when that trade initially happened, a lot of people. The
best player on your team in the first half was traded in deals that Bobby was suggesting.
Who'd they get? They got Duran, too, in that,
They got Duran, Josh Smith, and at the time, there was a lot of criticism of, you didn't get enough of a return for Joey Gallo. You traded away Joey Gallo for guys who, at the time, I think Duran was their highest-ranked prospect in that deal, which was the 8th-ranked prospect. And a lot of people complained about that and said, it's a weak Yankees farm system. You got the 8th best. And some others, Baseball America, said, no, these guys are progressing. Yeah. They're going up. Those are the types of opportunities you missed out on.
I get it. No, I totally understand. And now, unfortunately, have you seen what Houston and Seattle did over the weekend?
They're both on fire.
5 in a row, 4 in a row. Seattle swept the Mets over the weekend. Houston has won 5 in a row themselves, so they swept over the weekend as well. And they picked a bad time. Thank God for that win on the second game of the doubleheader on Saturday.
They are 7.5 back in the American League West.
Yeah, and now we're talking about 7.5 back with what's 55 and 63, Bobby? 114.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at 50 games, 48 games left.
I was doing that math yesterday, and I was like, that's still a lot of games left, though.
It's a lot.
I was like, man, there's 50 games left in the regular season.
Look, people have made up 7.5 games in 50,
and they're 10 back in the wild card.
Wild cards, just figure it's over. But we've seen.
Look, this whole thing is over.
The whole thing is over. We have absolutely seen guys at teams go, 25-15.
They have to
or
go
30-10. We've seen it.
To get to 86 wins, which is what Mike has said he thinks that could win the AL West. To get to 86 wins, they have to go 31-13 the rest of the way.
Yeah,
that's not happening.
It's not. We've seen teams do it. We've seen teams that are middling around 500 then go. Psh. Houston did it in 05, the Mets in 69, and the Giants in 50. We've seen teams do it, but not likely.
Part of my best and worst of the weekend was going to Arlington to watch the Red Sox. Today the Rangers will be rematching against the Red Sox in Boston, where the national story focuses on Jarren Duran, who was getting heckled by a fan. Not the best audio for a lot of reasons, but someone saying, you need a tennis racket up there. You need a tennis racket up at the plate. And Jarren Duran drops the homophobic slur in response.
Duran at 296 with runners in scoring position for the year.
Effing F from Jarren Duran.
Man, I thought the fan kept saying you need batting practice, but that tennis racket makes more sense.
How perfect is this, by the way, in Boston? Jarren Duran is hitting 291.
Yeah, he's an all-star. He had a home.
He has 143 hits. He leads the team in hits.
Did he not win the All-Star Game MVP?
Yes, he did.
I thought you meant how perfect is this in Boston, like that they would use that word in Boston.
No, as a friend on my group text sent back, that guy Jarren Duran will never have to buy a drink again.
No.
So that was some hate towards the massholes, but the Red Sox PR department picked up on it quickly, and Jarren Duran comes out with a statement. During the game, I used a truly horrific word when responding to a fan. I feel awful knowing how many people I offended and disappointed. I apologize to the entire Red Sox organization, more importantly, the entire LGBTQ community. Our young fans are supposed to be able to look up to me as a role model. Tonight, I fell far short of that responsibility. I'll use this as an opportunity to educate myself, grow as a person, blah, blah, blah. Here's the irony. In the pregame, he was awarded the Red Sox recipient of the Heart and Hustle Award, which recognizes one player per team who demonstrates a passion for the game and best embodies its values, spirits, and traditions. He got honored with that yesterday, and then he drops the double Fs. How much of a suspension, if there is one?
A man of faith.
Pregame.
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know. I don't know what the MLB does in this situation. Because did the NBA suspend Kobe when he did that?
He got fined, I think. I don't think he got suspended.
That was what? 20 years ago almost?
Yeah, it was like 08, 09, it's 2011, and he got fined $100,000.
Ooh.
Didn't miss any time, got $100,000 fine.
I think it'll be harsher than that.
Harsher than that in especially today's world.
But
that's only 12, 13 years ago.
I'm so tired. What was the, you had one of the standard stereotype lines in his apology there. What was it? Was it the...
I'll use this opportunity to educate and get better.
Yes. Gosh, that's the one that shut up.
I know.
That one, that's just so eye-roll-inducing. I don't know why anybody even bothers with that anymore.
877-881-1053. We're up to 570 on the stream with YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to Lil Dallas, Kid Cowboys, Ultra Cowboy, Gregory, that's on here as well.
Summer is over. Kiddos back in school this week.
Live.
Someone back last week.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. RJ Choppy has everything covered with the first full weekend of preseason football. We have Aaron Rodgers, immunization regret, not talking to my dad regret. We got the rookie quarterback recaps as well. Everything else you need to know inside the NFC East. RJ Choppy around the NFL, and he wants Amari Cooper back here on the Cowboys as well. The commercial-free Expressway with a recap of Fan Bowl, best and worst of the weekend, all coming up next.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet professionally clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way. RJ Choppy fan special. It is 3 rooms pre-treated, clean, and sanitized. $109 plus a free hallway cleaned and $75 off your air duct cleaning. It's the best carpet cleaner in the business. It's the end of summer sale. Like we just said, kids are back in school. Some went back last week. Almost everyone's back this week. And now it's time to get the carpet clean. Kids are out of the house. You got all day to be able to clean those carpets. We did the carpet, tile, hardwood, and upholstery about a month ago. It's fantastic. The hardwoods, I could still put the socks on and glide across the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
for $109, plus a free hallway and $75 off your air duct cleaning. Ask for the RJ Choppy Fan Special. 214-37-CLEAN or ZeroResDallas.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
11 seconds left. Bennett in the gun. 4-man rush. They flush him out. He's chased. Throws from the sideline into the end zone. Touchdown. Miller Forrestal has tied the game with 4 seconds left.
And the Rams would end up winning it with the extra point. Brad Sham with the call here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. This is the commercial-free Expressway with the entire morning show back together. Again, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Cowboys lose to the Rams 13-12 in a pretty unwatchable mess. It was absolutely brutal. Brian Broaddus may disagree. At 8:40 in Below the Belt, we will find out. Plus, Nick Eatman at 9:20 in the final hour of the show. But we had a lot of other NFL highlights to pick from and talk about.
Yeah, we did. A lot of other rookie quarterbacks taking part in this first weekend of action. Now, Caleb Williams did not play in the Hall of Fame game, but he did play in this one as the Chicago Bears took on the Buffalo Bills, who played some starters. 33-6, the Bears win. How did Caleb Williams do? 7 attempts, 4 completions. I'm just going to overreact.
Me too.
7 attempts, 4 completions, 95 yards for the first overall pick. He led the Bears on scoring drives on both of his possessions. A very Mahomes-like play, Bobby. I'm going to completely overreact. The pressure was there. He kind of flicks the ball to his outlet, right? Just flicks it over the just over the line, right to the running back, and then later he throws a dart about 25 yards downfield, rolling to his right. The Bears are winning the NFC North.
Well,
overreaction.
FS1, Nick Wright will one-up you as he picked the Bears to be in the Super Bowl.
Dang it, Nick.
You want a hot take?
Man.
So there's your little weak take, RJ Choppy. Look, everything was there. Everyone who said you got to pick this guy number one because of that. Now, my stance was I would understand if the Bears turned away because of the off-the-field concerns, but you still have to pick them.
Yep.
And you saw all of it. Now, Jets fans were quick to rush to X and say, Zach Wilson made those throws too. Zach Wilson had those amazing preseason throws.
Yeah.
But that is why Caleb Williams went 1, and that is why we call him, some of us, watered down Mahomes.
He's incredibly talented. He's one of the most ridiculously talented quarterbacks that have come out in the last few years. So yeah,
or nail painted Mahomes.
You're gonna see a lot of it, in flashes at the very least. Now the question with him is not going to be the ability. The question is going to be, a lot of times people feel like he's too quick to improvise, that he wants to improvise too fast. There's not enough of a commitment to just stick to the play. There's a little bit too much risk taking at times. And then there's the questions of leadership, which have already been answered because he told them to pick up their trash at Bears training camp. So that's done. We don't have to worry about that anymore. But the Caleb Williams experience will be an entertaining one every time he steps on the field. He will do something just about every time you watch him that's going to get you hyped about him. And you're going to sit there and go, man, that guy can be the best in the league. Put it all together, the quarterback is a very complicated, layered position in terms of all the factors that go into being a good one, and he's got a lot of boxes to check. But yeah, you saw the flashes of why he's as talented as he is.
Passer rating of 101.8. Josh Allen did play 2 of 3, 22 yards. Next game, J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. He did have an interception early on. Finished 11 of 17 with 2 TDs, a passer rating of 116. He played the most of any rookie at the moment. 6 drives. The interception was on a broken play rollout. The DB stepped in front of the ball. He needed to just tuck it and run it. He had 18 yards rushing, so he can move. He seemed pretty good on the play action, which I think is something he's going to need. It's probably something he's going to need. But he did lead, like I said. He led the most of any of the rookie quarterbacks. So he was pretty decent with 116.8 passer rating. The hot take here, the NFC North by the end of this year will have the best quarterback division in the league.
This was not good for me at all in my anti-JJ McCarthy takes. And Justin Jefferson was mic'd up for this. Loving every bit of it with the play-by-play.
You want me to give you an out?
That the throws were kind of wide open?
Well, he did most of his damage against the twos.
Yeah.
You have that out.
Still making better throws than I saw during their championship stretch at Michigan. And I was like, okay, this is not game management McCarthy right here. I was not feeling good about my preseason, offseason take watching these highlights. He looked good.
Well, and that's the thing about McCarthy is the guy who, and we talked about it here on the show leading up to the draft. McCarthy had the most NFL throws on his tape of the quarterbacks coming out. If you want to talk about in terms of NFL throws, meaning
that's the offense they ran.
In terms of in-breaking, timing-based throws around defensive backs, you see more of that on McCarthy's tape because of the type of offense they run and the type of chances he's willing to take. He's very confident. Look, if you would have, I think the projection on McCarthy, I had him in the second, I think, where I graded him. If you want to tell me McCarthy is going to continue to get better and project out, I'm going to believe you, because the first time I saw that guy play football, I was like, there's no chance he's sniffing that. There's no chance he starts at Michigan after this year. He's so bad. And so he's somebody who continues to progress, continues to work hard. But, man, the ability to throw to the middle of the field with confidence, without recklessness. Like Drake May can be a little reckless throwing to the middle of the field. McCarthy does it smartly and with confidence. That's going to be his biggest advantage, but there's a ceiling on there. There's not really a ceiling on Caleb Williams. There's a ceiling on J.J. McCarthy.
Sure, absolutely. All right, next one. Jaden Daniels threw just 3 passes. Man, the Commander fans ready to light the world on fire with him.
I told you a couple weeks ago, no one is starving or overreacts more than DC fans.
Yeah.
A one check down a day goes viral out of Washington.
Last week, I was on with DC Radio Show.
Wow. Must have been the guy I turned down.
I don't know who it was.
I was talking politics.
I don't know who it was. And and they were like, are you guys scared of Jaden Daniels? And I was like, no.
Yeah, you're so much so that you're like, Jalen? Yeah,
sure.
Jalen?
No, I'm not. But they're fawning over a 42-yard pass on 3rd and 6. And to be fair, 3rd and long is that's one of the throws that they want to see you make, right? That's one of the most. If you're throwing in a known passing down, they want to see you be able to complete that. That's a great indicator of what you could play in this league or not. But he was 2 of 3 for 45 yards. If he gets 45 yards in every 3 pass attempts throughout his career, he'll be in Canton.
And he ran for a touchdown.
Yep, but that 42-yard pass, great. Awesome. Good for you, Jaden Daniels. Cooper rushed through one for 43. So he beat you by a yard. So what I'm hearing is that he's not as good as Cooper Rush.
There you go.
But look, it's impressive when a running back completes any pass to me.
Yep, absolutely.
He is small. He is. I look at it, and if you gave him a Carolina uniform, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between he and Bryce Young.
Little, skinny.
Whittle?
Skinny guy.
Yeah,
Yiddle.
Man, the Patriots have done it again. They found themselves another 6th-rounder, Bobby.
Yep, I knew you were coming here.
Yeah, they did. They found themselves another 6th-round pick. My guy, Joe Milton.
Oh.
Boy, I'm not falling for this again. I promise you that. I am not falling for this.
I love the line that you used last night. What was the final line in describing him, or the saying?
Yep, the old saying with Joe Milton goes, if you need to throw it 80 yards, Joe Milton throws it 80 yards. If you need to throw it 10 yards, Joe Milton throws it 80 yards.
He's the Matt Ariza of quarterbacks.
That is Joe freaking
the punt god?
Milton.
Yeah.
Punt god. You may need to add some context.
Punt god is not a coffin quarter guy. The reason why he was the 3rd punter taken when he was coming out is because they said the same thing. They're like, he's going to kick it 80 yards every time. He has no touch.
Yeah, baby.
Like you up at Fan Bowl.
That's right.
Hey, I rage. You know what? This is the expectation.
So Joe Milton of your Tennessee Volunteers had himself a pretty decent day, and people are fawning over a couple of plays. One is the rolling, doing the old Bob Greasy in the in Super Bowl 5 or whatever.
Sure, I remember.
Doing that and then running and getting a first down, and then the other one is an absolute dart. He's got the best arm in the NFL. Josh Allen's arm looks like Chad Pennington's compared to Joe Milton. But maybe it's changed. Maybe after 6 years of college, Joe Milton finally knows how to read a defense. Drake May just got 1 series, and it is already starting, Sean. The Sean Payton PR move, the PR team is working out there in full force.
Jane Slater.
Yeah, trying to treat us and trying to tell us that Bo Nix is going to be a product of the Sean Payton system.
Bo Nix? I thought you were going Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah, Zach Wilson's another one.
Who put up all the numbers yesterday.
10 of 13 for 117.
Touched by the QB genius.
Right, and then Bo Nix, 15 of 21 for 125 and a touchdown. Both had passer ratings over 102. As if Bo Nix wasn't one of, like, the leading Heisman candidates basically all year, and it was based on a fourth down decision by his coach whether or not he would have probably won the dang thing or not, or gone to the Final Four. But we're going to give Sean Payton, the QB whisperer, credit because that's what we do, and we're gonna create this hustle that Bo Nix is some trash quarterback that Sean Payton's going to make.
Bo Nix was to me, easily the worst of the first-round quarterbacks. That I didn't see it at all with him when he was
but this is the best
out.
quarterback class in history.
No, I mean, we'll see about that. There was a pretty good one with, I think, Mahomes and Deshaun Watson and some guys in there that were in that one. But Bo Nix, fun fact, 3 months older than Trey Lance.
Oh, my.
Yep. Two of the quarterbacks taken in the first round this year were older than Trey Lance. Michael Penix and Bo Nix. They were both. Michael Penix is older than him by a day.
Man, speaking of Michael Penix, how did he do? The guy could spin it. We all knew that. And it was, he got quite a bit. He got 16 pass attempts for 104 yards on 9 of 16. But of the rookies, he's
got touch.
He's got touch.
If you gave Joe Milton 30%, 20% of Penix, gave him some of that Penix, we're talking Tom Brady. No, someone with an arm.
And there was one NFL coach I know who in Indy had said Penix is the best college deep ball thrower that they'd ever seen. Like that's that's the type of talent that he has throwing out there, which, by the way, you missed last week, Sean, while you were out. The report that came out that said Kirk Cousins would have reconsidered being a bridge in Minnesota if he knew they were going to pick Michael Penix. He would have just stayed in Minnesota for a year.
Why?
Because he said he would have stayed as a bridge in Minnesota, remained comfortable, and then gone off and gotten his deal in a year instead of being set up to have his job pulled out from under him.
Eye roll.
And that's your
Derek Carr eye roll.
And that's your rookie quarterback update.
RJ Choppy during the commercial-free expressway here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I missed this at 7. Bobby, let us know about this Cowboys trade, this 2.0 that took place with the secondary and getting a swap of corners.
Yeah, this is Kelvin Joseph for Noah Igbenogany. When we made that trade last year, without the controversy of a shooting in Deep Ellum or wherever that was that Kelvin Joseph got into trouble. But yeah, the Cowboys went ahead and traded Nashawn Wright. They get Andrew Booth from Minnesota in return. Andrew Booth was a second-round pick out of Clemson 2 years ago.
Second rounder.
Yeah, he was something like the 53rd overall pick, but very different type of player from Nashawn Wright. Nashawn Wright, 6'4", 200 pounds. Andrew Booth, on the smaller end, nickel corner, guy who it feels like, again, similar thing with Kelvin Joseph and Noah Igbenogany, where it's two teams that say, here are corners that just have not panned out, and you know what, let's swap, and if we cut him at the end of training camp, we cut him at the end of training camp, because we're going to do it with this guy anyway. Nashawn Wright was probably getting cut at the end of camp at this point. And so for them, the Cowboys just go, all right, take a flyer. Let's see if this guy it clicks for him coming to Dallas and is able to wake him up a little bit. So Cowboys made another trade there. And look, if Eric Scott Jr. struggles in games like he did yesterday, or there's concerns about how quickly Trayvon Diggs is going to be back, Andrew Booth could stick on the roster. He could be on the final 53-man roster, but this is let's see if a change of scenery does good for both these guys type of move. And this is what sent everybody into a panic last week, thinking Dak's not out here at practice, and Will McClay's on the phone. Todd Williams is on the phone. Well, it turns out Dak was just taking some time off, and Will McClay was trading for Andrew Booth, is where that controversy came from.
Well, the Cowboys television pregame was saying how this move, I think it was Patrick Walker, was saying how this is just more of an endorsement for Seatbelt Carson. That is the nickname given from Dak Prescott.
Man,
they're like, hey, what do you think of this kid? What do you think of Kalen Carson? He goes, who? He goes, oh, seatbelt. Oh, you mean seatbelt? And how this is an endorsement towards him, and he has been shining at camp.
We don't have good nicknames anymore.
No.
We used to have really good nicknames.
Carter.
This is a good name. Seatbelt. Seatbelt Carson played baseball in the 1920s. Like that's or 1884.
He was in the Black Sox scandal.
Yeah,
Old
man,
Seatbelt Carson.
That's a nickname right there, man. That's amazing.
He's been really good, and they're enamored with him over with the Cowboys. They think Carson's going to be. They think they got one with him, getting him in the 5th round. They had him graded way higher. They think they got a total steal there.
And you mentioned Eric Scott. Maybe Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, will be able to predict the interceptions from the new corner like he did yesterday.
The Rams driving at the Dallas 19, first down.
All right, you ready, Brad?
Yep.
Eric Scott has had a little bit of a rough time at corner today.
Yep.
He's going to make a play.
All right.
He's going to make a play.
Here comes 2nd and 10. Still at the Dallas 19. Snap to Bennett. Lots of time. Deep to the middle. Intercepted again. At the 10 by Eric Scott. Babe calls the play. Scott makes it on the field and runs it out of bounds. Pushed out by offensive lineman Zach Thomas. 2 turnovers for Dallas.
Well, if anybody knows Eric Scott and are listening, please tell him that Babe Laufenberg really helped him on that play. I feel like we shared it 50-50 right there, Brad.
I think that was mostly you.
That feels very like Quantum Leap or something there. Like Babe had the just how he knew what was going to happen. He knew it. It's like because it felt too calculated. Like almost Babe got the script or something for him to just stop down in the middle of it and say, "Hey, I'm going to pick the guy who's sucked all day, and I'm going to stop it down coming right out of break to tell Brad he's about to make a play." 2 plays later, he gets the interception.
I was more of a Silk Stockings guy if we're going for USA TV shows
Silk
back
Stockings.
in 1993.
Never seen it. Have you ever seen Silk Stockings, Peyton?
I didn't know that was a movie.
It's a TV show.
It's not a movie.
TBS, USA, one of the two.
It's Monday. It's commercial free. It's Expressway, and that means we have to recap the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
This is best and worst. Let us know all the stories, all the tales, all the trouble that you got into on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And we have to start with a recap of Fan Bowl at Hurtado in Arlington.
Which I just discovered yesterday. I don't know how factual this is. I was told, did you defend your crown?
Oh, I did.
You won again?
I did. I won again. And we're 1 championship away from a dynasty. So I would get 3 in a row.
Who did you beat in the final?
I don't even know.
It was Dawson. Apparently it was Dawson is what I heard.
Yeah, I did. I beat Dawson.
So it was Gavin had made it all the way there. I don't know what happened to Peyton. Peyton was talking a lot of mess throughout the whole day about how great he was and how, like, you know, he cuts corners at work because he's working on his paper football game, focused on that instead.
Man, I'll tell you, I was one possession away from a completely clean day. I only hit 1 off, and it was like the 3rd to last possession against Dawson. Otherwise, it would have been a completely clean, score a touchdown on every single possession game, miss like 2 extra points.
It's a pretty perfect game. I got lit up at Hurtado Barbecue at Fan Bowl.
Literally
twice.
It was. I got lit up on the paper football field. I got lit up from the sun. I looked like a bright red tomato.
You didn't get lit up from the sun. You had coverage.
Yeah.
You were good. This was a top storyline out there.
Bobby wore a hoodie. Again.
On brand.
Outdoors.
On brand.
Outdoor. It was warm out. It was typical August Texas day.
I got a lot of questions about the hoodie. Not even questions, just people walking by me and like tapping me and being like, "Oh, you really do wear a hoodie all the time," like Sean says. I said, "Yeah, here's the thing. I knew this is the first time I was going to see Sean in a week. Sean said the last time we saw him that he's going to start structuring his vacation. So right when we get back from Oxnard every year, he's going to take a week because he needs it away from me after he's hung out with me for 10 days.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to welcome him back by doing something that consistently annoys him, which includes wearing a hoodie. And so that's what I did at my own personal peril.
It doesn't annoy me anymore, and I didn't respond to it on Saturday because I feel for you. And I know that you have t-shirt phobia. It's either
it's the sweat.
It's
sweat.
Sweat stain phobia, a white t-shirt. You don't have a collection of t-shirts. It's t-shirt phobia. It's not any bit. I feel bad for you. So I'm not going to talk about it or address it anymore.
No, I have
and I told other people he's got t-shirt
he's
phobia.
Flipping the script now. This is I don't like this. I don't like the script being flipped because I had my Tarleton State breathable thing that I was wearing, and I stopped and I was like, wait, we gotta go back in. I gotta change because we're gonna be here.
I think that's the issue. First of all, most of your t-shirts I think are white. That's a problem.
No. The undershirts are. My t-shirts aren't.
The second thing is,
how would we know? We don't see him.
The second thing is, you are one of the few people who still wears like old school cotton. I don't know how anybody wears old school cotton t-shirts anymore. If you get a breathable fabric, it won't have the pit stain.
I just said I had the breathable fabric. I had my Tarleton shirt.
More though.
No,
your Kelly Kapowski shirt, you can't wear that anymore.
I haven't worn that Kelly Kapowski shirt in a while.
Because of the pit stains.
So everyone was talking about Bobby wearing the hoodie, and Bobby was trying to do a little bit of talking himself with Peyton with the classic boxing standoff that took place. You all matched up paper football as we were kicking out $3,000 round one, Peyton?
Yeah, round one, it was Spill said it was the draw of the hat. He just drew names out of the hat. I was like, okay, ironic. But, Bobby from the beginning, it was last week, too, because we found out late last week about the matchup, and Bobby's already talking mess to me, already. And I knew he would do that. That's all he does is talk mess. He talks crap, and so I was like, all right, I really do have to beat him this time. And so he does the classic boxing standoff that he posted on Twitter. And Bobby, it was an easy victory.
So hammered in that video too.
Yeah, he
was so.
What
was your drink of choice?
There were several different ones. I had.
He sent me a bottle of tequila that he was pre-gaming with. He got a hotel down the street. That's how.
Oh, nice.
That's how serious he was planning to go at this event.
Tequila, vodka, and Woodford is what I drank in the first hour while we were there. But yeah, he beat me, and I was not talking trash. I said when I walked up to the table, I knew I was going to lose. And that's what made Peyton so pathetic, is that he was obsessed with beating me. And I said, I'm going to lose.
Let the winner talk.
Thank you, Sean. Well, look, Bobby's scoring was like the Cowboys scoring in the playoffs against the Packers. It was garbage time, from 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in, it was garbage time the whole time. And, so after the game, I knew I'd beaten Bobby, and I was like, you know what?
How much you beat him by?
I'll tell you in this clip right here.
Oh.
We'll play it.
96 to 51! 96 to 51!
Here's what a loser bitch you are. You're sitting there like hovering over it because you're that big a loser.
Stick to podcast.
You're a loser. You're a bitch. Hey, I'll stick to podcasts as long as you're there to actually record them. Should I talk to Tim?
Podcast trash talk.
You hear that little smack at the end? That's Bobby smacking my phone out of my hand.
Just for reference, Bobby scoring 50. I lost a shootout to Blake, scoring 102. I lost 105 to 102. Bobby scored half of that.
Wow. I have no idea the scores of any of the games that I won. I was too concerned with winning.
Yes.
Losers care about winners. Winners care about winning. And as the great philosopher Dominic Toretto said,
oh gosh,
doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning.
I was flicking too hard. I didn't have any touch.
Now you've gotten your ass kicked by Peyton in
back-to-back years, right?
Beer pong?
Beer pong?
Pool?
I have not played in pool.
Or was that someone else? Someone else beat you down in pool?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, I've been drunk. I probably will. I don't remember.
You don't remember even elephant, yet you don't remember that.
Right. I don't, not then. I'm throwing back too many shots. I knew I'd lose this, though.
Paper football as well, so congratulations, Pepe.
Thank you. And then I did lose to RJ in the semis, though. I have to congratulate him.
Was it close?
No, kind of. He had.
I think you beat me by 14. 2 touchdowns.
2 touchdowns. Yeah, he had 2 that he knocked off the board.
There is a controversy though because he's not adding what he told me yesterday while I was up here, which is he knows he got an unfair advantage from poor refereeing. We had like an IOC. We had an IOC issue.
That
with the
girl
refereeing.
is a phenomenal.
I
ref.
love her. She's great.
In fact, we need.
I didn't even know.
We need stricter refereeing because there's way too much pushing out there.
I didn't even know.
Way too much pushing. Blake, you a little bit of a pusher. Little bit of a pusher. I didn't say anything.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know I had been robbed until Peyton told me he knew he had an unfair advantage, which is when I would flick it off the board because I was too strong. That's what I do. I got these muscles. Yeah. So when I would flick it off the board, she would put it on the 20. She would put it on my 20. So then Peyton was flicking it like 2 inches to score each time.
That's bad. Yeah, it's there's an art to it. It's like a pickoff move, right? It's like a pickoff move if you're a lefty. It's a balk move. You're balking, but you're not. It's a fine line. You got to toe it.
Pepe, you have other audio highlights from Fanbowl in Arlington?
Yeah, so I had to wait around the whole time there because I was winning this paper football tournament. I had to wait for my next opponent, and so I was going around talking to Tolos, which it was Alan, Don, Andy, Jonathan. Kevin was all this. So, I mean, just talking to everyone here and there, they're buying shots from me. It's like, I had to wait in the car a little bit afterwards. I was down in so many shots. I felt like Bobby, on a normal weekday. And so I went around talking to others, just asking their experience. And I brought up Bobby's, brought up your Adderall, and I brought up his hoodie wearing as well, and they had their opinions on it. We'll start off with Don and Dallas. Here, tell it, Don. All right, Don, what's your experience so far out here in Hurtado? You've been here for about, a couple hours or so. How much have you had to drink? You liking it so far?
Probably 8 beers in, and loving the atmosphere, loving the guys. Everybody's super, super happy, super pumped to be here. It's great seeing everybody.
All right, now you were one of the first people to see Bobby walking in. He had the sweatshirt on. Your reaction to that? It's 100 out here, okay? We're in the nice tent. Hurtado's giving us a nice tent, but Bobby's wearing the sweatshirt. It's 100 out here.
I already knew he was kind of crazy, but that's solidified in seeing it in person. Him in the sweatshirt trying to prove something over Sean, I believe, is why he's wearing it.
All right, Sean's back from paternity leave. What are your thoughts on him taking so much paternity leave, okay? He still gets he gets paid for all this, okay? He gets paid while he's gone. He didn't have the baby.
I think the male side of things of giving birth and being there with the kid is important, so I think he should be able to take as much time as he possibly needs, if not more, or the exact same amount of time a female should. I think it's important for the male subject to be there for their baby, and I think it's super important to be there for the memories.
I shouldn't have told Don I was going to play this on radio. He gave the honest answer.
That a boy, Don. I hope I bought you a drink. Way to go, Don. Way to step up. Suck that, Dad.
Bunch of WNBA fans, all y'all.
What does that mean?
You know what it means.
But now we go to Kevin and Garland. Kevin, big Tolo guy. Okay. Kevin, he's listening. He's listening the morning, midday, some G-bag as well. I talked to Kevin from Garland, and this is what he had to say about Sean paternity leave.
Yo, man, how many times? Why are you making me the subject?
That was the subject.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Kevin from Garland, longtime listener, first time attendee. I don't know what it was. I thought y'all shows this past week, specifically this past week, were like really good. So I don't know what you changed up this past week, but you should keep it going because this last week was phenomenal broadcasting.
Now, why is that? There were only 2 hosts in studio, okay? There was RJ, there was Bobby, and there was me, the third host.
It's because Sean wasn't there.
He wasn't there.
I hadn't connected that until you just mentioned it. It's a great point. And he didn't even bring his baby here.
He's been out 4 weeks now, paternity, total time. He's got 2 more weeks. Or what are your thoughts overall on him being out 4 weeks paternity leave?
Well, I know there is a gentleman on the KNC Masterpiece that also, his wife had a baby. He took 2 weeks off, and then that was it. So I don't know. Feels like he doesn't really want to be with you guys.
Last one here, Kevin and Garland, or wherever you said you were from.
I'm from Garland.
Garland, okay. Mike Bassett, great co-host. What's his worth ethic like?
I say this
Worth?
to people all the time.
What's his worth ethic like?
This was after about my fourth shot. Okay,
worth ethic.
Let's give me some credit.
Wait, let's go back to the question. Start at the beginning of your question, please, with the audio.
He doesn't really want to be with you guys.
Last one here, Kevin and Garland, or wherever you said you were from.
I'm from Garland.
Garland, okay. Mike Bassett, great co-host. What's his worth ethic like?
I say this to people all the time. Mike Bassett is simultaneously the most focused and least focused person I've ever met in my entire life. And that is how I choose to describe it.
Was Bassett working pregame and postgame for Bally?
I believe he was, this weekend.
Or he had a migraine like last week.
Oh, yeah. He was out on, I think he missed a Wednesday or Thursday show with a migraine. A migraine.
He had
a headache. Yeah, he had a headache.
Had a headache.
Yeah, it was one of those like 9:30 at night. Honey, I can't do it today. I had a headache.
Not a headache, a migraine. There's a difference.
A migraine. That's what he said.
You wear sunglasses.
I don't think he's talked about having a migraine in 15 years. This isn't Terrell Davis here.
Scottie Pippen.
Tells you how serious it was. He hasn't had one in 15 years. So
Exactly. Pepe, well done with the audio. By the way, with my child, with my newborn, I still didn't skip Cowboys training camp, Kevin and Garland. So, some of us can go ahead and make the trip, make the travel.
Damn.
Not just take off training camp for America's team. So there it is. Little recap of Fan Bowl.
How much did you have to drink? Did you pace yourself, or were you good?
I was good. I'm pacing. Like when we spent that 6-7 hour day on the beach in California, I'm starting off with beer. I'm trying to make it. I don't want to black out. You guys just go liquor the entire time. Wrong place to do that at that bar. Oh, yeah. But you saw the picture of my beer.
Yes,
that you posted and blew up.
Everybody said that was a shot glass.
No, it was a beer.
The very large glass you had there.
It was.
Eric, I don't know how many of you talked to Eric. He was lit up.
Well, because
more than I've ever seen him.
He got to live.
Mm-hmm.
He got to live. He got full baby coverage for the day because he was going to a concert afterwards.
Yes.
He was going to a concert.
It was a Christian music concert, which I talked to Eric later. I was like, how many times have you walked into a Christian music concert drunk, Eric? He goes, this was the first one. Felt a little weird.
Yeah, I wonder how many people were turning up before that concert.
Any of you guys eat there? Any of you guys?
I did. Yes, we did eat. We had the burnt ends, which I used to call split ends. And we had the sausage, and then the sides. We had mac and cheese and the corn.
Yeah, I went and had I got the burrito tacos, which I heard in your ads. I heard in your advertisements, so I had to pick them up. And Addison, which I was Addison's got like super sensitive. She's super sensitive to anything that's even like kind of spicy. Every salsa she thinks is spicy. So I was like, I don't know. These might be a little warm for her, but she inhaled those two. I was giving her one. I did not intend for her to eat both, and I come back and they were both gone. She's like, can we go get more tacos? She's like, those are the best tacos I've ever had in my life.
Thank you to the great Brandon Hurtado, everyone who rolled out as well for Fan Bowl 2024.
Shots with Colby Tolbert, had shots with a bunch of listeners.
Colby's a fun time.
Yeah, he is.
Dude, he's a partier, man. I love it. So yeah, we got lit up. It was litty to be
part of my maternity leave was having my buddy come in from Maryland, and as soon as he lands, he's like, can we go to this convenience store? Can we go to this, Busey's?
Oh no, he called it Busey's?
All because of Joe Rogan's stand-up on Netflix. He said, we have to watch Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan has talked about this over the years as well on his radio show after moving to Texas.
The way I describe it on stage, I always say, this is like if you were in the middle of a full-on cocaine binge and someone came up to you and said, dude, I want you to make me the ultimate gas station. It's a gas station with hundreds of pumps. Like, you can't believe how many pumps there are. It doesn't make any sense. It's like a field of pumps. It doesn't make any sense. And then you go into this building, and it is a f***ing warehouse filled with pickled alligator and different kinds of jelly beans and Chuck Norris action jeans and camouflage and Yeti coolers and smokers. And you're like, what the is this? And it's huge. I mean, it's like a fucking goddamn football field sized room filled with jelly beans.
It really is amazing.
And I took him in there, and it matched the hype. I went to the jerky section.
Dude, the jerky section is unmatched.
Well, they got mad at me. The Tolos said, don't get it off the wall prepackaged. You got to go to the counter. But I know the math probably works out. But when I look at how much per pound.
$30 a pound?
Yeah. I'm like,
it's crazy high.
No, I'm not going there.
Yeah, now they've got they had some Wagyu stuff. It was that we've gotten. It's like, we'll just get like a quarter pound of it. It's phenomenal.
Everyone said to get like the garlic flavor, which I saw too late. But I got another one, like jalapeno something. It was mind-blowing.
Yeah, they got a lot of good ones up there. Prepackaged or not, they're phenomenal.
It met the hype. He was blown away.
And then the tacos or the breakfast burritos.
Dude, their brisket, don't sleep on it. You can only have one. It's so rich, but breakfast burrito, brisket, it was amazing.
Breakfast tacos are
Way to go,
good.
Busey's. All right, Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Did Jerry Jones apologize to CeeDee Lamb? And your initial Trey Lance thoughts from yesterday's preseason debut, and what do you think of the new kickoff rule as well? Next on The Fan. But look, we were talking about Hurtado, the site, the man who's taken over North Texas.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 9, and Bennett back with the snap. Oh, he's hit hard. First sack of the night. And Jason Johnson got that one. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is right.
Brad and Babe with the call. Dallas Cowboys football is back. They end up losing to the LA Rams yesterday. It's Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So you guys have been having Brian Broaddus on every day at 8:40, and is that going to continue this morning? Should I assume?
Ooh, yeah, it's supposed to, pending the internet, which has been frustrating Broaddus to a great extent. I feel like Peyton, I think, has received more of that irritant than we have. But yeah, he's supposed to be joining us live from the tennis courts.
Why is his connection a problem if Nick Harris and Nick Eatmans is not?
I don't know.
Well, Nick dropped on us one day, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did. But
One
yeah,
of the Knicks did.
Brian's been coming back a little he's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. And so, but he'll be here with us allegedly. And so we'll talk to him at 8:40, get his thoughts on the game.
Nick Harris, he's been doing some good work. He's been lighting up social media. I saw all of them on television yesterday with the Cowboys game coverage. And part of that TV coverage had Jerry Jones sitting down with Kyle Yeomans and company. And he wanted, I think this is as close as you're going to get to an apology or I messed up from Jerry talking about no urgency with Lamb last week.
I think I got in trouble a little the other day when I said, look, we're not urgent about CeeDee. Well, no one appreciates CeeDee being on the field any more than I do. But let me say this, he wouldn't be taking a snap out here today if he'd been here for you've got to use your head when you expose key players. That gives the other younger players a chance to do it. We know exactly what CeeDee can do, and he's worked out with Dak. And so we wouldn't have him out here. It has really not anything to do with his contract. Dak won't be out here this afternoon. And so the bottom line is, what it is no, there's not that urgency. Now, I understand completely the angst that's happening when you are anxious about and someone says anything about whether you're missed or not. Well, CeeDee, you're missed, okay? But you're not missed out here competing, and it doesn't put any pressure any place on us.
So their spin on it, I think, is going to be, we were asked about urgency with CeeDee not playing any of these preseason games, and we have no urgency because he's that great, and he'll be able to just step on the field and be one of the best receivers in football. I think that's the way that they're going to play it. Will this affect negotiations? Will this make CeeDee Lamb happy? After last week, he obviously did the sarcastic LOL. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that generally, when you ask Jerry a question and he immediately responds back, no. I don't think that he's thought through all the layers that they're now trying to insinuate that he was processing and spitting when he gave his quick, nope. No urgency at all to get this done, because the reality is this has been 16 months of no urgency. They've had the ability to get this done for a long time. This is the one that felt like it should have been the easiest one to get done. And I think they're feeling pressure that they don't like to acknowledge. I don't think Jerry likes to acknowledge feeling pressure in a negotiation. I think they feel it, A, because they see what's going on in the market around them, the leaves they wanted to fall, and they are dealing with, not just one of the better agents in the NFL in terms of negotiating these sort of deals for receivers and Tory Dandy. They are dealing with an agent who has a history of saying, if you don't pay us, we're getting the hell out of here. He got A.J. Brown out of Tennessee the same way. And that's what I think that you didn't hear them correcting Zeke who immediately. They corrected this pretty quick.
Yeah, so I get, you're right. But two things. One, the Cowboys philosophically just don't believe in doing it after 3 years.
They did it with Zeke.
We kind of thought that they did it with Zeke because they felt like they owed it to Jason to give him a full team.
They did
for
it
his final year.
They did it with Zeke. They said they regretted not doing it with Dak.
Yeah.
And then they did it with Dak again this year.
The other thing is, we say it is the easiest one to do, which, it probably is. But hasn't the league shown us that wide receivers are the easiest ones to replace?
Then trade him.
I agree. Yes, I totally agree. That's what they should do.
But they're not going to do that.
But they're not going to do that because they don't believe. They also don't believe. This team doesn't believe in anything, first of all. They don't believe in signing guys after the 3-year spot, right? They don't do it. They don't believe in signing free agents. And they also don't believe in trading their own superstars for high-value picks to reset everything. Because the Kansas City Chiefs, if they had CeeDee Lamb, would have traded CeeDee Lamb.
The only thing they believe in is the stubbornness of their timeline.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. And as I get older in life, stubbornness from other people drives me freaking more and more insane. And the pride and the stubbornness from Jerry or Steven is maddening. But look, he's going to be on the field week 1 against the Browns. Last week, I did not freak out because of Zeke who. I almost wore that shirt in the Fan Bowl. The same exact thing happened where he ticked off Zeke Elliott saying Zeke who. Until someone shows the stones to demand a trade out of here, they're going to continue to operate this way. We're going to do it on our timeline. unless CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons says, I want out.
What point? So you say,
and none of us can name the last time that's happened with a star player here.
We talked about this. We talked about this last week a little bit. You're obviously not panicked yet. It hasn't even reached Zach Martin date yet. Zach Martin was August 14th. It's August 12th. What day are you starting to get concerned about this is turning sideways?
How many days until the Browns when we say he won't be able to play in that game?
12 hours before the game.
Like, seriously.
Probably.
And I don't think 12 is too far off.
Friday. Like 48, 72 hours.
Yeah,
probably.
that's when I'll panic. When it jeopardizes 0-1. That's when I'll panic.
Yeah.
Not a second before. They're going to pay him. They're going to lose. They're going to lose again. They're going to lose with Dak. And they won't win Micah either.
What level of install day does he need to be there for?
The offense, he's been here for the offensive installs. There's not going to be a lot of radical changes.
But the game plan for that week.
Man,
that's a good question.
It's different in terms of if you're talking about inserting a corner, right? Like if you're talking about inserting a corner or an offensive lineman, like they run route concepts, and like CeeDee knows what his job is and what his assignment is. A lot of receivers. That's why you can trade for a receiver midweek, and they can show up in the game 3 days later, even if they're from another team.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper can show up and play against Tennessee right after getting traded here because it's route combinations and they can cut you some corners.
Did any of you or Tolos last week when this LOL happened say that this is going to cost them something, that this is going to backfire, this is going to harm things?
I don't think we talked about that, no.
I think...
So this didn't worry you then?
No, I do think you are running the risk of souring somebody here, though. Not because of that specifically, but just the dragging of their feet.
Aren't we soured already?
No, I mean, I think they're running the risk of souring, like, to the point of talking about, all right, well, just get me out of here then. Like not that he's on the doorstep of it, but this is a guy, I think, in CeeDee Lamb who he wants to be respected, and he wants to feel like he is being treated a certain way or being respected at a certain level that he feels like he's earned based on how he's progressed, how he's leveled himself up. I saw somebody yesterday or over the weekend had tweeted something in reply to the Lamb stuff, and they had said, well, you show up. You deserve nothing. Just show up because, you've already shown yourself to be a poor leader and yada, yada, yada. I'm telling you, there's locker room culture guys. He's at the very top of the list in that locker room. And that's somebody who consistently holds himself accountable and holds others accountable and works on his deficiencies. And it is the perfect type of player. There are no questions or hangups on paying CeeDee Lamb. And so the fact that they're doing it feels like we just want to exert our power as the people writing the checks.
Or it's a fight over the guaranteed money. There's a $26 million gap. That's significant.
But you don't anticipate they're going to walk away from CeeDee Lamb in the next 4 years. 4 years from now, it's more likely CeeDee Lamb's going to be better in 4 years than I feel like he's going to be any worse. So what are you fighting over? You're fighting over something that guarantees what you already assume, which is he's going to be here.
And is the guaranteed money part of the cap?
It factors in when you talk about trades.
Okay.
It doesn't factor in the same sort. It's basically out clauses.
Yeah.
That's what it ultimately impacts, but it doesn't affect the cap number.
Dan Orlovsky.
I don't think Dan knows what year it is.
He says it doesn't look like Dak and CeeDee are getting their new contracts anytime soon with McAfee.
Dak Prescott wants a new contract. He's not going to get it, and it doesn't seem like he's going to get it this season. CeeDee Lamb wants a new contract, and it certainly doesn't feel like it right now, to Jerry's words, no urgency. If CeeDee holds out for 2 games, like let's live in the world. I think Emmitt Smith held out for 2 games probably 15 years ago, 20 years ago. If he holds out for 2 games, when you're a fringe playoff team, that matters big time.
I heard this clip. I said this, and I don't know what he said because I don't think he knows what year it is because according to Dan Orlovsky, Emmitt Smith played in 2009.
He thinks Nolan Ryan faced Jeter just like Cowherd.
I was just about to say Cowherd and Orlovsky have the same researcher, it sounds like.
15 years ago, we started at the Fan.
We started at the Fan.
Emmitt Smith was not active.
Emmitt Smith held out, I believe it was over 30 years ago now. I think it was 31 years ago.
Yeah, that's exactly how long ago it was. Dan Orlovsky was in his 5th year in the NFL and on his 2nd team 15 years ago. In fact, I believe, yeah, he was like Emmitt Smith was put into the Hall of Fame 15 years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
What an idiot.
I was stunned.
Are you embarrassed?
I couldn't believe 15 years ago. What? 15 years ago? This happens to all of us, right?
Yes.
I still think like 15 years ago is 1980 or 1990. You know, it's like it's in my head. Oh, Tupac. Yeah, what did he die? 10 years ago? 15 years ago?
Here's what I want on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. YouTube fan cam and Twitch with the almost 700 of you watching. Thank you. You are appreciated. You're appreciated. Give me a Trey Lance grade for yesterday. 877-881-1053. I want to see them flying up and down on the fan text and YouTube. Trey Lance grade.
D.
Ooh.
I mean, he made 3 plays with his legs. Otherwise, it was not good.
I'm not results based. I'll say C-.
Okay. Daddy P, C-, MY, D, Daniel, D, Alex, Mac, B-, DT, D, Tanner Smith, D-.
If you believe it if you believe in grading, like
Tolo Chris, C+, TP, C-, Night Train, D, Trey Davis, C+. So we're definitely in that C-D range.
if you have a baseline, like just a flat,
Not Lamb.
here's the standard for the grade, okay? And you got to meet this grade, and it's the same for everybody, then it's a D. If you're telling me Trey Lance related to expectations and what we saw from him in Oxnard, it's a C. Because it's exactly like what you would have expected based on what we saw out in California.
Grade him on a curve. He's on a bell curve, right?
I'll go C- at the very best and D+ if I can do that. I don't know if they give out D+.
I wish the NFL had like a. I wish the NFL and the CFL had like a. Let's go stash him there.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they could, they've got the practice squads, obviously, but I mean, you can't. It's not easy to just expose somebody or have a minor league develop. There's been a big push for there needs to be some sort of developmental league. You've got to be able to develop your Trey Lances of the world and make sure that you're taking these ultra talents and letting them get the reps they need so that you can breed these stars, essentially.
An awesome recap of the Olympics closing ceremonies. Brian brought us at 8:40. RJ Choppy with another edition of Pedal to the Metal with my new favorite song on the station. Next.
Let's get you over.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, we love an intro.
From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk box until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
All right, so...
And the gender thing is not settled, so I don't know if that cancels this segment. Not settled in my mind.
It's not? Okay.
Maybe for Mike Bassett.
Yes, definitely settled for Mike Bassett. And other former major leaguers that we know of. So the Jordan Childs controversy is pretty much front and center with the Olympics, and it has put a kind of a sour taste in a lot of Americans' mouths as the games came to a close over the weekend. Jordan Childs has been told by the International Olympic Committee to return her bronze medal, to which I say good luck. Good luck getting that thing back.
And she is who? What sport?
She's a Olympic gymnast, and she was on the podium as a bronze medal winner in the floor exercise, the finals of the floor exercise. So, and I don't know a ton about the intricacies of how gymnastics works, but basically the gist of it is she was given, she was in 5th place after her floor routine, and her coach, you're allowed to appeal. You have 1 minute to appeal to the judges that they got something wrong. So she goes to the judges and said that she performed this leap that has a 0.3 addition to your score.
Like a bonus?
It's like a degree of difficulty kind of thing.
Okay.
Well, they gave her 0.1 because I guess they said that she didn't complete it. Well, they finally give it to her, and she goes from 5th to 3rd. That was like on August 5th. On August 10th, the committee, it's called the CAS, which is essentially like the
Cover that ace.
Court, the Court of Arbitration for Sport, voided the appeal because the coach was essentially 4 seconds late, a handful of seconds beyond the 1 minute time frame.
It's like a barbecue turn-in. You're 3 seconds late, they don't taste your food.
Hey, listen, rules are rules. I get it. You got to have rules here.
Is this as petty as the golf card scorecard turn-in? That's what I thought of first with this.
Okay, interesting. So the golf card, scorecard. So like when you're done with your round,
you don't sign it,
right? You incorrectly score, or sign your card, and it's a disqualification. I think they've changed the rule to that, or they're thinking of changing the rule to that. I haven't paid attention to it because it's such a stupid rule anyway.
Golf Insider.
Like it, if you score, you should get what you score, not what you sign. In the era of in 1847, fine. Now we have Shot Link. Everybody knows what you're shooting. Yeah. CBS keeps your score.
The NBA players have to know, bam, right there. How many you got?
Exactly. I think it's
maybe some do. I don't know.
But in this situation, whether or not the judges incorrectly gave her or didn't give her the score that she should have gotten, her coach was however many seconds late. I get it. Rules are rules. That's fair. My whole issue is the process here. Like, why is there a way for a coach to appeal anyway?
Why is there a way?
And why is there a time limit?
Okay, so
like why is there a time limit on that? You know, if they got it wrong, they got it wrong.
So if you're upset by this and you want to say nope, she should keep it 4 seconds, that's petty. This is what it is. All right, if that's what you want to do, then Paul Hamm, who won the men's all-around gold in 2004, whatever it was, he's going to have to give his back because that was a massive controversy at the Olympics 20 years ago. Paul Hamm got up there, won the men's all-around. The guy who finished second, or the bronze medalist, Yang Tai-Yung, he had finished with the bronze, and they had given him a starting valuation that was, they had deducted they said his starting value was 9.9. It should have been 10. They incorrectly did it. Well, because it wasn't appealed until like the next day where they realized, hey, this wasn't started, it would have made the difference and he would have won gold. And it was just from the starting valuation. It wasn't even what he got scored. And they said, nope, sorry, like we have these limits here. So even if you don't feel like Paul Hamm won it, like it's his. And so if you want her to keep her gold, he's got to give back, or keep her bronze, he's got to give back his gold.
I'm fine with the appeals. I mean, I'm kind of fine with the way the whole thing played out. I know that's an unpopular opinion. I agree with you, though. If the rule is the rule, like how long can you just take all day? Should there be a time restriction, a limit on it? I guess there should be, and they violated it.
Look, if they violate it, I got no problem. Rules are rules.
Because that's what people are going to be the most upset about is 4 seconds late.
Yeah, rules. Yeah, but again, rules are rules. Now, is a minute too quick? I mean,
like if I came in here today at 6:01, like Bobby usually does, I'm late. It doesn't matter if it's a minute.
Well,
I'm late.
Not to Gen Z. It's time blindness. Okay.
Time blindness?
Time blindness,
that's
right?
the new one.
Tell me more.
Time blindness, it's where you just you lose track of time, and it's like it's a mental condition that you have.
Oh, that's what my mother-in-law has.
Yeah, exactly. So she's eligible for disability according to Gen Z.
You know what we call that? Childhood.
Yeah.
Children are time blind. Adults, no. Look, rules are rules. I get it. Now maybe increase it from a minute to 2 minutes because you got to go through the whole routine again.
So I think
it's a bronze. Give it back. Who cares? It's not gold.
I think what this comes down to also is they are such sticklers for we're not announcing the wrong score. So like you've got a minute where it's like before the broadcast and stuff they can correct. That's why I think you've got a window where you can correct it before it gets sent in and announced.
Yeah. The other thing is like, what are you going to do now? Now they say they're going to do a special ceremony for the new bronze medalist. Like, we've already done the ceremony. Are you going to do it again?
Yeah.
It just seems very, very weird. The whole thing is strange. It's like taking back a championship from Michigan or the Houston Astros. And we already saw Jordan Childs on the podium. Yeah, it's already happened. It's now, like, are you giving the medal back if you're her?
Yeah, if it's a bronze, probably.
But like, what are they going to come get it? Are they going to knock on your door? Like, hello, knock, knock, knock. here we are.
Yeah, I mean, are there some sort of agreements they enter into as athletes? Like, do they sign stuff when they get there where it's like, hey, you legally have to follow these rules? So if you don't, like, are they being
They'll
like,
come to the
that's
house, like Kramer's house? What was that for? Come on, where's your reference?
Wait, the
Tony.
That stuff he said?
The Tony.
The Tony.
So this is now an update. This is from our guy Josh Clark. They formally submitted a letter.
Your guy, not mine.
USA Gymnastics.
I love Josh.
Formally
My guy.
submits a letter and video evidence to the court for sport, exclusively establishing the head coach request to file an inquiry was submitted 47 seconds after the publishing score within the 1 minute deadline. So that's what the U.S. is saying. Like that's theirs. So this thing is going to go on. But yesterday afternoon is when they said, no, you're giving the medal back. So she has been told to return the medal at the moment.
So this was incorrect deduction from her score or from her start score? Because if it's from her start score, why are we not just verifying beforehand? Hey, let's go over this real quick. This is your starting score. Everything look good here? Yep, cool.
I honestly, this thing is so convoluted because gymnastics, the way they do the scoring is kind of nuts. It kind of is nuts. So the Olympics, in the final medal count, the U.S. wins the total medals, 126, okay, and they tie with 40 golds.
This topic is amazing, and I have a big-time answer for you coming up. Yeah.
So there is a situation where we had one Olympian.
Yeah, one guy's being blamed for us not taking home the gold in the golds.
This is U.S. high jumper Shelby McEwen.
Ugh.
What?
Nothing. I was just pretend like disgusted by him.
So Shelby was in a jump off with New Zealand's Hamish Kerr in the men's high jump at the 2024 games. This was on Saturday.
Thanks.
And yeah. So
the RJ stall here. Just say they were tied. They could have split the medal. And
I'm trying to get the backstory.
Okay.
So they had both cleared 2.36 meters. And now you had to go to a jump off. Now, we had seen this in Olympics past where two competitors kept meeting the same mark and they decided just to split the gold. They said, you want to halves it? We both get gold. We're both tops. There's 2 golds and a bronze.
The old King Solomon.
So do they have backup gold medals? Is there like a room of like 30 extra gold medals in the back for the split? They both would have gotten gold?
If I remember right, there was 1 gold and they mailed the other person the gold. Okay, there's just 1. If that's how I remember right from the last time. So instead of doing that, they were like, Shelby was like, no, I want to go for the gold. And Kerr was like, I accept your offer. It wasn't so cut and dry like that. Some are saying like, Shelby's kind of saying, I didn't really say that. Like it was never really approached to us, even though it has been done in the past. So and some people are saying, hey, he's the guy. We didn't win the outright gold because he decided not to take the gold.
Selfish.
And he went and he lost and he got silver. So if you're in that situation and you can either get a gold and split the gold, so you're each win, or risk it all and potentially get silver. Are you splitting the gold or risking getting the silver medal?
And you know that this makes America the leader in gold medals. All that is facing you as your choice. It's 1,000% simple, easy decision. You go to the jump off.
Yes.
You go to the jump off. That is the spirit of why they are sitting there in Paris. All right. I don't give a crap if the United States doesn't finish number 1 in the golds. I don't care. I don't want to finish like 7th in the medal count, but we finished top in the medal count. I want to sit there and say, I'm the best in the world. I know I'm the best in the world. Let's sit here and solve it. Let's have a jump off. Let's do it. And he ended up losing and he lost. Yeah, people getting mad at this guy and you're being selfish.
Yeah.
No, he's actually being an alpha competitor, I believe.
You don't get to the Olympics by accepting ties along the way, Chop, okay? Like it's because you're the alpha. You're saying, I'm going to win this. Honestly, like...
Did you think I was going to say jump off?
I didn't know which direction you were going to go with it. I look at it like... The thing with this is you're talking about 4 years, probably more, that you've invested in getting to this one contest. I think a lot of people would have a tough time after all that work putting in, just saying like, oh yeah, I'll accept a tie. No, like I've got to see if I'm the best. This is what I fought for. I'm not going to just take a split.
Care about America's gold count?
I wouldn't care about the gold count either. Now, like, would you be able to say that you're a gold medalist?
Right.
You know, so that'd be cool, right? You know, even if you split the gold, you get to say you're a gold medalist.
But you're not the best. You and someone else are the best.
Right. Yeah,
you're co-best.
We're equals. We're equals. Yeah, it's like I was thinking when I got the fan bowl this weekend. Okay, I'll give you an example. I played golf last week, and it was a money game, and we tied after 18, and I was like, split it, man, split it. I don't want to play another. I didn't want to play another hole. It was 5,000 degrees outside.
Yeah,
but I'm also not in the Olympics. It was over $50. I was like, here we go. I take 25. You take 25. There we go.
Yeah, a little different.
If it was over the gold medal, but I'll take something important like fan bowl. Like I could have said, I'm just going to take a dive. I want to go hang out. I want to party. But you know what? We played today. We win today.
Had your girl there. Had to defend your championship.
Play today. We win today.
Yeah,
that's it. Okay, that's it. Well, and that's what I did. So I was like, and I agree with you. If you're there, you're there. You're in Paris.
See, I would have thought you would have split the gold.
I would have thought
you would have taken the easier way out to be like, I know I can always say I'm a gold medalist.
I mean, look, that's an idea. And if I was in LA at the Olympics, I would have done that. But I'd already flown cross country to Paris, man. I'm way out there. You might as well just play.
Well, Sean, let me ask you this then. Would you rather tie for first in ratings, or would you do one show, highest ratings either gets you first overall or you go to second?
Ooh. Man,
tie for first.
Tie for first.
If I get my bonus, am I tied? I'm tied. I'll take the tie. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. And who's judging it? 30, 40, 50-year-olds or 60, 70, and 80-year-olds? If it's 60, 70, and 80, I'll take the tie. If it's anyone that can actually walk, I'll go ahead and do the show off.
They're also saying it cost them $12,000 for getting silver instead of gold because remember the U.S. gets 37,000 versus 25.
Pride. Where's the competitive pride? Come on. Brian Broaddus from Oxnard or somewhere in California after yesterday's debut against the Rams. Is he grading Trey Lance as harshly as we are? Brian Broaddus joins us next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Brian Broaddus, live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, here to give us all of his takes. He's here to take over Below the Belt. It is a Love of the Star takeover here on Below the Belt, reacting to the Cowboys' devastating 13-12 loss at the hands of Stetson Bennett and the Los Angeles Rams. Brian, watching that final drive, watching them in control most of the game and then lose it on the final drive, did that feel pretty close to watching November football for you with this team?
You know me, I hate to lose.
Yes.
So absolutely, yes. It's amazing that Stetson Bennett tried to throw like 6 interceptions yesterday and they still win that game. So, yeah, it's it's in the preseason, man. You know they keep scores, so you want to win. I know guys don't really feel that way, but I was always kind of bummed out when we didn't win.
First off, I'd like to thank you for being the hardest working man at the Fan. That pains me to say, but it's true. So thank you for this segment. But more importantly, I want to pick a fight with you for my first time back.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sure.
I was listening to you and Sham in the post, and you guys were talking about, I feel like you were talking about the quality of the preseason games. Like, these are always good games, or these are always entertaining games. Did I hear that correctly? Because yesterday, like the majority of preseason football to me, felt pretty unwatchable.
I watched the game differently than you do.
Oh, woo!
I know you asked a question. I do it because I watch the game differently, and again, I used to care about the result. I really did.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to watch specific positions, players, not so much the scheme. It's not the entertainment value to me. I'm more interested in the one-on-one matchups.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in how did this guy perform. I mean, you watch him at practice. And, for example, I'm sitting there watching Carson play yesterday. I've been watching him in practice, been talking about him, hey, this kid can play this, that, and the other. Six targets, 6 receptions. Why? Why was that?
Yeah.
When you go back and watch the game, I've been up since 5 this morning waiting on this game film to hit my box. And so, I'm interested in how these players carry it over from a practice setting to a game. Do they take the coaching? How do they play? Do they play technique? Does their technique fall apart? These are the kinds of things. I was interested in Guyton. Guyton had 12 pass blocking snaps, didn't give up a pressure, was one-on-one 75% of the time in that football game yesterday.
Wow.
Where on the other end of it, though, if you look at a guy like Cooper Beebe, he had 39 pass block chances, gave up 3 pressures and a sack. Okay. Were these some of the things that we saw at practice that carry over to the game, the first opportunities that these guys have? So that I understand the fan aspect of being bored, but when you were responsible for talking about it, you kind of watch it in a different way. So that's why my answer was not trying to be a smart ass.
No, I'm busting balls. And you're right. You're absolutely right. That's why we rely on you, and I'm not doing a weekly segment on your show.
Yeah, you're going to, what's that?
That's why I'm not doing a daily segment on your show to break this down. I can't do it. You can.
No, but I understand. I mean, because if anybody follows you on Twitter, you're the ultimate I'm not entertained guy, or I am entertained guy.
Yeah.
No, seriously. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and and I'm like, well, okay, well then this is not worth watching for me because Sean is not entertained today. So I think there's with Brad and I, and I know just watching it a different way, that's kind of where we're at, I think.
So earlier in the show, I said I have Xavier Woods gave me Oxnard anxiety because we sit out there and we go to every practice and everything, and Xavier anxiety. Years ago, he's making every pick, and he's like, that's why we didn't need Earl Thomas. And then, it didn't translate to the regular season. And I was worried about that with Trey Lance a little bit. I was like, we're out here, we're talking about Trey Lance overthrowing everyone, and Bobby's getting his digs in, and now he's going to come out here and light this up. I felt like, and I think we all feel like, Trey Lance yesterday was basically what we saw in Oxnard. Do you agree?
No, I do agree. And, there's since you guys, moved on and went back to Dallas, there's been some days where he's actually been pretty good. The things that I always worried about Trey Lance, and sometimes they happen to him in practice still, is that when you start to talk about holding the football, the fourth down play, that's why I wanted to watch the tape, because I wanted to see, was there anybody open on these fourth down throws that he had to make? Was it really his fault on the overthrow in the corner of the end zone? Should he have got the ball out quicker? Yeah, and they're probably, just from the TV copy or the first glance, you're thinking, man, he's got to make that throw. And I've seen him make the throw, here, recently. So, it's something they've practiced, and he didn't execute it well. And I'm like, well, that's a missed opportunity right there. But when Trey Lance gets in trouble, the ball, he did not do his receivers any favors yesterday. The ball placement wasn't good. But, his receivers did a nice job of, going up and making some catches. A couple of them got whacked pretty good for, getting extended and, defensive backs getting to take a shot. But, yeah, what you see with Trey Lance, the mobility aspect of it, what you also see is there's times where he's wildly inaccurate throwing the football. And, that's something that they're probably going to have to work through for sure.
Brought us that 4th and 1 towards near the end zone, the incomplete pass. You were just talking about the fade. Is that a play that in the regular season they may just have him like, hey, let's do something else, just get the first down, but they wanted to see him make that throw in that spot?
Yeah, they've practiced that play, Chop. They do a lot of tight red zone stuff, and where he's had problems is there's been issues where he's either let the clock run out when they're in a 2-minute situation, or he's taken too much time and they had 6 seconds left and he used all 6 seconds instead of trying to get the ball out and, make a play and then maybe have another play. And then he's thrown an interception down there too. Didn't see the defensive back one time, threw it right in his chest. Happened to him actually a couple of different times. So yeah, that might be about a little bit of like, okay, yeah, we could run this football and probably get a first down and keep things going. But, instead they try kind of a really, a play that doesn't have a very high percentage, and for a guy that, has struggled at times with his accuracy.
Brian Broaddus joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Brian, so we talked about intrigue and entertainment and things like that. So when you watch that game yesterday, there's still moments where maybe you catch it. Like when I see DeMarvion Overshown make the play on that opening drive, that excites me. Like in a quick moment, that makes me go, all right, look, there it is. It's clicking. He's trusting the knee, it looks like. What did you see yesterday? Was there anything you saw yesterday from anybody that you went, there it is. Okay, that excites me. That makes me believe in what I've seen in Oxnard is being verified on the football field at game speed.
Yeah, we mentioned the opportunity that, even Tyler Guyton being under the weather, and since you guys have left, he really hasn't practiced at all. And so I was thinking like, okay, he had such a nice blue and white scrimmage, in the one-on-one stuff and things like that. I was thinking like, okay, can this guy carry that over? Can that guy be able, not involved with the scrimmage out here, on Thursday? So you're kind of getting your first real action of the guy, in game situations. And I was pretty impressed by what he was able to do. I think that you look at with Jalen Cropper and the way that he was able to play, because he's been really, really good on the practice field. And all of a sudden he gets 6 targets, 4 catches, and now he's off and running that way. So, there's some guys that have been able to kind of carry that over from stuff you've seen on the practice field and make these plays. And those were a couple of guys that it kind of jumped out to me.
I think everyone's defensive player of the game, I was listening to Wolchuk discuss it in the post, was Marquise Bell, a guy that you said, look, when you're out there at practice, living it in California, you're not noticing a ton, and then the games happen.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing with Bell, and we need to figure this out, because he was a dime safety last year, and I mean dime 6 defensive backs on the field. He was that guy that was a down linebacker, and there was a lot of questions if this guy could really, really cover. How could he play? Was he able to play on the back end? Could he play on one of the hashes? Could he put himself in position to make plays? There are a lot of times out here that you really, really don't notice him. I've seen a couple of different times where he has, shown up as a blitzer, but that's been kind of a guy, they're in a 2-deep look. He walks down, and now he's on the rush. that's where you kind of notice him. It hasn't been, oh, wow, he's knocking down balls. He's putting himself in position to make interceptions. Hell, he could have had 2 interceptions yesterday, the way that he was playing. I mean, that first drive, Stetson Bennett tried to throw him one down the middle of the field in the end zone, and he couldn't come up with the ball. But, it's a good sign when he's putting himself in position to make plays in the passing game, because we know he's got the physicality. We know he will tackle. Those types of things will take care of themselves. Can he cover? And he showed yesterday that he at least can do that task.
Brian, Mazi Smith, I know you've talked about, has had better practices since we left Oxnard. That he's been a little better, had a good joint practice with the Rams. I thought he was pretty solid, especially the first drive or two yesterday. What did you see out of Mazi?
Yeah, it had 20 snaps from what I gathered, and it had 3 tackles. Didn't have any run stuffs, which is something you kind of want to, when you want to talk about defensive tackles. Does he, is he going to play square? Is he going to make a play? Is he going to hold things up? Didn't have any pressures. Of course, the guy that actually played pretty good of the defensive tackles, when I kind of watched it with the television, so I've noticed with Justin Rogers much more. And, he played a lot more run defensive snaps. He, with a couple of tackles, he did have a pressure and he did have a run stuff. So, these are the kinds of things that, you're looking for in your defensive tackles. Him, Davis, and all those guys. It was just going to be a matter of like, okay, and still got to sit down and really evaluate, when this film hits my box here, hopefully in the next hour or so. But, you could kind of get an idea of, like, when I was watching the TV copy of it, that, okay, this guy's not getting driven back. This guy's not getting turned. I'm not seeing the 5 and the 8 on his jersey when he gets turned. He's not getting washed or hooked or reached. Those were some positive things that I was able to see from him yesterday.
Do you think that the Udoka injury impacts left tackle starter versus Cleveland? Does this open up the door for Guyton?
I think that, to me, the one thing that Mike Solari, the line coach, he was not going to let us start, Cooper Beebe. He just wasn't. It was Brock Hoffman all the way. I think that the Cowboys are more open. Now, Udoka, and I know this drives people nuts because I'm one of these guys that's like, just play Guyton. But, yeah, Udoka, the problem with Udoka is there's times where he's practiced really well. And you're like going, okay, I see it. They're going to keep playing him. They're going to keep playing him. But now, he went from, the low back problem to back tightness. Now something's wrong with his toe. Yeah, this is going to be one of those things where probably they're Guyton. They're going to watch the tape, or probably already watched the tape, and they've saw the pass sets and the blocking, the run blocking coming off the ball the way he did. And they're like, okay, yeah, this kid needs to play more, and he'll probably take this job for week 1.
You're an absolute beast. Missed you at Fanball. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
The great Brian brought us from Oxnard, California. Our final pedal to the metal Olympic recap. Final answers. Were the Olympics better than you anticipated? And is she a man or a woman? Final hour. Right, I'm back. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got a...
From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger! Night! Curry, unconscious in the fourth.
Final hour fist pump time
baby.
on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Ooh, Carter Freeman not doing it. Not a good start to
Nailing
the
it in.
week. I thought we all bonded more. Carter got his praise.
2 hours late today.
And Oxnard, he got his praise, and then he's like, screw it. I don't need a fist pump. Final hour to start off the show. Awesome. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
He's yelling at me through the window.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. Back. I'm not even looking up. To see the yelling and the screaming. Nick Eatman from Oxnard to recap Cowboys-Rams at 9:20. DallasCowboys.com. It looks like he might be coming in here. I just heard the door slam.
Set the building on fire.
Nick Eatman, 9:20, right here on your home of the Cowboys. But RJ Choppy, unload your final notes in the final pedal to the metal Olympics.
All right, baby. I am going to I'm going to delay the tease as long as I possibly can to give it as little minutes.
Now, look, the intro to pedal to the metal is what? We're not talking until it's decided?
Until it's settled. Yeah, we won't talk boxing until the gender thing's settled.
That's
RJ
right.
Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
Has it been settled in y'all's minds?
Look, I don't know. Like I still don't know what the hell the whole thing is. It's like so IBA, the International Boxing Association,
Yes.
which
the controversial female boxer did end up winning the gold.
2 of them. Both of them did. Yes, both boxers, Lin Yu Tang and Iman Khalif, both wound up winning gold in their respective weight classes.
And they were not allowed to compete previously. I'm hearing a lot of door slamming.
I don't think Carter knows that I'm joking around with him.
They were allowed, obviously, to compete with the Olympics, but not by another committee.
Yeah, the IBA, which a year ago banned them based on a failed gender study or gender test, said that both fighters had XY chromosomes within their bloodstream, within their blood. They were born with a gender disorder, right? And they banned them. And the IOC is like, well, we don't really agree with your findings, so we're going to allow them to fight. That's basically like without getting into too much of the blood work stuff. By the way, the IBA did a press conference. It was one of the most insane press conferences people have ever heard. Like, people were walking out of it. The mics kept cutting out. They were like, it was this one doctor was he was like, I'm not talking blood work with you because you're not a doctor. It was crazy. So Khalif filed a complaint due to abuse over gender at the Olympics at the end of the games.
Hate speech.
Yeah, she had said like, hey, I'm filing this complaint over hate speech. I don't know what's going to come of this, but it was obviously a very, very big stain on the entire Olympics. And I regardless of whether you think that these fighters should be allowed, the embarrassment that they had to go through.
Yeah.
Like the entire world thinking that these women are men or vice versa, whatever. Like, that has to be maddeningly embarrassing for them.
No doubt.
What is this? But what is the complaint? Like, the complaint is with what body and the complaint? I mean,
the complaint's
no
with
pun intended.
IBA, the IBA versus the IOC.
Okay, so who is she? Like, is she making a complaint against officials, or is she making a complaint against social media?
That complaint. Okay,
Forget about the complaint for a second. What do you believe is the truth? I'm dying to know from everyone. What do you believe is the truth?
I believe
were these fighters mislabeled and owed an apology, or did they transition? Did they have both chromosomes and then went one way more towards the male side as they grew up and matured through life?
I don't believe.
And should they have been allowed to compete and win their golds?
I don't believe they had any surgical transition. I think they were born with X and Y chromosomes, and I think I can say this word, it's scientific, female genitalia. That's what I believe. And so, I mean, that's now the question then at that point is like, okay, but is that still fair?
Right.
Is there like those are still questions you can ask, but like, I mean, it's a case of all the evidence we've been presented says that they are by a lot, like in terms of their actual outward, organs, they are female. They have X and Y chromosomes.
All right. Let's say the average male athlete has a testosterone level of 1,000. Okay. And the average female athlete has a testosterone level of 200.
Okay.
Let's say Khalif has a testosterone level of 500. But still a woman.
Yes.
And LeBron James has a testosterone level of 1,500. Like,
then she should be allowed to compete under those terms.
Right.
In my opinion.
Like, athletes generally, I believe, have higher testosterone levels than the general population. Or freakish ability to do things.
Yeah.
Right? Our athletes don't operate on a normal curve of regular people.
Yeah, like Wilt Chamberlain, like
he's a freak.
He's a freak.
The fact that he can have that many encounters of the bedroom variety and not have to, before Viagra and BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, and be able to do that for that long, dude's a freak. Okay? Like, athletes are just, like, they have otherworldly, they're more evolved. Like, the testosterone level, I don't care if her testosterone levels are higher or not. I care. Does she have a male ding dong, and did she get the benefit of male puberty? That's the other big thing. Like, the IOC has it now. I think it's a rule now where if you went through puberty as a male, you can't compete in women's sports. I totally agree with that. Male puberty is I'm seeing my kids go through this
every day.
My gosh.
Yeah.
I wake him up. It takes him 15 minutes to get out of bed. He's wide awake. I know why he's staying in bed. Okay, I know exactly why he's staying in bed still. All right, that's male puberty.
Yes.
Look, this is not. I mean, you wanted to do the topic, Sean. This is not Leah Thomas. Okay, this is not Leah Thomas. Flipping in the middle of a swimming career then
Don't do that.
crushing female swimming records. That's not this. This is a boxer who has lost 9 matches in their career. Like, there have been...
She's not invincible.
There have been plenty of... If you want to make a distinction, or you're saying traditional women, or however you want to say it, plenty of them have beat her in boxing before. So this is not some ridiculous, unfair competitive advantage.
My basic moral take at the end of this is... Look, if you're going to do something, you're going to have surgery and transition. That's unfair. That should not be allowed if you're going to be competing against other female athletes. But I feel like, man, it's just a microcosm of how ugly the world is today, that people are way too free. Remember how I've said over the past 10 years, people have become way too free with calling people racists? Like, we've gotten way too free. Way too comfortable and way too free. We've gotten way too comfortable and free with this stuff, too. Whether it's, Michelle Obama and other people, like, man, to me, that's a serious thing. One of the worst nightmares ever would be my daughter, like, not looking like a supermodel and being called the opposite sex and made fun of. Like, that is a devastating, that's just mean, man. That really does. I'm not, I'm not a cheesy, corny person. That makes my heart hurt a little bit. Like, that someone has to go through that and bullied and, like, made fun of. If it's not accurate, especially.
Right. Like, if they have female body parts and they have a uterus, they could create
then you compete against women.
I don't care what their chromosomes are. I don't care what their testosterone level is.
Yeah.
All right. Were they born with any male genitalia? If the answer is no, then I don't care what their testosterone is.
It's cool for you to be a male freak, right? But if you're a female freak, then you get labeled a freak. Like, Adrian Peterson was a freak. But it's cool with men.
Adrian Peterson is just different. Like, he's just built different. Like,
LeBron James is a freak.
LeBron James is what?
But if you're a female freak, then we got to call you the opposite sex.
LeBron James has the athleticism and the size of the male human in the year 3030.
Yeah.
Like, he's just more advanced.
But
that's the way it is.
I want to be clear for anyone freaking out right now on the text and YouTube. If there was a surgical change and that is used for a competitive advantage, that's wrong and should be disqualified and not allowed to compete. If that's the case, we don't know.
I feel like where this is heading ultimately is going to be in future stuff. You're going to see, and it's going to be wildly controversial to be the next thing, but you're going to see the standard becomes like you're going to need a doctor's evaluation, basically. like that they are going to physically evaluate.
Like
you.
Choppy's physical later today.
Yeah.
Pedal to the metal, continuing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so that is the Khalif and Tank situation. Now, how about this? What about breakdancing, Sean?
Oh, man, this video was amazing.
So there's an Olympian/college professor.
I thought you were going to OnlyFans, and I was going to ask you, which are you going to pay for Khalif's OnlyFans?
There you go. That's one way to find out.
Sean Khalif. We'll find out.
So breakdancing was in the Olympics, and there is a lady from Australia, college professor, going viral for people what they're saying is the absolute funniest work breakdancing performances ever. It was amazing. And I did watch some of this. How this is an Olympic sport, I do not know. I mean, put ballroom dancing in here, not ball dancing. Jeez. Ballroom dancing in the Olympics.
Left that topic.
You want to throw ballroom dancing in? Fine. West Coast swing, the waltz. You want to throw the waltz in there? Do that. If breakdancing is an actual Olympic sport. I thought this was awful. Awful television. Great television, but awful television.
And the girl, it wasn't even cool, fast,
I know.
funny. I mean, it was funny. It's funny breakdance. Well, I wasn't like, whoa, this is a skill. This is awesome.
It was like watching a Napoleon Dynamite up there.
Yes.
That's what it was. And then last one, Bobby, I don't know who saw this one coming, but 3 German swimmers got very sick after swimming in the Seine or the Seine River from the duty water. This poop water is just disgusting. Can we please put these poor Olympians, who 2 of them wound up in the hospital.
That water looked dirty, too.
It looked disgusting. They're being treated in the hospital for nausea, vomiting, diarrhea from the duty water in this stupid river. Can we just put these poor Olympians in a pool? Like, are they going to have them swim in this same event when they go to L.A., in the L.A. River, where the T-1000 drove the big rig through in Terminator 2?
No, did you see what yesterday they were saying will be L.A.'s version of the Seine River will be clean enough to swim in? L.A. is saying their 2028 Olympics will be a no-car games. You are only going to be able to access the Olympics by public transportation. They are banning cars from the streets for the Olympics.
Ooh.
So in 4 years, we'll hear about that meltdown.
Wow. Pedal to the metal with Ralph James Choppy for the Monday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. What do we think of the new kickoff, and what grade is Nick Eatman giving Trey Lance?
post-mortemkits.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now Lance in, Cooper back to throw, deep ball left, Jalen Brooks at the 15-yard line. One-on-one coverage by Cameron McCutcheon, a rookie, and Jalen Brooks with a big play, and that's 43 yards and a first down.
Cooper Rush getting it done with the bomb. Trey Lance, what do y'all think? Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the home of the Cowboys as they lose to the Rams yesterday, 13-12 on DFW Sports Station. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpieces coming up at 9:40. Out to Oxnard with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And I was watching the pregame. They were honoring Nick. Well, not really any special honor or anything. They just acknowledged it. They said it quickly. 25 years. Was that yesterday? 25-year anniversary working for the Cowboys?
Yes, August 11th. Yeah, I say it every year, but this year you're at 25. And it was really cool because I showed a couple of people this photo of me in 1999 interviewing Jerry, and they recreated the pic. They showed it to Jerry, and he not really recreated it because he just started talking, but it was a cool pic of us on the sideline. So 25 years later, it's pretty neat.
So 25 years.
I want to see that pic because I was just about to say you don't age.
Oh, I think I do.
Oh,
you need to see the photo. I can send it to you.
So Nick, I was when I saw your 25 years, I was like, oh, I know the thing I'm going to ask him. What has been your most thoroughly Dallas Cowboys day working there in 25 years? The day where it's like, this is insane. Like there's so much going on here. Is it the the TO overdose? Would that be the one?
I mean, I don't want to get
million reasons.
Yeah, I mean, that was up there. That was crazy. You know, when you find yourself we went down to where he lived and was trying to talk to him. I don't remember. Not to get kind of sad on it, but it's hard to not think about the 2009, May 2nd, 2009, when the practice facility collapsed on us when we were in there. Like that was pretty unbelievable. But not to bring it down like that. But people say, wow, 25 years, you've seen it all, and I correct them about the NFC Championship game. But but it's been a blessing, honestly. And Jerry really said some great things to me on the field, just about just taking advantage of the opportunity, and and because I was this young guy working for the website that hadn't even really started yet, and so it was really cool. It was a cool moment. It was a cool day, all the way around.
Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Speaking of Jerry on the field, with your pregame TV coverage, what did you make of what he had to say about Lamb after last week's comments?
Yeah, he needed, he wanted to clarify a little bit, and basically, I guess what he was saying was, we don't need him right now.
Look at these photos look at this of Nick Eatman. He just sent it to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What
a young buck.
Yes.
Back when he was, so how long did you wear the suit and tie for?
I don't remember how that went. I mean, but I remember that day. And I don't know why I'm looking like this. And I don't know why I'm kind of looking off like I'm disinterested, like I'm looking at somebody else, like I'm pulling the Clarence Hill where you interview someone and then you're looking to see what else is. I mean, it's Jerry Jones. I mean, what else? Who else are you waiting for?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how long I did that, but
sorry, I threw things off.
Yeah, it's okay. I think, he's saying there's no sense of urgency because nothing matters right now. I don't need you to play these games. I don't need you to really practice right this second. So I don't think his urgency is there to get it done because I don't think he feels like he's missing anything. It's the same with Zach Martin. And then there's going to be that point in time when they're like, all right, let's get it done. And there will be a sense of urgency.
Your headline on DallasCowboys.com. The number one topic, of course, is Trey Lance, and your headline is not many mistakes or plays from Trey Lance. Assess his game for us through your eyes.
Yeah, I just thought, he missed a lot of throws, even the ones they caught. His receivers were having to do a lot of work for him.
Yeah.
Nothing was, I mean, he wouldn't have gotten along with Terrence Williams very well, who wanted the ball right in the chest. Like, there was none of that going on. It really was. It was just so inaccurate. And even the screen passes and things like that, just nothing was easy for the receivers. And I honestly thought he was going to play better. I really did. I thought he would have some moments where he would struggle with accuracy, but he would also command the offense and make a little bit more plays with his legs, and then hit a few passes here and there. And with all that time, I thought he would do a lot better than that. And so that was a little disappointing. And I say that about the mistakes. I mean, there was another guy throwing interceptions left and right. But did Stetson Bennett have like the Tony Romo game against the Bills? I mean, is that pretty much what happened?
Similar, yeah.
And I actually remembered, and it wasn't just that Romo game, it was the one against the Raiders that I always loved talking about 20 years ago, when it looked like he was going to get cut and he had a terrible game. But after that interception got called back, I was like, I looked at Derek Eagleton next to me, I go, he's going to go win the game. There's no doubt about it. Now he's done this, he's going to get another chance, he's going to go win the game, and they did. But I want to see even more. Trey Lance, I'd do it again. I think he should start. I don't need to see anything of Cooper Rush anymore. He's going to be ready. He's steady Eddie. He's good to go. He's your backup, no doubt about it. Let this guy start, and whoever's going to play in the first team, give him as much reps as he possibly can with them. But it was a little disappointing, I thought, in the first time out.
Totally agree. So was he at least on time with his throws? Was he making the right reads? Like, it's tough to tell on TV.
Yeah, it not really. I mean, the passes, they weren't on time. I mean, even the slants, the screens, I just felt like every time I looked up, Flournoy and Cropper were having to jump here and go back here, and the ball just wasn't there. It just looked like it was 3.5 quarters of rust. And let's be fair about that. I mean, he hadn't played since last year, and I should have done this research. You guys know, did he even play in the preseason last year with the Niners? He might have. He didn't play the last game, of course, because he got traded to Dallas, but he might have played a game or two before that. I'm not really
Bobby
sure.
will find it in a second.
Yeah, but either way, we're talking about a full year of not playing in the game, and it looked that way. It really did. It looked rusty. But I'm looking forward to seeing him again then next week in Vegas.
Nick, we've talked about these, and we're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. We talk about how we all want to see him play the entire game, and we want to see get him all the reps he needs. Do these games, without first teamers in there with him and everything else, do these games really matter to the Cowboys, do you think, in their evaluation of Trey Lance, or are they more concerned with what they see from him at practice and what they're seeing in those situations?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I do think the games, matter a little more than practice, but you're right, it's who's around them. If he's going to get any first team reps at practice, then that matters. Or when they go up against the Rams and things like that, obviously a big deal there. But I just think reps are reps. I mean, some are more than others. I get that. But anytime he can get out there, the game matters. The lights are on. Want to see how you perform there. Because we saw it with Dak, obviously when his rookie year. But as I keep pointing out that this is not the same. I mean, this is his 4th year, and he was the 3rd overall pick. So this is not like, well, Dak was a gamer. That was rookie Dak. This is a guy that he should be a lot further along than this. And so I don't know. He's not. I've been saying this too. He's not going to be the backup. I mean, there's no way he's the backup quarterback. He's not been better than Cooper Rush in any play. So now he's just got to figure out if the Cowboys, want him on the team, and if he should be a guy that should be on this team, and when the roster spots get cut down. I think he will, though. I think he'll play better in these next 2 games.
Nick, by the way, Trey Lance did play in the preseason last year. Yeah, an efficient 22 of 33 for 2 touchdowns.
Not bad.
Nick, what else?
22 of 33?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What else jumped out to you from yesterday, if anything? And how serious is the Udoga injury?
Well, he's in a walking boot yesterday. Then again, I mean, walking boots, we've been told around this summer, that doesn't always mean a lot. But he was in a boot. Looked like it. I heard toe and foot, but that could be. I thought it was serious enough to pull out Tyler Guyton for the rest of the game, because he only got that one series in the first half, but then he came back in the second. We'll see. I mean, I would imagine this could be the rest of the preseason type of thing for him. Marquise Bell, obviously 9 tackles. I mean, that stood out the way he played there and got the interception. I thought he was really good. I thought, I like Willie Harvey, 55. I think he's going to make it interesting for them at linebacker. But there wasn't not a lot of other guys that did anything, really. I mean, as a Brevin Spanford and John Stevens, they look like they got a little something there at tight end. It's going to be interesting to see how they cut that position down. I thought it was nice to see Hunter Lipke basically lining up at tight end in the first couple of plays of the game. He looks like an H-back type of role that they're creating for him. So that whole tight end fullback thing is going to be really fun to watch. But the running back, Malik Davis didn't do a whole lot. I mean, there wasn't just a lot of great plays. I tweeted out, I'd like to see touchdowns with the football that I'm watching, and I didn't see any. It was kind of meh. And the defense gave them a lot of opportunities. That's the thing. You get 4 interceptions like that, and you only get 4 field goals. That's not good.
Thumbs up or thumbs down for the new kickoff?
It was fine. Thumbs up because I know it's still vanilla. It's gonna be fun to see the new wrinkles and things like that. But I'm a fan of the play. I like the kickoff return, and if whatever brings it back to the point where now we have to go sit. Don't go get something to eat or drink in the press box. Watch the kickoff, and I think that's gonna be fun because I do enjoy that play. It's a really fun play.
Are you able to explain it?
For how long? What are you giving me?
Dude, Bones Fossil went.
I saw that.
This guy, he did it in the media tent when we were in Oxnard, and then he went with Kyle Yeomans. Oh, what a dude!
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
You don't have to explain it.
Yeah, I was just seeing if you knew the rule.
Nick,
I know the rule. I know the rule, but it is weird when you're like, where's the ball going to be? And it's like, it could be at the 40 if you don't kick it to the landing zone. It could be at the 30 if you kick it out of the landing zone and out of the end zone. It could be at the 20 if you can dribble it into the end zone, and it'll be at the 10 if they basically get a holding penalty at the 20-yard line and it's back to the 10. I mean, it could be anywhere. I mean, that's what, I guess what makes it kind of fun is you never know where the ball's going to start.
Nick, thumbs up, thumbs down on Mazi Smith's performance yesterday, who we're hearing that he's had better practices out in Oxnard recently.
Yeah, I just don't even put the hand out. I mean, it's not even a thumbs down or a thumbs up. It was just whatever. I watched it, and he's got to fight off those double teams, and the whole defensive line was not good there. They were getting kind of pushed around at times in the tackle position. That seems like one they got to get more depth in here. I don't think you've got all your defensive tackles on the roster here. So to answer the question about him, I thought he was okay, but and maybe with Osa next to him, it would be better. But he's got to just show more of that grit and that strength that I keep hearing about, and I just feel like they can wall him off if they want to. But behind him, there's not much there either. So they've really, to me, this is a position that's got to be addressed.
Thank you, brother. Congrats on 25. Get some sleep.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I will. Thanks, guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with Kevin from Garland and the rest of the KMC Masterpiece next.
Let's get you over to A.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the MC.
Where's the enthusiasm? I haven't seen you in this room in a while.
I just saw you.
I said in this room
48 hours ago. I was trying to come in cool and smooth.
I told your wife that I was heartbroken that the baby didn't come, but I understood why the baby wasn't there.
So I can get CPS called on me?
No, I just really wanted to see the baby.
You know, I already brought out my 4-year-old, and he was sweating to death.
When's he going to get a haircut, by the way?
What's that?
When's he going to get a haircut?
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
is that subtle there?
Wow. Listen, no.
Welcome to our side,
Everyone else
Corey.
said my kid was
Adorable.
beautiful and
He's an
good-looking.
adorable child. But is that a you thing or is that an Amanda thing?
It's a lazy thing. He needs a haircut.
Okay, all right.
It's true.
Because
You're lucky that insult was accurate.
Adrian's was always like, let their hair grow, and I was like, they need flat tops. You know, I was like,
no. He needs a haircut.
I thought you were going to be very stringent, high and tight, just like, you know.
Well, he's a pain in the ass. I can't. We can't just like any kid.
He's
like
4.
We're not like, hey, we're going to the barbershop. You're gonna sit there for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and be cool. It's like you know,
negotiation and demands.
Yeah, it's like a rodeo.
Yeah, it's a
roping
rodeo.
this kid down.
Get the old buzzers out, just do it yourself, right? That's what we did. We did that one time. With my
He's
kids.
too good looking for me to mess up.
He's a handsome kid.
Mess up his
Handsome
hair.
kid.
Thanks, I guess, Corey.
My favorite part is you go, you're lucky that insult was accurate. Is that how you? I know
That's
I
how
like
I view
it.
life.
I think that's tremendous.
You know, is there truth to what you're saying? And
Sure.
I give you props. He needs a damn haircut.
That's why you've always given me a pass on the dark roast, Hagee, is because you say, is it true? If
Yes.
it's true, you can say it.
Where were your children?
So the older one was working, and then Jess asked about bringing Noah out because they had like another event. And I go, yeah, by the time you get here, I don't think I'll be here too much longer, and it's super, super hot.
Oh.
And so I
Well,
recommended...
hot enough for my baby, my newborn.
I recommended that they don't come out there. But then I ended up being there longer than I thought I would.
Yeah, my kids, my middle and youngest were swimming, and then my oldest went to go see Deadpool. Here's a question I have.
I can't wait to see your kids for me to give you an observation.
Oh yeah, my oldest, just wait. Yeah, he needs a haircut for sure.
When's he get his eyebrows plucked?
He went to go to see Deadpool, and
I don't know that he's bad. I'm just joking.
They got denied. So he's 16, and I guess it's rated R.
17.
17. Yeah. And so he got
His kid's 16. You know his kid's age?
No, I'm saying
doesn't.
No. I'm
Did
saying
you correct
you
his
have
kid?
to be
rated R.
17 to get into rated R.
And so he went and he bought the ticket, and as they're walking through, didn't buy it online, bought it from the people at the front, and got to the ticket counter, and the dude was like, I got to see your IDs. And so all 4 of the kids, they had IDs. I don't remember like the last time.
I like that.
I don't think that ever happened to me. I always got into rated R movies.
That happened to me at The Departed. I bought tickets to The Departed, and then they sold them to me, and then we walked up, and they're like, no, you can't.
God, I think I was 30 when
Because they
came
thought
out.
you were underage?
I was 17, or I was 16. I wasn't 17
God.
Hold on. How old are you now?
yet. 35.
Is that true?
Departed was only 19 years ago?
They're like,
I
sir,
don't
Departed
think
was
so.
06. It was 2006. I hadn't turned 17
like, sir,
yet.
you're wearing a hoodie out
Yeah,
today.
it's July.
You're old enough to
Literally
be
1,000
making
degrees out here.
conscious decisions. What up, Mikey?
Hello.
How have you
don't question
been?
me. That's right. You can side eye all you want. Don't question me.
I feel like I haven't seen you for how long would it be?
It'd be a month almost.
About this.
Last
a month.
Friday?
You have questions
Actually-
about
No, go ahead.
last Friday?
He was
Wasn't
out
it?
last week.
No, I know, but the last Friday.
No,
No,
we
I
were
mean in
California.
person.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, clearly had an impact on you.
It'd be July
Clearly did.
24th was the last time we saw him. So that's
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's nice that you know that so quickly.
Well, it was the day we flew up.
I'm glad you remember that.
What's coming up on the show?
Big brain.
Big brain choppy. Which Cowboys earned a spot, if any, yesterday? Probably none.
Trey Lance.
And also our new Olympic segment,
Oh, why are you saying it like this?
Conundrum.
Conundrum.
I like it.
You decided a new segment
Every
for
day.
the final day.
Every Olympics, we had a new segment.
Every day.
Every
Oh,
day,
you
different
did?
times.
Yeah.
They renamed. Yeah, he renamed the segment every single day. And this
Last
is the
time it
last
was
one.
We the Steeple.
That's really impressive that
Thank
you
you.
guys have a new intro for that every day.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. We just have a different title.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're not pre-produced intro like we have.
We don't have a
Oh.
producer.
We'll have
Oh.
a producer at some point.
I wouldn't insult Reggie like that.
Our producer didn't make the open anyway, so don't worry.
You didn't either.
Reggie said he didn't take it as an insult.
AI.
He's not doing the work.
AI should be
AI
a
did it.
producer.
Oh, that would be cool.
AI is just doing everything for us.
We talk about practice.
Sean, no, not that AI.
Oh,
Were the Olympics better than what you thought? I'm leaving with a more positive impression of what I thought it was going to be.
Totally. I thought they were pretty good. And like the ratings were through the roof, at least early on. Pat Doney was like, dude, because NBC, he was like, the ratings are just skyrocketing. Now, everything was down in 2021 with Tokyo. Of course, like they were like
no crowds.
Well, it was also so far
The time difference.
This was like, I think France is like 6 hours from the Eastern time zone. It's like 7 or 8 hours from, Central and Mountain. So it's like not that bad.
The gold medal win over France, Bobby retweeted, drew 19.5 million viewers, most watched since the 96 Atlanta Olympics. It peaked at 22.7 million.
It's like a Caitlin Clark game. Just a regular old Caitlin Clark
The men's
game.
or the women's?
The men's.
The men's? Okay.
I have to imagine the women's will get a pretty big rating too, right?
Yeah.
That game was super exciting.
Not the first half. That was awful.
It was very competitive.
Good. Yeah, very competitive. That's a nice way. Should Steph or LeBron have won Olympics MVP?
LeBron.
Is there such thing?
Yep.
I didn't know
We
either.
didn't know there was either, but there
Who
is.
won it?
LeBron.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I mean, Steph, that last 2 minutes was special.
Last two games.
That was special to watch. But yeah, LeBron did all the other stuff. He did everything. He filled every other crack from there. He was like, I'm perfectly fine with that dude scoring all the points. I'll just do everything else from there.
I thought the defense that he played on Jokic when they
Stop being a
switched
child,
up
Bobby.
in the semis was really top notch.
When he couldn't defend him?
No, he
he
did. They switched off of Embiid some.
Dude, it's just the level of moral support I feel like Jason Tatum gave that basketball team, though. Like, really carried it. Look, I sent articles in my prep about support, Sean. You know that. And how it carried certain Olympic teams here. And so that's what it did with the basketball
Was
team.
your favorite then Tyrese Halliburton's tweet?
Yes.
Yes, honestly, just compare the differences. Tyrese Halliburton takes a picture with his gold medal, and he says, when you do nothing on the group project, and you still get an A. And then Jason Tatum is sharing on his Instagram story screenshots of tweets saying, we will avenge Jason Tatum.
Oh, no.
He got 11 minutes. It's not like he didn't play.
Oh,
he did.
nice.
He did play 11 minutes.
He didn't play in the semifinal. I think there was two
games.
he didn't play at all.
2 games.
But there are matchups, and I just do think when all the superstars get together, it's interesting to see like the separation of who's really the big dogs.
Yeah.
All right. This was LeBron, Durant, and Steph on one tier. And then, I mean, in Steve Kerr's eyes, Devin Booker was on that second tier along with who else?
Dude, even
Anthony Edwards.
But even Anthony Edwards got pushed back like, yo, man, like know your role, right? When we're watching regular season and playoffs, it's like this guy's giving it to Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns. Here's the dream team or whatever you want to call it. And it's like, take a back seat. You're a role player. You're a role guy around here with everyone else.
Embiid was big down the stretch against Serbia. And he leaned into the whole villain arc there with those crowds, like just loving it. So,
and he's going to play for another country next time. Nice little flip-flop right there.
Yeah, because he can, right? He has the ability to play
for France again?
Is that where he was?
I think also
Cameroon, right?
And he can also play for another country too. Like I think he has 4 choices.
I would just go do that, man.
That's what Marcus Stroman has done in the World Baseball Classic. He played for the United States in his prime, and now that he's not good enough for that, he's played for like 3 other countries.
He's the James Harden of the Olympics.
I mean, boy, I'll tell you, he is a maddening pitcher to watch.
Who?
Stroman. He is a nibbler, man. Like I don't think he throws a fastball anymore. If he does, his fastball is 83. Because everything seems to be like a change-up low. Everything. It's maddening to watch that guy pitch.
Did you work Rangers pre and post?
Saturday.
How much did this series? How much life did this series take out of you? If you're looking at the phone charger, a little bit.
Oh, I was
good
done.
amount.
I was done after the Houston loss on Thursday. No, Wednesday. They had a. I can't. remember.
Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
The Fromber game or the one after?
Just
was the last
that they
Houston
lost the
game.
series. I'm it's over. Like at this point, they have to go 30-13, I believe, to get to 85 wins, which probably won't do it. They're not going 30-13.
Nope,
to me, I talked about it on Friday. This is now about 2025. I want them to change their mentality. I'll just bring it up. I'll bring it up again in Baseball Nuggets. 16 hits on the game they won. And I'm glad they played a doubleheader. I think they would have got swept if they didn't have a doubleheader.
Oh, really?
Like, I think the doubleheader, because 70% of the time you're going to split. Like, it's very rare that a team sweeps the doubleheader day. So, I mean, the odds are, no matter how bad the team is and how good the team is, you'll usually split a doubleheader. 16 hits in that game that they won. 14 of them were singles. They are the last, and by far the last team in doubles this year in Major League Baseball. Worse than the White Sox, worse than the Rockies, worse than whatever team you want to say. They have the least amount of doubles in all of baseball, and it's by far. I have to see if we can steal second base. Now, Bruce Bochy does not like stealing second base. In his history of managing, he does not like stealing. He just doesn't believe in it. Unless it's a free base, I'm not stealing. I need them because they're a singles team, and the future probably suggests they're a singles team. Evan Carter's not on the team because he's hurt. Wyatt Langford can run. Fail at stealing, fine, but we have to learn how to steal second base. Marcus Semien under Chris Woodward stole, I want to say, 25 bags. So did Adolis Garcia. Most likely Adolis isn't on the team in 2025. But if he is, I need Wyatt Langford to steal 30 bags next year. I need Evan Carter, if he's healthy, to steal 30 bags next year. I need Marcus Semien, and if Adolis Garcia are on the team, I need them to steal 20-plus bags next year.
So I get why Bochy didn't want to do that before, but with the new bags, why has he not changed his philosophy?
I just think there's a belief of, I'm not going to give possibly a free out.
Did he identify his team wrong, too? Did he not recognize that they're just a single-hitting team and not the same team?
I think the first 60 games of last year and the homers and the doubles, and then they repeated it in October.
Right.
So he goes into the season going, why would I steal? Even though they've made the rules much more favorable to steal, why would I do it if I have all of these guys? Last year, I believe Seager led the American League. It might have been all of baseball, but in his limited games, he led the American League, if not the major leagues, in doubles last year. Right now, I think he's tied for 31st in Major League Baseball in doubles because he has 15, and I might just be it might just be American. Like, they don't hit doubles. I'm not saying Seager's having a bad year overall. I think he has 40 extra base hits. Last year, in 119 games, he had 42 doubles.
Yeah, if you would have made that change after last year, they were third in home runs in all of baseball last year. We'd be like, are you stupid? Like, how did you win all these championships? So now they're 17th in home runs. So do you?
That's actually better than I would have guessed.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So do you do it if you're like...
And last in doubles, and I bet close to last in triples.
Yeah.
So I just think you have to change your philosophy. We have to try to steal bases. You'll see the Boston Red Sox do this possibly tonight through Wednesday, and they're a better offensive team. They hit the ball further, they hit more doubles. Man, are they aggressive on the bases, and they will put pressure on you. They'll hit and run, they'll steal. And it's like, we have to do that. We do not have an offensive team. We are a below average offensive team, and in that way, you have to now steal, hit and run, bunt. You have to do those things to try to generate runs.
You think Jarren Duran will be doing a lot of that, Kevin?
Man, that apology came out really quickly.
As it should have.
Yeah.
Red Sox PR is like, like they were on that fast.
Sometimes I wonder, and this may be a conversation for another day, do people like those kind of apologies that feel like I plugged in like a Mad Lib apology of like, here's the things? Or do you want him to like talk like a real human being and be like, that was really effing stupid?
I thought when I heard Sean this morning, when I heard you say your friend was like, he'll never buy a drink again here
in Boston.
If he just came out and was like, you know what, I say that all the time, I shouldn't have said it this time so loud. Would people be like, you know what? I'm all right with that guy.
We're in a new age of reacting to sensitive information. People may be more down for it. I don't know. It might not be. Well, now you want to shut your mouth. You want to be a little smart ass with your comments throughout all crosstalk.
I just didn't have
now,
the best.
Now you want to bite your tongue.
I just didn't have anything real smart ass to say there.
All right. The KMC Masterpiece is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Wait, chapter.
could compromise the power grid, resulting in rolling blackouts. You can avoid losing power this summer by having Mr. Electric install a backup home generator that will prevent your home from losing power and being left in the dark. Visit Mr. Electric Dallas or MrElectricFortWorth.com and ask about installing that backup home generator.
We're Mr. Electric. We have the power to make things better.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick. And for the final week of his 105.3 The Fan career, it is Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
You don't know that it's his final week of his career at the Fan.
That's a good point.
It's like when Eric Nadel says they're down to their final strike, and I'm like, but what if they get a hit, and then they're going to have 3 more strikes at least?
For the time being, until he decides to end his successful Houston run.
Or die.
Oh, my God.
We all die. It happens.
The last week of Reggie at the Fan. Hey, guys.
What?
Reggie, I don't know if you've heard, you're leaving us.
Oh, my goodness.
And a lot of people are sad about it.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about that?
Thank them for their kindness and concern and things of that nature. And try and do the best show that we can for the week.
Is their biggest concern for you that you have to live in Houston? Is that what it is?
That's what it sounded like for a lot of folks, which don't worry about it. I already have experience in that regard.
He does have some experience there. So that is a thing. What is their
Go ahead.
What's their expectation for you? That you're going to be successful, everything's going to work out for you though?
I imagine. I feel like when you hire somebody, you expect it to work out.
Not the people that hired you, the fans, the Tolos. Those are the people that matter, not the people that
I think
hire
I'll be
you.
dead to them, honestly.
Oh yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
Agreed.
Yep.
All right, here comes Mike to dunk on the Cowboys.
Not dunk. Did the preseason game go so bad that on ESPN right now they're showing highlights of the Packers destroying the Cowboys in the playoffs, and they're already putting Bill Belichick as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys next year?
Because that's what Asante Samuel said, and every evening they're like, please God, somebody just say something about the Cowboys. Like you could, if you're a former player or coach, that'd be great. If you're even kind of connected to the NFL, that'll work just fine. Please say something about the Cowboys. And he did. He's like, I think Bill Belichick is going to coach the Cowboys next year. And they were like, yes, we got a bunch of segments taken care of.
So that is still one of my questions. I think I've asked you this, Kevin. Is that going to be over Mike McCarthy's head all season long?
See, I think it is.
It's the first preseason game and it's being brought up.
But I also think that would be the case if he had like 2 or 3 years left on his deal. I think this exact same conversation is happening. I don't think it's
Why
happening.
not Sean Payton?
I mean, because he's doing so great.
Yeah, but like Jerry could go get him. You know, he could just go trade picks
because
for
he's
him.
the same as Mike McCarthy.
I just came up with Mike likes it. I've been thinking about this for a while.
Nice.
Mike likes
2 hours and 40
yes.
minutes.
At 12:45, I'm going to tell you who I think the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys will be next year.
Okay. I'm looking forward to that.
Can you just talk about the Dirk thing instead?
No. I think that this will be, I'm going to tell you something. I think
I'm
you
in
guys
on
will
this
be entertained
content.
by this.
Interesting.
And I think that there is a strong possibility this, and nobody has brought this up. Literally, I will be the first person to bring this up, I think. Unless
I
you
think
guys-
I know what it is.
Okay.
I
There you go.
think
Because
I
I've told
know
you
what it
before
is,
what I
yeah.
think, who I think the next head coach will be. But it's 12:45, and I do think that this is a strong possibility.
Is he suggesting that Tom Landry has been frozen all this time?
I can't
and they're
say
gonna
until
bring him back?
12:45. I know the answer.
That's my guess.
But I can't say.
That's my guess.
One way or another. Let's go to cut number 1. And hey, the offense did some stuff.
Now Lance in. Cooper back to throw. Deep ball left. Jalen Brooks at the 15-yard line. One-on-one coverage by Cameron McCutcheon, a rookie, and Jalen Brooks with a big play. And that's 43 yards and a first down.
43 yards right there. Now, if you cared, which maybe you do, the Cowboys lost to the Rams 13-12. in the preseason opener. They have not won a preseason opener since 2017.
When was the last time they scored a touchdown in the preseason?
Hey, Brandon Aubrey looks good.
That was expected, Kevin.
Eric Scott got an interception. Jalen Brooks made that big catch right there.
Brandon Aubrey should get the Brian Anger treatment next
How did
week.
we punt?
He didn't punt. Brian Anger decided to take the week off.
We went for it on fourth down every time.
Oh no, Tommy Townsend was kicking the mess out of that ball.
Was the guy. But we did go for it a few times on fourth down. That is true.
So my question, and I feel like Corey is not going to feel great about this.
Actually, I think I'm wrong.
Cowboys, if any, earned a spot on the roster thanks to their preseason performance against the Rams. And this is, of course, Cowboys who you didn't already think were
okay,
because
I was going to say, like, Cooper Beebe was really good. But I already considered him on the roster. Okay, all right. So these are guys that weren't probably on the roster for
Eric
you.
Scott got an interception.
Eric Scott, he also got picked on a little bit and had the dumb play where he had the penalty for hitting somebody out of bounds.
Yeah.
And Stetson Bennett went after him a few different times and was successful there. He wasn't as sticky as I wanted him to be, but he was physical, and then he did get the interception. That's one of those questions where I'm like, okay, was that good? Because that's a very competitive position. Like Butler had to play down the sideline. It was the kind of the Jalen Brooks 43-yard play that we saw too, where I thought it was a pass interference. They didn't call it. He got his hand right over the shoulder, right underneath the neck, and made a good play there. There was some really good play from the cornerbacks in this game. So I thought that there were a lot. I don't think anything was resolved in the backup cornerback area for me, Kevin, because I think everybody was pretty good.
Were you fascinated at all to see our guy T-Billy on the kick returns? Because, look, we've been advocating for him making the team. I understand from a numbers point of view, it could be tough for him to make the team outright as a wide receiver. Did that pique your interest at all? You're like, hey, maybe this is the way he figures it out.
Before we answer that, I did watch the first half.
Okay. Well, what did you think?
Here's my question based off of what you just said about T-Billy. Do you think the majority of teams are just going to kick it out of bounds or kick it through the end zone and just start at the 30?
Fascinating. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about it because.
But that's when I saw the first half, I know that's not answering your question, but it feels like maybe teams are just going to be like, we're not going to try to hit it in this zone. We're just going to start on the 30.
Yeah, I mean, like the Chiefs are still figuring out. Please tell me you saw that.
No, I did not. I know the Chiefs and Jags.
They like kind of grabbed the ball at the 1 and then took a knee, but he was in the end zone, and so it was a safety. And awesome. So, like, not everybody's gotten the rules figured out.
My Duncanville guy, I think Barry Foster, by accident in the early 1990s, he went to Arkansas. I remember asking Stephen Jones about him as a teammate. He's like, Arkansas's best player. He's like, I don't even remember who I'm talking. I was like, were you even on the team in Arkansas? Like, Barry Foster was your best player. Barry Foster forgot the rules and thought it was more like a punt and it was a kickoff and let the ball roll into the end zone and thought like, well, it's a touchback like a punt, except the other team went down and got the ball and they're like, touchdown other team.
I saw.
Go ahead.
Just as long. Hey, hold on. One more thing, Corey. I was at a Fort Worth Nolan John Paul II game once, and it was like 42-0. And this John Paul player.
Because John Paul was up so much?
No.
All right.
And this John Paul player fielded a kickoff at the 5, saw there was no blocking for him. He backed up into the end zone and took a knee, which is obviously a safety. And then they threw a flag and said Fort Worth Nolan was offsides in the kickoff. And I was like, what? That was like 15 seconds ago.
Dude,
they had to bail that kid out.
That's also how I felt at the end of the first half. I was like, come on, just end this first half, please. T-Billy, yes, Kevin, but I also was sad that I didn't see him enough in the getting actual offensive snaps.
Fair.
But I feel like maybe they were like, look, we got this Brooks kid that we drafted that was been on our practice squad that we wanted to see how he does. We got Cropper doing well, so we want to see how he does. Maybe it just wasn't available to him. Maybe they were like Trey Lance, who are the dudes that you trust, and then we're going to give you an opportunity to work with these guys the most, even if you're not going to throw to them and you're barely going to get the ball to Rico Dowdle out of bounds over here or Malik Davis. But I felt like I wanted to see more of him in the offense. Maybe that'll happen next week.
Is it weird, and maybe it's because you gave up something for him, maybe it's the position. Is it weird at a time where we're like, man, you're going to maybe get rid of some players you really like, that it feels like Trey Lance is on the team no matter what? As your third quarterback?
Yeah, it is weird that you're basically like developing a quarterback in real time, who's had a chance, was a first round pick, but like that's always been said, those guys will continue to get those opportunities because of where they were picked and because somebody saw something in them. Jerry Jones says this all the time, doesn't he?
Sure.
If you've seen them do it once, they can do it again. And they have a history of taking former first-round picks and using them and getting them to something. I think, Kevin, honestly, what Trey Lance did or did not do on Sunday was probably the best thing for him.
Okay.
It was neutral.
Okay.
It was nothing flashy, and if it was flashy, what would we be arguing about today? Hey, man, he looked really good. And then people would go, it's a preseason game against third stringers. And so there's no controversy there. He didn't make any like real poor mistakes where he threw lots of interceptions or anything. He was just a mid quarterback that still has work to do. He looks like he's a training camp quarterback.
He didn't throw the ball very far either.
He didn't. I don't know why he didn't uncork it. He never did uncork it and let it go, and I was kind of upset about that because he's got a big arm. Even when he had the chance, Mike McCarthy was like, just throw the ball down the field.
Yeah,
just the Hail Mary right here, just throw it down the field. He was like, check down, baby. And I was like, I don't know, man. So, yeah, I would like to see a little more of that.
The old Alex Smith game.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Maybe he can run for 65 yards for the touchdown.
What about the first play of the game? Rico, like for 8 yards.
That was good.
Running game solved.
I'm not lying. Rico Dowdle looked pretty good.
I'm sorry.
He looked pretty good on his carries.
Negative Bassick on the Cowboys again. One less yard.
Who was that? That was right behind. That was right up Brock Hoffman's backside too. So what?
Hey.
What?
How
how else are you supposed to say that? He found a hole, but he also was following up the middle on that run. So that was
Still
nice.
don't like it.
I think you made it worse.
I forgot how little Malik Davis is. Is that his name? The number 34? Malik?
Yes.
He looks like when we were running those two guys, and I get Zeke's going to be the main running back, carrying the ball 15 to 20 times a game. But when those two guys were running, I was like, oh crap, they're smaller than what I remember. Which I don't know if does that mean anything? Maybe no. They're not obviously as small as Deuce. But like I was like, oh, they're like little backs, huh?
And you know what's concerning to me is what people think is going to fix this, because I was talking with a couple of people at FanBowl, and they're like, no, I heard they're about to get Dalvin Cook. And I'm like, okay, Dalvin Cook was not good last year. If you're like, trust me though.
Adrian Peterson still available?
He's going back. Probably.
Could you imagine if we had Adrian Peterson and Zeke Elliott as our 1-2 combination?
I'm not going to lie. I would be oddly intrigued to see how that would go. I know in my heart of hearts it would go poorly, but I would kind of want to see it.
Let's do it.
Did you feel good about the defense? Because on one hand, if we're like, oh, the offense looked bad, it's a preseason game. Did you feel good about the defense, though? Because you're like, I know it's a preseason game, but man, the defense looked good.
Yes, there were things I liked about the defense and things I also did not like about the defense. Behind Marshawn Nealon and DeMarcus Lawrence, I don't know if we have any defensive ends that I trust right now. There was zero pass rush throughout pretty much the entire game. Now, whether or not that's by design or what, who knows? But I like Nealon. I thought he was pretty good. I thought Mazi had a pretty decent game too. Chauncey Golston, Kevin's favorite player, looks really like he's excited to be out there and play.
That might be the difference for him.
DeMarvion Overshown gave us exactly what he gave us in the preseason last year. And so, Clark was flying to the ball too. I thought the defense, the way that this defense is going to be constructed, very sound within its scheme. Go do your job. It's going to be a pretty good defense whenever all the rest of the talent's out there too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our new Olympic segment, Conundrum. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about men's T.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Durant, Dr. Curry, dancing on Batum. Over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger. Night. Curry unconscious in the fourth.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I believe this will be our final newly named Olympic segment. But if you have more names, maybe we can expand this out even further. Today's segment, Conundrum. So, Corey, I know you're a big fan of that one. Let's start with men's basketball. United States wins 98-87 over France, takes the gold medal, played the highlight of Steph. He was outstanding, 4 3-pointers in the span of 2 minutes and 11 seconds to close the game out. How invested were you guys in, I want to say, both the men's and the women's finals? because the viewership was the best since the gold medal game in 96, 19.5 million viewers. Now, I realize it's a one-off game, but I just wanted to compare that to the NBA Finals. NBA Finals had 11.3 million viewers.
Like on average or the last?
No, on average.
Okay.
Oh, my God. If that was all for all five.
No, I knew not all five.
Yeah.
I just didn't know like a specific game.
On average, and I realized this was a less competitive than desired for NBA Finals series, but 11.31 million viewers for this last NBA Finals and 19.5 million for the gold medal game. So best basketball ratings since 1996. So it feels like people were super invested. I have to admit, I was invested in both this and the women's basketball final quite a bit.
The women's basketball final, I watched probably the first half of it, and then I had to run a couple errands, step out for just a little bit. But it was fun. And then I got back right at the end of the game, and I was like, oh my gosh, this game's really close still. I expected them to stretch it out at some point and get away from them, but it was a lot of fun. And Asia Wilson's just really, really good to watch. The men's final, Kevin, since we were at Fan Bowl at Hurtado Barbecue.
Yes.
Fantastic barbecue, by the way. Maybe the best in DFW. You want to go ahead and say that? Let's go ahead and mark it down. I didn't see any of it until the last 2 minutes and 40 seconds of Steph. I walked into the little bar they have next door, and I walked in there. Everybody's in there. Dawson's in there. Everybody's in there watching the game. Not you, Kevin. I think you were outside still doing your job.
I recorded the game, too.
We were sitting there watching, and Steph's just unconscious, throwing the ball up from everywhere. And I was like, this is amazing. He's yelling at the crowd, I'm him, everything. And it was so much fun.
Man, not the best thing anyone yelled out to the crowd.
Yes.
So.
But it was
not the Red Sox thing. I was talking about Asia Wilson and her post game. I didn't ask for that audio because it's probably not the best, but man, we'll get to that in a minute. I was super invested in this, and I love Tyrese Halliburton's tweet after the fact. Did you see this, Mike?
Yeah, I saw that because he didn't play in any of the games. He was like, hey, got a gold medal. And
he goes, when you ain't doing nothing on the group project and still get an A, and still that has 672,000 likes the last I saw. So it's gone everywhere. I thought that was a really fun way to put something out there.
Yeah, and he was a great teammate.
Yes.
During this, and it probably has to be tough for a lot of stars for the United States. I don't think anybody else has to deal with this. No other country has to deal with, well, I'm a great player in the biggest league in the world, the best league in the world, and I don't play. Like all Serbia, France, like there's guys playing. I'm like, I don't know who this person is.
Yes.
And then one of the guys up there, because I was at Bally's during the men's game, and they're like, oh, he was with the Spurs. And I was like, is he still with the Spurs? I don't remember this kind of heavy set France guy playing. And
Yabusele?
Yeah, like, I don't know this dude at all. And they're like, I think he failed in the NBA and is already back overseas. So but he's a stud player on France. Nobody else has to deal with that. Halliburton, Tatum, whoever it is. Like there's guys that are like studs on their team, all stars in the league, and they can't play on their national team. They are on the team, which is an accomplishment in its own.
The women's soccer team kind of had that a little bit as their. Is it manager? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Their manager, she was like, I don't really know all of them so well yet, so I'm going with what I know, and she didn't make a lot of substitutions throughout the tournament. But they're stock full of talent, too, on their way to another gold.
So I did get to watch all of the men's. Yes. Well, I shouldn't say all of it because then I was on pregame, so I missed like the end of the first half, and then when we got off of pregame for game one of the Yankees game for the doubleheader, it was early on in the third quarter. So I saw most of it, super invested. We were cheering up there. That was a great game.
Wemby was looking good.
When did the women's game happen?
Yesterday morning.
Yeah, Sunday morning.
Okay, so I was probably watching church. I didn't go to church yesterday. So, yeah.
In fact.
So I didn't even know it was on. I mean, I knew that they were supposed to play that day. I wasn't invested at all. I don't even know who's on the team. So I didn't watch any of it, but I saw it was a 1-point win. That's why I asked you guys this morning. Hey, was it close? Was it like France had
Did you not see the very last play?
Not
Oh my gosh!
I haven't seen a second.
Wait, do you want a highlight of the last play?
Yeah. Do you have the last play?
Give me one moment.
Okay. Yes. So it was a very competitive game most of the way. It was kind of similar for a big chunk of the men's game, I thought. But, I mean, France had a shot time and again. It was a one-possession game down the stretch. And A'ja Wilson, who I think most people accept as the best women's basketball player on the planet, she was playing phenomenally. She had 21 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks. I want to tell you about Kalea Copper for just 1 second. I believe it's Copper.
Kalea.
Kalea Copper.
Kalea, there you go.
After the game, they asked about Copper, who scored 10 of her 12 points in the fourth quarter. And A'ja Wilson just goes, hey, how would you describe in one word Copper's game? And she goes, that bitch.
That's
and
two
then
words.
she just walked off. And I was just like, or she kind of like appreciated the moment. And then she walked away. I thought it was freaking phenomenal. The crowd, as you can guess, was very they were pro-France.
That was the coolest part about both games. Both games were home games for the opponent. And the U.S. had their opportunity to that's why Steph was doing what he was doing. That's why everybody was going so insane for him on the bench, because they knew he's in somebody else's stadium. He's in somebody else's country telling them, I'm here for you.
Yes. And so the United States went out ahead, and then there's a couple free throws that could have put it away, but didn't. It's 67-64, and France has, 3.5 seconds-ish to do something, and this is how it played out.
Kalea Copper has been Kalea Gold today. No timeouts here. Johannes up ahead. It's Williams. That was a 2. Banked it in. A 2-ball. And the United States is going to claim gold for the 8th consecutive Olympics.
So
Half a
Williams,
foot over?
Williams made an incredible shot at the buzzer, but she was trying to fake out her defender, and in doing so, she could not stop her momentum from stepping on the line. And she knew, as soon as she took the shot, it went in, and there was a couple pockets that were going crazy, but she knew. She was like, I stepped on the line, and that's what made it a 1-point game. But that would have, to Corey's point, you're half a foot away from that thing going to overtime. It was a very exciting game.
Yeah, for some reason, my brain was telling me that there were fouls on that and that she was getting shots on top of it. And and I was like, oh, what's going on here? Because I just saw, I think it was the French coach. I saw him going 2, 3, and I was like, oh my gosh, how many shots is she getting? Because I just walked in. It was a really awesome moment. It could have been a longer day right there.
That was the 61st straight win in the Olympics for the U.S. women's basketball team. They have won every gold medal since not taking it home in 1992 against Barcelona. They have won the gold medal 8 straight times. It is mind-boggling, and I have to admit, when I was watching the medal count and getting really invested about getting the most golds, I absolutely just chalk that up as an automatic gold. And I know France is like, hey, we got stuff that we're trying to accomplish. So when the game was so close, I thought, oh man, if we lose this game, this feels like the most dominant team that there is in all of Olympic team sports.
And I know that really, for you, that really messes up the medal count if they lost that, because we saw the ultimate ending here.
Disproportionately sad earlier that morning when the U.S. women's volleyball team lost to Italy, because I was like, oh, we needed that. Every gold medal count. It's actually going to impact my life whatsoever.
The global economy.
Yeah. Look out. Here it comes. But NBC Sports is saying that this is the first time there has ever been a tie for the most gold medals at the Summer Olympics, which I didn't realize.
The world is catching up.
In the history of the Olympics?
In the history of the Summer Olympics. Now, I think in the Winter Olympics, there are fewer events, and so perhaps that's been the case. But yeah, first tie for most gold medals in the history of the Summer Olympics. And the difference ended up being, well, you could argue the difference was the United States winning that basketball game. Or you could argue the difference was the United States women's volleyball team losing to Italy.
Because the women's basketball game was the final event of this Olympiad.
So you had to win it in order to do that.
Or you could argue that if the high jumper would have just said, you know what, I'll take the gold.
Okay.
I'll take the tie.
Was that the one that took, I was like, this is like Nate Robinson dunk competition. Just
it did
either
take a while,
make the dunk or just say it's over.
It did take a minute, and watching that was kind of excruciating. Honestly, he wasn't the favorite in that competition. There were many other jumpers that were already considered favorites there, but he had an opportunity. He's like, no, I'm going for the gold. I'm not settling.
Oh, but Shelby McEwen says that is not how it played out.
What do you mean?
He said it was the other guy. This is what he told the Washington Post. He said it was the other guy who came to him and said, I want to jump.
Okay.
And so because of that, he goes, I'll jump. He goes, I got kind of fatigued. I maybe would have shared it with him. But he said, I maybe would have shared it with him for sure, which definitely feels like, oh my God, I was so freaking tired. I would have shared it with you. And he goes, but I agreed to it and it was all good. But McEwen said, no. It was his opponent who's like, hey, I want to jump. And he was like, okay.
All right, fine. That's the way it's going to be.
I know, but, and I understand that, but I have to admit, at that moment, I think I would be like, hey, we don't cut the gold medal in half. We both get a gold medal. All right.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they both get a gold medal. So just take that.
Are you you've spent all this time to share a gold medal with somebody else?
But you get a full one.
Because you're going to quit?
I don't have to. Who is...
You're tired?
Okay,
you're
when
a little
you
tired?
tell that story in future years, who's looking up the outcome of the 2024 Olympic high jump to see what else happened? I have the gold medal. That's all they need to know.
What if they make you, every time you talk about it, say, I'm a co-gold medalist?
Then I'm jumping. I'm jumping.
How tough would it be for a medal maker to make half a gold, half a silver? That it's like if you
House
tie,
divided.
Yeah, like if you tie, your medal is half gold and half silver, and then they play half of your national anthem and then play the other half of the other person's
It's like,
national anthem.
okay, can you see?
No, you play half. And you know the half. You know the half mark of it.
Which part of ours do you want? Do you want the back half? Because that's where the best is. The best part is.
Agreed.
Great.
Now, a couple of other notes for you.
Say I'm not sharing a gold medal with somebody.
This I would have. I can only imagine. I'm just tired thinking about it.
You just want the gold. That's
Hell
all you're
yeah,
thinking.
I do.
Land of the Free says I can make whatever decision I want, Corey.
Good point.
Hey.
This is the third straight Olympics.
Don't tell me how to medal.
Both the United States 4x400 meter teams have won gold. For the women, it has now been more than 30 years since they didn't win a gold medal in the 4x400. So you can look at the 4x400 women's relay on the track and the women's basketball team as these are the most dominant entities in the Olympics. Also, the Chinese diving team. They're pretty damn dominant as well.
I don't think that they're allowed to splash. I feel like their splashes, they have an agreement. The splashes don't exist when they jump into the water.
That is a fact, dude. They go into the water like feathers. Just whoop.
They won all 8 of the gold medals. And the one that was close in an article I was reading from the AP said it was a decidedly un-China-like performance. And I was like, but he still won.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, oh, it was closer than you would expect.
Yeah.
So it's like USA basketball when we're like, you got a gold, but it kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. The watching them, though, there's so many times when you watch, Mike always talks about you can't will yourself in a lot of sports to just go do something. Watching the Chinese team dive looked like they just willed themselves to be better than everybody else, though.
It's true.
Because other people, they're hitting the board, they're leaned out over things, then all of a sudden you can see their splash. They're overcompensating for things just because it's a big moment. China looked like they didn't even realize they were there. They were just like, no, this is just what we do on a daily basis.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
So power rankings are out.
Oh,
You
dear.
think the Rangers are on it?
Yes.
All right, next.
This weekend, don't just...
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
There goes Leote. 2-0 pitch. That's hit deep to left field. Going back is Verdugo. He's looking up, and that one is history. A 2-run homer for Carson Kelly. It's his 8th of the year. It is his first as a Ranger. This is now an 8-6 Yankees lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
All right, you know what? I'm going to start off with that highlight before I get to power rankings and the Rangers' really bad situation for the future. So doubleheader, and then after the doubleheader, they're like, yeah, Carson Kelly, you're going to be the starting catcher on Sunday. Well, it's because there's a left-handed pitcher, and I know Jonah Heim was, no, it's the right-handed pitcher. You're just going to start on Sunday. I think it's 50-50 at best now for Jonah Heim the rest of the way. I think they're going to actually see if Carson Kelly can maybe be their everyday catcher. Not every day, like there's no such thing as an everyday catcher. You could even look at Adley Rutschman. He's the best offensive catcher for the most part in the game, and but I think it's 50-50. I think that when they traded for Carson Kelly, where Jonah Heim's numbers were and the way that they're going, it's going to be interesting on who the catcher of the Texas Rangers is in 2025. Or I think that in a perfect world, it's 50-50 that Carson Kelly and Jonah Heim are both here and they're sharing the catching duties in the future. But I believe Carson Kelly's a free agent.
Is it? He is. But is it weird that I keep thinking back to how upset, I'll just speak for myself, I was that Jonah Heim was not listed as one of the top 10 catchers, and then you see the season play out, and you're like,
yeah, they had it right.
Okay.
They knew. I'm going to be honest. MLB didn't go off of. Now, it says right now, and you're like, hey, right now he won the Gold Glove. Right now he's the World Series champ. But they were looking at it, and MLB.com, their voters on the top 10 catchers right now thought, we get what Jonah Heim did. We don't believe in Jonah Heim.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest, because he's not a top 10 catcher after what he accomplished last year. Starting all-star catcher in the American League. Throwing that on his resume too. And Major League Baseball said, no, there's 10 guys that we know are better than him.
And now he's not necessarily even the best guy in his team at that position.
Yeah. And I mean, offensively, Carson Kelly's having a better offensive year. Not by a lot, but he is.
Yeah.
And so they're looking at this, and obviously Jonah Heim will not be on if he wasn't on top 10 last year. He ain't going to be on it this year. So I look at just that highlight and the decision on Sunday to go with Carson Kelly over Jonah Heim. I don't know. Tonight he hit a home run. Doesn't he stay in the lineup?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting at about 2 o'clock today when the lineup comes out. It might be Carson Kelly starting again today off of hitting a home run yesterday and being an offensive producer, or maybe it is Jonah Heim. And then on Tuesday, it's Carson Kelly. And on Wednesday, it's Jonah Heim. And on Friday, I think they have a day off. Maybe they don't. No, I don't think they do. On Thursday, it might be Carson. Maybe it's just every other day. I don't know how Bochy's going to do it, but at best for Jonah Heim, it looks like you're in a 50-50 situation here. Well, all right. Let's go to the power rankings and what I teased. So that's just the catching situation for the Rangers. Right now, the Rangers, I'm not going to have you guess, but it's at the lowest it's ever been, and I don't know if it's ever going to trend in a positive way the rest of the season.
Can I guess anyway?
Go ahead.
25.
Close.
23.
It's 22, so it's not as bad as you thought. I will give you the teams that they say are lower. It does not have their overall season record. The Nationals are 23. Their season high is 20. Their season low is 27. Okay. It does give me where their high and low has been. The Tigers, it does have their season high was 7. That had to be early in the year. Their season low is 24. They're at 24 right now. The Blue Jays, season high 8, season low 25. A's, season high 20, season low 30. Angels, season high 24, season low 28. So they've been at the bottom most of the year. Rockies, 27 and 29 right now. They're 28. They've been at the lowest. And Marlins, season high 23, season low 30. They're at 29. And the White Sox, their high was 28. At no
all year, that's the highest they've been
on their power rankings. They're 30, and they'll stay at 30 the rest of the year. So they'll be at 30. Probably the Marlins will be at 29, I think, the rest of the way, and the Rockies will probably be at 28 the rest of the way. When I go to Tankathon, Rangers, they have the 6th overall pick right now in the draft before the before the lottery. They are a half a game. Right now, they're 1 game better than Toronto, and they're 1.5 games better than Washington. I do believe there's a real possibility when we get to September 29th and the season ends. I do think there's a real possibility the Rangers have the 4th worst record in Major League Baseball in the lottery system. Chicago and Oakland are out. By the way, Oakland has 50 wins. The Rangers have 55. I will say I think the Rangers end up with a better record than Oakland.
But the fact that we have to have you think added to that is concerning.
Oakland's better than everybody thought.
The Angels have 52 wins. The Rangers have 55. I still think the Rangers will have a better record than the Angels at the end of the year. But it's only think.
Yeah.
Not that I know. It's only that I think. Right now, the Rangers have 55 wins. Toronto and Washington have 54. Toronto made trades to kind of unload on their team. So there's a possibility that Toronto really struggles in September. Washington is an up-and-coming team.
Yeah.
Washington has young players getting better. The Rangers' only young player is Wyatt Langford.
And obviously Evan Carter.
He's not going to play.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is in 2024, there's the possibility that Wyatt Langford improves in August, September. But, I mean, I guess there's the possibility that Josh Young, who's barely played, improves because he hasn't really done anything this year.
Leote?
No.
Duran? Duran's a weird thing, man. Leote is kind of what he is, though.
So now let me get to the Rangers in general. So Max Scherzer is coming back home for further evaluation. I don't know if he's going to pitch the rest of the season, to be honest. He might be done. He might be done for his career. But he is 40.
Yeah.
Like he had he's an easy Hall of Famer. He's top 10 in strikeouts all time.
I'm sorry. I thought you said that about Evaldi. My apologies. That totally makes sense.
Yeah. No, Evaldi will pitch.
Yeah.
In his career, Evaldi's going to pitch more. I'm not sure Max Scherzer does.
Yeah.
Evaldi. Now let's get to him. They're skipping him. But I remember last year after July 18th when he started against Tampa Bay, they're like, hey, we're going to skip him a start. And then September 3rd or 4th, he came back. They're going to skip him. I'm not sure if he pitches anytime soon. So he's not pitching against Boston. It will be Malley tonight. It'll be Urania on Tuesday. And they think maybe Dunning, who pitched yesterday, but they think Dunning might be the starting pitcher on Wednesday.
This might be a question for another day then. And if you want to discuss it another day, that's fine. What does his future and market look like then? Because remember we talked about like, hey, maybe you won't get the vesting option because everyone will be like, hey, I want to try my hand at real free agency. But now when you see him hurt and slow down again, what's the market for Evaldi going to be?
I think for teams that feel like they have a chance to win it all, I think that he'll get a 3-year max. Like that'll be the most years. I think it'll be probably a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
But if you're Evaldi, I don't think he's going to get the vest for 20.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to pitch enough innings. I think he's probably going to miss 2 starts, if not 3 here. But I think a lot of teams that were very interested in him, if the Rangers decided to trade him, will be I think the Boston Red Sox will be 2 years, $36 million. That'll be my guess.
Okay.
Maybe 2 years, 40.
Okay.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, guys that are number 5 starters get 15 to 16 million. That's the issue with the Rangers. If you can't develop pitching, you have to spend at least $100 million just on a 5-man rotation.
Yeah.
And if you only have a $200 million budget, and I'm spending $100 million on 5 guys, that makes it really tough to field a really good team. You have to be able to develop starting pitching, and 2 of your guys have to be making a league minimum or close to, and the other guy has to be kind of pre-arbitration eligible. And then your 3 other guys, hopefully one is like arbitration eligible, and then you're signing 2 free agents. Like that's what you want to be. I go back to the Rangers when they were 2010, 2011. Derek Holland making no money. Matt Harrison making very little money. And what I mean by that is
Lewis wasn't making very much money.
Colby Lewis was making $2 to $3 million. And then CJ Wilson wasn't a free agent yet. When he hit free agency in after 2011, if I have my year right, in 2012, he went and signed a big contract with the Angels. But you still had him under arbitration rules in 2010 and 2011. So there's 4 of your starters right there. Rookies or close to rookies in Holland, Harrison. And then you had Colby Lewis signed from Japan, making a very small salary, and then $6 to $8 million, I'm guesstimating, on CJ Wilson because he was pre-free agent.
Yeah.
And so you only had to have one guy that you had to have free agency. So, I mean, you look at this now, and if you can't develop Jack Leiter, and you can't develop Cole Winn, and you can't develop Owen White, and hopefully you do develop Kumar Rocker. It's very early in his development, but he'll probably be on the team next year.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not going to be able to develop those guys into starting pitchers in the major leagues, then I have to go out and sign John Grays and Nathan Eovaldi's and Andrew Heaney's and stuff like that. I know I'm out of time. It was very interesting listening yesterday on 1080, the post-game show with Jared Sandler, and maybe I was listening Saturday too, but Sandler brings up a point that maybe I will bring up either today or later in the week, that maybe the Rangers go down a Los Angeles Angels late August.
What?
Yeah,
and that they put certain free agents on waivers.
Well, you can't do it during Mike Likes It because you already promised us that you're telling us about the new Cowboys
I'm going to talk about the future of the Cowboys head coaching situation and a theory that I think is just that needs to be like ESPN would eat this up. I'm telling you, ESPN would do an hour, if not 3 hours.
You know who it is?
Oh, I know who it is.
If they listen to me,
Steve DeBerg.
If they
not
listen
Steve
to
DeBerg.
ESPN should run with this, and they will be like, this is the most unbelievable theory Mike Bassick has, and we need to run with this because the ratings will be out of the wazoo.
I'll send him a tweet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, who I believe is back in Oxnard, yes?
Well, of course.
Okay, just making sure you weren't like partying and hanging out.
He's only
some
like
more.
right up the road anyway.
We
They went
only
there
had
so
to
far.
drive an hour or so.
I mean, still getting there in an hour is pretty miraculous to me.
Not coming home because you can't get out of that stadium even with an escort, right?
Mickey, have you given thought to in 4 years when the Olympics are there?
Oh, good night.
They're going to be there while the Cowboys are out there. LAX is going to be insane out there, man.
Well, the whole LA area, right?
Yes.
Hopefully the Olympics don't scarf up the residents in here.
It's probably going to happen, Kevin.
Oh, man, I didn't even
we
think
got a
about
lot
that.
of work to do
Right?
in 4 years, so we better get started now.
You guys might be practicing in like Stockton or something.
Hey, don't forget part of that Olympics is in Oklahoma, too.
What?
That's just a fun fact for you. Yeah, did you know that?
Nobody knew that.
Yeah, it's true. Look it up, kids. All right, so we did this as our first segment of the day, and I realize it's just one component of the whole thing.
Let me guess. It had something to do with a quarterback.
No.
Oh, no.
Incorrect.
Oh.
I have quarterback questions for you later. But was there anybody who you saw in the game, and maybe it's kind of matched up with what you've seen in practice, and you're like, I think they're on the roster now? Like somebody that maybe you weren't positive was going to be on the roster. That was Corey's answer, too. That noise you just made, that was Corey's answer.
But when you start doing the numbers, like the guys that you know are going to make the roster, and then you're sitting there going, okay, is there room for a sixth receiver? I don't know. Is there a room for 6 linebackers? I don't know. Offensive line, defensive line. I think when you start doing the numbers, I think possibly on the defensive line there's room for maybe somebody to jump up and make it that you weren't expecting. I think maybe at the cornerback position, because I think now that they traded Nashawn Wright, that the 4th and 5th cornerback is wide open, right? And we're thinking that they're going to keep Kalen Carson, right?
Absolutely.
Do they keep Josh Butler? What's going to happen at the cornerback spot? So I think, and by the way, he had a nice game yesterday, 4 tackles. He had 2 pass breakups.
Butler?
Butler did,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
And
What'd you
we
think about
noticed
Scott?
him, and we noticed him here. Eric Scott finally kind of showed up. It's kind of been a slow start to training camp. So, yeah, if they keep 5, 6, I think those 2 guys are in the running. I don't know that anybody clear-cut said, okay, what I did in that game, I'm making the team. I think we need to see more.
What'd you think, though, of your new tackle that you added to this thing? Because he looked pretty good out there.
New?
Tyler Guyton, that is.
Oh, well, he's making the team, right?
Well, yes. Sorry, I've moved on.
I hope so.
I missed the transition.
If he does not make the team, we got problems.
No, I thought he did a nice job for having missed, I believe it was 3 practices earlier in the week with a chest cold, and they weren't really sure how much he was going to be able to do. And then when Chuma Adoga gets hurt again, he got forced in, but he got in, I think, 2 series, 3 at the most, and he's going to win that job eventually, right? It's just a matter of making sure he's healthy and get him as many reps. I thought the priority in this game was to get these young guys reps. The priority was not to win the game. It was to get as many snaps as they could. They had 70 snaps on offense, right? And if you guys noticed, they were in and out of the huddle in a blink. They were trying to get to the line of scrimmage so they can force as many plays as they could. You know, if you're trying to win the game, you're probably not going for it on 4th down 5 times.
Sure.
Right? You're probably not trying to kick a 65-yard field goal. And you know what, though? You know, Aubrey, I remember during one of the injuries, somebody asked him, what do you think your distance is? He goes, well, you know, I've made one in practice from 70. So it was like, okay, let's see what he can do. It's a preseason game. You're trying to find out, right? You're trying to find things out. So I thought that, you know, they got a lot of young guys that they're going to, you know, have to rely on to help this team get better if they're going to get better. Overshone, Stevens, they got out there for the first time in the NFL, right? They missed all of training, or most of training camp last year in the preseason with their torn ACLs. So it was good to see those guys being active. So I thought that was the, you know, the best part of the game. For the Cowboys, you know, and you nearly won it until, you know, I mean, they had held, if I had my numbers right, they had held the Rams to like 236 yards until that final drive, and they go 70, and thanks to 2 penalties that, you know, helped the drive along to score the only touchdown of the game.
This might happen all of the time in the preseason, and I just don't remember really hearing about it a whole lot. Is Mike Zimmer not looking at his play sheet and just calling the defense?
He knows his defense, Kevin.
Okay. So should I not be as impressed about that as I am? Because the biggest thing I liked is he didn't look at his play sheet because he's like, let me call the game as I see it unfolding in front of me.
Yeah,
and I think that's a good thing.
And I don't know that the defensive coordinator, you know, is like the offensive coordinator with a play sheet. You know what you want to, you know, because the defensive guys got to react to what's going on, right? And so, you know, I think I don't know they did anything fancy, right? There was very few times they blitzed. I think you saw the safeties playing a lot of zone, and overthrown passes were getting picked off. They should have had 5. They had 4. A defensive holding that had nothing to do with the interception got called to negate that. But yeah, I thought from a defensive standpoint, you know, they did a pretty darn good job. But we got to qualify it, right? No one's playing anybody, right?
Yeah.
You know, the Cowboys had 25 guys that didn't play. You bring up a big name, and I'll tell you, yeah, he didn't play. And I'm sure the Rams did the same thing. Yeah, right. And we got an update on CeeDee Lamb see that you got to watch Countdown to Kickoff, the pregame show, right? Because you never know what you're going to find out.
We do miss CeeDee Lamb is what I got from that.
But Marquise Bell was like, I know he wasn't playing anybody, but he was everywhere.
Yes.
And that was something like that I just really,
and guess
watching
what?
him fly was great.
He was playing his position, right?
Yes.
He was playing safety, not linebacker.
Yeah, not skinny-ass safety at a linebacker.
Yeah, there you go. And he showed that, you know, he had some experience. He had snaps last year in this league. And, you know, what did he end up with, like 9 tackles?
Yeah.
I think that's correct.
Well, do you think that playing linebacker for a year helped him a little bit too?
It wasn't a pure linebacker, right? It was kind of being a hybrid linebacker, but he was sometimes in coverage. He wasn't just down there to play the run.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think just playing in the NFL helps when you get in games like that, especially when you've got a first-year quarterback facing you, Stetson Bennett.
The fourth,
I forgot that, yes.
That's for the number of interceptions he threw.
How do you go through life with your name Stetson?
Stetson Fleming Bennett.
In a fancy ass neighborhood, I can guarantee you that.
But anyway, no, I mean you saw Bell, and you know you saw Wanye Thomas making plays. So you know that safety position is going to be pretty good depth.
Yeah.
I think. Now I think the competition is going to be at cornerback. And the writing was on the wall with Nashawn Wright. he was out there just because he was a veteran taking Trayvon's spot in practices. And I would imagine Trayvon's about ready to go. They get back into practice Tuesday. We'll see if they start letting him take part in the padded practice. But Nashawn, look, here's what they thought of Nashawn Wright. When Stephon Gilmore hurt his shoulder last year going into the playoff game, he was the next cornerback up. And they said, you know what, putting a harness on Gilmore's shoulder and playing zone is preferable than putting Nashawn Wright out there.
Yeah.
And then we saw, both of those things backfire, but that tells you how little they thought of him at cornerback. So they basically swap corners, right? A problem for a problem, and okay, we'll see how
it's
that
like last year.
Yeah, with the Igbenogany and Joseph, right?
Yep.
They swap guys that were not probably wanted to make the team. So, but to go back to your question, I don't know that. I mean, if you keep 5 wide receivers, right? Do you have room for a 6th? Can somebody force their way on as a 6th receiver? Because 4 and 5 are with CeeDee here is probably Turpin and Jalen Brooks, you would think. So can Cropper force his way onto the 53-man roster? And again, let's not belittle the practice squad, because remember, these guys get 3 call-ups. So, you get on the practice squad, you got a chance to play in some games.
I believe we are contractually obligated, as you alluded to also ask at least one Trey Lance question.
Yeah, I thought it was a continuation of what we've seen in practice. He will do some things and you shake your head and you're going, what? And then he'll do something and you go, okay, I got to see more. And I think that's what the game was for him. I think that he needs to play, and Mike McCarthy made a point of saying, we're going to give him as many snaps as we can. What did Cooper Rush get? 6 snaps?
Yeah.
And out of 70? And he threw 41 passes. And I asked him, I said, when's the last time in a game you've thrown 41 passes? And he goes, oh, I bet it's been some time. So I started doing research. He never did it with San Francisco. He never did it in college. And going back to high school, he only really started 1 year at quarterback in high school. So this guy has not played a lot of football. This is the first game he's played since August, one of the preseason games last year with San Francisco, and he hasn't played in a real game since the second week in 2022 before he broke a bone in his ankle. So he just needs to play. I don't think everybody needs to rush to an evaluation. Well, this guy, he just misses pack, But there are times in the game that he did things, and you're going, okay. The last drive they had, I think he had like 4 straight completions. Stepped back in the pocket, hit his back foot, and the ball came out. Too many times that didn't happen.
True.
But he hasn't seen things in a game at game speed in so long.
I swear I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm curious about this. At most, he's going to play the 2 more preseason games, and then he's not going to see any real time, you would think, during the regular season, and then he's out of contract.
So what's the plan?
Yeah, so how do you make that evaluation?
These next 2 games are going to be very important for the evaluation.
Okay.
If you decide that you want to offer him some sort of contract. So which quarterback would you rather have? Stetson Bennett throwing 4 interceptions, which should have been 5, or a quarterback that I don't know what his completion rate was. It was probably in the 60s, right?
Yeah.
25 for 41, and didn't score a touchdown, but he had 4 drives. They moved the ball, had him down at the 3-yard line, and credit Mike McCarthy for taking credit for that, or blame for that 4th and 1 call from the 3-yard line, right?
Yeah.
And again, if they were trying to win the game, you're not going for it 5 times, right? You're not kicking a 65-yard field goal. They wanted to give him snaps. He got the snaps, and so let's see what he learned. I like what he said before I guess it was Friday, the last time we talked to him. He said, look, I know I'm going to make mistakes. The deal is I don't need to make them again. I've got to clean it up right away. And so for the most part, for a guy that hasn't played a lot of football, I think you got to, continue to look in these next 2 games. But you're right. The pressure's on to make an evaluation of where you go from here because Cooper Rush is going to be your backup quarterback.
Yes. All right, appreciate the insight. As always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'll be here.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and was it a break dancer? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey there, folks. I'm going to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
3333. Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That is Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd down and 6 for the Rams, left to right. Snap to Stetson Bennett, looking around, throwing deep middle, intercepted at the 45-yard line by Marquise Bell.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys lose their preseason opener 13-12 to the Rams. They have not won a preseason opener since 2017. I don't know if people care about that, but just letting you know. Also, the Cowboys had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 interceptions and potentially could have had more. So it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And somebody brought up that their kid was named Stetson. And they're not fancy. It's not being named Stetson. It's being named Stetson Bennett the Fourth.
Don't forget Fleming. Stetson Fleming Bennett
yes,
the Fourth.
Stetson Fleming Bennett the Fourth. I'm willing to wager that's a fancy-ass family. It's not just the first name of Stetson that makes you fancy.
So, when you say fancy-ass neighborhood, are you driving? Is it a golf cart community? Where
you can't walk to your neighbor's house.
Yeah. You're not going to walk. It doesn't matter if it's next door or 3 blocks over.
You have to drive to get the mail.
You're getting into the golf cart, taking stuff that you need over there because you might not want to make a trip back to your 3-car garage.
Now this has got to be my lead question for Wanker of the Weekend, because sometimes it's obvious. We'll get to you in a second, Jarren Duran. But let's talk about the breakdancer ray gun. Did you get the opportunity to, Mike, you look confused, so I'll take this as a no. Did you guys get the opportunity to watch Ray Gun, who became a viral sensation in the breaking competition?
Was that where he was laying on the ground and his hands would touch his toes and then he'd spin the other? She would touch their toes, her toes,
and then spin around.
Yeah.
The old fish out of the water is what I call it.
There you go. Yeah, I think I saw that on Twitter, but I was like, oh, this is that breakdancing thing.
It definitely was not what I know. Rerun doing his.
Oh my God. So Ray Gun lost
I
her.
want to see if I can do that ray gun thing.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't know if
he's going to injure himself.
Yeah, I could probably see that.
Oh, man. There he goes. There's Mike.
He can touch his toes.
He's touching his toes. And now is he trying to thread the needle here?
How much do you think it would cost?
I'm a little bit more impressed by Ray Gun now.
Okay, how much do you think it would cost for us to get a break dancing competition between Ray Gun and Mike Bassick?
Well, Ray Gun's from Australia, right?
Plane ticket.
Oh, yeah, Josh Green.
So it would cost us Josh Green, which we already traded.
Why is her name Ray Gun?
Her name is Rachel Gunn.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Answers. Mike.
She lost her 3 head-to-head
reasonable questions.
breakdancing battles by a total of 54-0.
What?
That's tough. She didn't score any points. The Prime Minister of Australian sports came out and said, hey, she's our #1 rated breakdancer, so why don't you back off? I'm paraphrasing a little bit.
Why?
Because everybody on social media was dumping on her. Although, actually, let me try that again. A lot of people. There were other people who were like, see, this is what I'm here for. And she's wearing like a gym coach outfit while she's doing it. And you were like, this is relatable to the people. Is she a wanker?
Oh, so that wasn't good breakdancing.
Yeah,
no, she didn't.
Watch the video, Mike. Just go look up Ray Gun and check it out. You'll see. No, it's worth it. It's fun.
Go to Twitter and do it.
You can find it a lot of places.
But they should have just admitted they didn't have anybody to compete in this competition instead of saying, hey, you person, why don't you do this?
Okay, see, and somebody just texted in.
And who judged the qualifiers for Australia to say this is the one?
She might have been the only one who showed up.
I think that's the case.
No, she definitely won multiple qualifiers in order to get to this place.
And consider this on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Raygun has a PhD in Australia in breakdancing studies.
No way.
I've seen that multiple times. I've never checked on it, but I have
that's
seen
what
that
it
multiple
looked
times.
like, right? That's like it looked like when your professor who has all the book knowledge is like, and here is what it would look like.
Those who can't teach.
I just clicked on
right?
You want me to tell my wife you said that?
Isn't that what it is? Those who can't do anymore teach?
Oh, Mike is watching video right now.
Okay.
All right.
Ask the teachers, Kevin. Ask Jess.
I don't think they appreciate that.
Hold on. What does she teach?
Oh man, I did see that move.
So she can't kid.
She's hopping like a bunny rabbit.
big kid.
She has flexibility.
This is live.
But I don't
breakdown.
think flexibility is the only.
Did you have to wear like your team colors? I don't know. She's wearing like just a collared shirt and some pants. Like, did the American do the same thing? And I feel like that she doesn't look very breakdancey.
What's
in
your
her
favorite
outfit.
move you've seen so far,
How
Mike?
would somebody look breakdancey? Tell me more about that.
This is awesome. You wear Adidas, I think.
And are you disappointed that it was on like a nice mat instead of somebody just throwing down like a
Yes, a
broken
cardboard
down
box.
cardboard
Yes.
box?
Pretty
supposed
good
to be.
exercise, and you get stretching in it.
That's exactly what it is. It feels like if you went to do a breaking class at like a Pilates studio.
Okay, yeah.
I better click off though. China probably just infiltrated my computer.
I don't know what just
I
happened.
watched it on TikTok.
Ah.
Oh my God.
I don't have TikTok, but when I clicked on the video of her dancing, it took me to TikTok, and that's where I watched it. So I don't know what just happened to me.
Where'd you say you watched that again?
TikTok.
Thank you.
And China, 40 gold medals. See, and they tied us.
By the way,
TikTok.
This is probably going to be the only time breaking is ever in the Olympics.
Oh no, they're getting rid of it now already.
It's not in the next Olympics. I do not believe it's going to be.
LA's the best place for it to be.
It's not in the 2028 Los Angeles
Chicago.
Olympics.
Okay,
What I don't get is why wouldn't they do ballet or like, I don't know, dancing that's been around for a long time?
Dancing
Correct
with
me
the
if I'm
Stars.
wrong. Breakdancing started in the late 70s. That's when breakdancing became
I'm not
a
sure.
style
That
of dance.
sounds.
Yeah, that sounds right. I would.
Yeah.
My immediate guess would be the 80s. So I think you're in the right place for sure.
Now, let's go to one that's far less complex. And I want to know, like, do you think suspension or what's going to happen next? Let's go to cut number 22. Assuming you've listened to this and it is, in fact, edited. Okay.
It is. I look. Well, although it is my last week, so we'll see.
This is Jarren.
No, hold on. I need everybody to understand he's going to a company, a station within our company. So he can't not listen and just be like, oh, whatever. You still have responsibilities to Odyssey.
Now, someone was yelling at Jarren Duran that in between pitches, it was 1 and 2, and Duran was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. A fan behind home plate, because I don't know if we picked this part up, can be heard shouting, "Tennis racket! You need a tennis racket!"
Is that a good heckle?
It's not hurt. It's not offensive.
I think it's a good heckle. I think it's kind of funny. I also was with Choppy. I thought he was saying batting practice.
Okay.
And then I listened to it again and I heard tennis racket. And it's kind of like Yellow or Yanni or whatever. I couldn't tell which one I was hearing based on what I was thinking.
And this is how Duran responded.
Durant at 296 with runners in scoring position.
So he said, "Shut up, you."
He used 2 F words.
Effing F. 1, the curse word. 1, the pejorative.
He should have just used the curse word again.
Okay.
Yeah, F and F.
Okay.
That way would have been just fine.
Just fine.
I mean, I don't think he would have had to put out an apology.
No,
F
you're
you,
right.
you F and F is always okay. All right.
Always okay.
That
Excellent.
and that is
You hear that,
that one's
kids going to
fine.
school?
Yeah, kids. Oh my gosh.
Shout out to all the teachers dealing with
who
whatever
can't
Corey
do,
just did.
so they teach.
Okay.
So here's his apology. During tonight's game, I used a truly horrific word when responding to a fan. I feel awful knowing how many people I offended and disappointed. I apologize to the entire Red Sox organization, but more importantly, to the entire LGBTQ community. Our young fans are supposed to be able to look up to me as a role model, but tonight I fell far short of that responsibility. I will use this opportunity to educate myself and my teammates and grow as a person. It's good to put out an apology. Is he still going to face a suspension, though?
I think maybe a day or two.
Okay.
Like, I don't think it'll be much. I remember the first one I can remember where this became a big deal is Kobe did it to a referee.
Yep.
And that was right when things were changing. Not that was ever a positive word. I'm not saying that was ever a positive word. But it used to be thrown around a lot more as just part of, I don't know, saying a word.
Yeah.
Like when we were going to school. Like you'd call your friends that all the time. They would call you that all the time. And it was just part of
It used to be a thing
being a
people
kid
said
in the 80s
on
and
the
90s.
back of a shirt. That people would, I understand.
But I would say that I don't know what the education you need is. Like, what school do you need to go to for 30 seconds? Don't say that word. All right, education over. But I'm sure that the Boston
training.
Red Sox.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, like.
I'm just saying, you asked. I was just saying.
I mean, obviously through that, I know that probably the Red Sox
now
really,
they're like, we got to tell you other words you can't say, you dummy, because you said this one.
Well, he was in the moment and mad. Like, it happens. We say things when we're mad that we don't mean to say.
Let me ask you this,
or at
then.
least want to say to somebody.
Would it make any difference if he gave a more, I guess, human-based apology like
teams
that?
Don't want you to.
Then, okay.
There's lawyers, all kinds of crap.
Okay.
If we make a mistake here, do you think you're going to get to apologize in the way you want to apologize?
No, we put out a BS apology once because of that, and it really made me mad.
So that's the way it works in society. So I don't think it. I think Duran had part of the apology, but they also made sure to run it through the lawyers, and then they're like, "This sounds very professional. We're good to go." Maybe you get suspended for a game or two, but that'll be it.
Now, let's go back to the Olympics for a second, where I am really struggling to figure out what the hell they're doing. Now, you remember that we talked about how the United States had filed an appeal and they had won it, and Jordan Childs was going to get her bronze medal in the event, and yay! Well, now the International Gymnastics Federation restored Romanian gymnast Ana Barbosu to third place, but the United States now says they have further evidence that they filed the appeal in time, because the argument wasn't that the appeal was correct, is that the appeal didn't take place in time. So it feels like they're saying, no, you're right. You're probably right. She probably should have got the bronze, but you didn't get it in on time. And so because of that, we're going to give the bronze medal to the other person. Do you send that bronze medal back, or are you like, good luck?
I don't think that you can get through customs with it. I think
Did
they're going to
it's
stop
already
you.
tarnished?
Yeah, they're going to stop you at the airport and be like, give us that back.
It's also worth considering, though, that like IOC and like gymnastics and stuff, she's still going to be competing in these types of events. So I feel like you probably need to comply in some ways.
Now,
you don't want to be entirely on
is
the
it
bad
still
side.
under appeal? Like they went back and appealed.
So I believe
right?
I believe they double appealed now that they have evidence that they did get the first appeal in on time.
Okay.
So,
but we don't know anything beyond that yet.
To be determined. I have not heard the outcome of that double appeal yet.
I love the idea of double appeal. You're appealing to the people that already punished you.
Yes.
And
by
then
saying,
you're like, hey,
logistically, I have evidence that we turned in our Form B on time or whatever.
Well, I hope it works out.
Was that with the court of arbitration in sport? Like, I think that this is another level up that they've gone to. USA Gymnastics has sent like video to and stuff. In order to try
this is
and make
amazing. So this is like going from the appellate court to the Supreme Court.
Still feel like I wouldn't want to give that medal back.
Okay, all right.
But you're right. She has to make her own bigger career decision.
I would hold on to it until they say. I'll be like, all the appeals are in the process. I'm gonna hold on to this until you guys have figured it all out. Y'all just hit
keep
me
it
up.
safe.
Yeah, just hit me up whenever y'all decide.
Okay. Or if you know what, if they could give out 2 gold medals in the high jump, why can't they just crank up the medal making machine and give another bronze?
Facts.
We probably got extra medals laying around somewhere, right?
Pretty precious.
Just like you, Mike. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Precious metal.
I understood.
Mike.
Again, it's not.
So now he's not just famous Mike, he's famous Precious Mike. Wow. Good job, Kevin.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The quintet of NFL coaches under the most pressure this season. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Piece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Second and 9, and Bennett back with the snap. Oh, he's hit hard. First sack of the night. And Jason Johnson got that one. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is right.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Whoa, he's working it this week. Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Let's start. Well, in case you missed it, the Dallas Cowboys lost in their preseason opener 13-12 to the Rams, in case you care about the outcome of such games.
Or did they?
What do you mean?
Honestly, I had no clue what the final score was until I came in here this morning.
Okay.
I mean, Tom Brady was there. Jerry Jones was there.
Tom Brady was at that game? For what did he call it?
Nope.
Nope. They're just there.
What a miserable day that had to be.
The fans, Kevin, the whole place was full of Cowboys fans. I call that a win in Jerry's book.
Man.
Nothing against you.
Sounds like
Cowboy fans invite, like in your neighborhood, you'll see on Sunday a lot of Cowboy fans going to a certain house or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that happens all around our metroplex. A lot of Cowboy fans here. Do people throw preseason game like, come on over, we're doing
I don't
we're
know.
doing nachos and whatever. I don't know. Like
that's always a good reason to get together. Yeah. Sure, what? I didn't, but sure.
No,
why
I guess I'm asking people, do you guys throw like preseason football game parties?
I think because that's a good, again, every week's a good reason to get together, have some fun, watch the game, talk about why your team's good and bad, who's going to make it. Like, I think it's a good reason. My buddy's a Texans fan. He was like, I can't do anything on Friday
So is
night.
Reggie now.
Yeah, I can't do anything Friday night because I have to sit down and watch this game. And I was like, excuse me? Just sit down and watch this Texans game and you're not employed where you have to talk about it? All right, I got you. But they're excited, Kevin, because their team's good.
Are people texting in? Are they partying yesterday?
Not that I see so far.
There is someone letting us know, though, or a few people letting us know that Brady was there because Fox did a simulated broadcast, obviously trying to get him ready for his duties as the analyst on the #1 Fox
That
call
makes
every week.
more sense. That's part of his job.
Let's go from that.
Kevin said duty earlier, too.
To who are the 5 coaches under the most pressure? The NFL head coaches.
Mike McCarthy.
Is he number 1?
Number 1, yeah. Belichick could take him over based on what he saw earlier. And Mike has a whole segment on who's going to take over for him after he's done this year. So,
good point.
I would say he's in the top 5, not Belichick.
Okay.
John Steven.
Who else? What did you say?
John Steven.
Probably the Jets coach, Saleh.
Robert Saleh.
Thank you.
Also in the top 5.
I almost said Saleh Measury.
It's not Saleh Measury.
Who's a very confident 7-footer.
And
so I have that right. So that's
Dable?
2 of the 5.
Yes.
Dable?
Well, since you said it correctly, Brian Dable also in the mix.
Whoever was in the mix to sign their quarterback to a long-term deal should have already been fired, right?
Are all the NFC East head coaches in this mix except for Dan Quinn?
Probably.
Sirianni?
Sirianni is
Because Nick Sirianni is definitely on the list, as is Matt Eberflus.
Oh, yeah.
At least this according to
How's
Buc-ee
Sirianni
Brooks.
looking with this color? Is jaundice?
Don't see.
Is that more of a December thing?
I never really noticed it to begin with. So when he changed colors per you, it didn't make as jarring of an impact on me.
All right. I feel like he gets jaundice as the
He's not
season
out in the
goes
sun
along.
as much. I got you. Okay.
Do you agree that McCarthy, Saleh, Sirianni, Eberflus, and Dable make sense
Makes
as
sense, yeah.
the 5?
Yeah. Yeah, that absolutely is in. I would also say Dennis Allen down in New Orleans, but I don't know how much pressure is there because it is what it is in New Orleans right now.
Now, I know preseason doesn't matter to a lot of folks, but for Tim Patrick, it was a huge deal. He caught one pass for 14 yards in the Broncos preseason opener against Indianapolis. He had not played since 2008. 2021. So he spent the last 2 years on injured reserve, and he finally made his way back to the football field. How excited are you for Tim Patrick?
Sounds good.
I don't know
You
if
guys
I
aren't excited at all.
I don't know.
for
You
him.
didn't even let me answer.
Okay.
I don't know if I've ever been this excited about anything.
Okay.
Old TP.
Birth my second
The
child.
total package.
I don't
Lex
know, man.
Luger.
Toilet paper.
The 49ers have canceled their upcoming joint training camp practices with the Saints due to injury. That's probably the best reason.
Just one?
No, injury.
Yeah,
You said
like
singular.
everybody's injured, or hold on, what's going on?
So Shanahan said their most recent practice, 23 players missed due to various injuries.
Is that a lot?
Okay,
That feels like a lot, right?
God, what are they doing in their walkthroughs?
yeah. Well, you got to think. There's a few guys that are injury that aren't practicing, right, because they're hurt.
Just for the record, Ambry Thomas broke his arm on Saturday, so some of them
That's
are
a real injury. Yeah.
very, very legitimate.
The other
Cast
thing,
it up. Let's go.
The other thing, Kevin, like my mind has been blown recently by the idea. My mind.
Good for your mind.
Yeah.
High five.
Yeah.
That's awesome for your mind.
The
Who was it?
the idea that some of these players start looking at the roster, and if they think that they might not make it, they might be injured, so that they can
Yes.
be on the IR, so that they still get paid for 4 weeks.
Yep.
Rather than being cut and not getting money. This is changing everything whenever these guys are injured. Like these 23 injuries, some of those could be dudes that don't have a job, and they're like, "Oh, I got to be hurt or else," So I don't know, man.
That is a fascinating perspective.
Or maybe
on
they're all
things.
in. Maybe the Niners aren't a tough team like we thought.
Oh.
They're top heavy, but the depth on that team not really as deep as you might imagine. So yeah, I imagine taking care of that is probably a smart way to go.
I don't know if there's any concern here because the Kansas City Chiefs might have issues at wide receiver to begin with.
What?
Yeah, they got hurt.
Marquise Brown got hurt on what I think was their first offensive play of the game. Now, it looked like a significant injury at first. He suffered a dislocation to his sternoclavicular shoulder joint on Saturday night and was discharged from the hospital. So it could be worse, but that's a very inauspicious debut right there, is it not?
Yeah, and where is that? Just the shoulder joint?
Sternum.
Yeah, it's in the stern
front
of the
part
shoulder.
of the shoulder?
I guess.
All right.
In the vascular part.
Maybe the guy that doesn't know where the line of scrimmage is can make the team again. What's his name? Tony, Kadarius Tony. Is that the dummy?
You
Kadarius Tony.
dislike. Okay, hold on. Quick question.
Well, they cut him on the Giants because he was dumb.
Would you take the Cowboys receiving core without CeeDee Lamb or the Chiefs receiving core?
Oh, I think I'd take the Chiefs.
Okay.
Because you get Travis Kelce too.
Well,
Ooh,
no,
just
even
the wide receiver.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think I would lean towards the Chiefs.
Okay.
I mean, you're looking right now, Brandon Cook, solid number 2 receiver. And then everybody else, to me, kind of fits into a 4th through 6th role. I don't think you have a number 3 receiver on this team, to be honest.
And they desperately want Jalen Tolbert to be in and still
I
work.
think that to be a top 3 receiver on a team, you would, if just quick math, you would say, well, you have to be one of the 96 best receivers
Sure.
in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think the Cowboys have one that's a top 5 receiver, another one that ranks somewhere probably between 35 and 60.
Okay.
I know that's a big category, but I think it's tough to separate once you start getting to that category. And I don't think anybody else on their receiving core is close to a top 100 receiver in the league. I think more like 120 to 160 is where Tolbert or whoever else, the little guy who returns punts and kicks.
Devontae Turpin?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I think that they lack a lot of depth where you don't have anybody in the top 30 for Kansas City.
Let's go from that to Pittsburgh, where, well, Pittsburgh lost to Reggie's beloved Houston Texans 20-12.
Technically
But
correct.
maybe the bigger issue was Justin Fields had a fumbled snap exchange and then another fumble during this. And so they just couldn't get the center to quarterback flow going. And that feels like obviously the most basic part. So that feels like that undercuts all other progress Justin Fields made in that game.
What are they going to do though? play Russell Wilson,
Trey
play
Lance.
Kyle Allen.
Oh man, I forgot about Kyle Allen.
Is he on that team?
Yeah.
He's a former Aggie, right?
That's right.
Yeah, they named the field after him.
That is not
Kyle Field. That's
Yeah.
fact.
It's not.
Kyle Allen.
Oh, and his
Field.
name's Kyle.
It's true.
He played at A&M, and now y'all have Kyle Field, right?
The house that Kyle built.
We have a fan named Kyle Fields.
Is that the love child of Kyle Allen and Justin Fields?
What? How?
I think that's how it works. Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Sounds like it.
Never mind. Never mind.
Well, Kevin,
Nope.
what
nope,
happens
nope.
is two people
I don't
love
have any
each other.
questions.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions.
Those two guys can't make a baby.
About that.
I said two people, but
Mike, are you more concerned about the receiving core for the Chiefs or the fact that, in case you missed it earlier, they got confused and took a safety on a kickoff?
Not worried about the safety thing. That guy probably won't even be on the team.
But Randy Reed had to
It
get
was
an
McCole
explanation,
Hardman.
though.
Oh, great. He caught the Super Bowl touchdown pass, right?
So it kind of feels like he'll be on the team, Mike.
Andy Reid was like, I need an explanation on this. And then they told him, and he was like, all right, I guess we're just going to have to go work on that a little more. It's very much, though, to me, this I want to talk more about special teams situation because it's like the pitch clock where you got to kind of iron out some things in the preseason and then maybe everything will work out.
It was really interesting because it went over one of the returners' heads, and then Hardman looked like he was like, no, we got to go get the ball. And he took a knee in the end zone and then grabbed the ball at the 1 yard line, and that didn't work.
So does
out.
this work?
Yeah.
Nope.
They're like, safety. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I'm going to try, okay? Rangers pick up some positives, but the record continues to spiral. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaked me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for a little Rangers discussion. And yes, I know, Mike. I tried really hard to find some positives.
They played all the games.
They did play all of the games. But just to show you one of the things that I kind of walked away with, and this is the best I can do. I realize they lost the series to the Yankees. I looked at it and I was like, hey, in those last two games, they scored 16 runs. Now, I obviously get the counter argument is, and you still only won one of those two games, and you've still gone all of the second half without winning a series against a team that wasn't the White Sox. So all of those are bad things. But, Mike, I found one more historical precedent to try to change your mind. Realize I'm really running out of time on these historical precedents. I take you to the 1973 New York Mets. They were 53-65 at this point in the season. The Rangers are 55-63. That's 2 games better. And the Mets not only made the playoffs, they won their division. Now, was this one of the weirdest years in recent modern baseball history? Yes, because that was the only team in that division that finished with a winning record. Even though there were 3 teams in the other division that had a winning record. Well, too bad for you.
So you're saying poor division.
Yes.
Kevin, what are you seeing with the Astros and Mariners? Did they do well over the weekend?
They actually did pretty okay.
Didn't the Mariners score 12 runs yesterday?
Yeah.
I think the Mariners swept over the weekend.
So now the Rangers are 7.5 back, which is further back than I think they've been at any point just in the division race. This year, they've only won 3 of their last 10 games. And by my calculations, they would need to go, or that Mets team went 29-14 down the stretch.
That doesn't get it done.
I think you're probably right. You need to go at least 30-14, and even then,
probably not.
I don't think you're going to make it. And what in the world has led us to believe that could even happen?
How about this? I just did this quickly as you were talking because I remember looking at this because you're talking about they've only won the White Sox series since the All-Star break.
Correct.
How about this? In the month of June, okay, let's just go back to June. They had 9 series in the month of June. Now, I'm including Miami to be nice because Miami, as I go up here, they played May 31st, June 1st, and 2nd. I'm including that as a series in the month of June. Out of the 9 series, they won 3 of them.
Oh,
so
dear.
they were 3-6 in winning series in the month of June. Now, the thing that kind of propelled them to a maybe, 1, the division is horrible. 2 is right before the All-Star break, they won against Tampa Bay, the Angels, and Houston. They won 3 series in a row going into the All-Star break, but that was in July. If I just go to the month of June, they went 3-6 in series in that.
Yeah.
And that was, they beat Miami 2-1. They beat the Dodgers, crazily enough, 2-1, and they swept Kansas City. Those were the 3 series they won. They lost the series to Detroit. Does that sound like a playoff team?
Nope.
San Francisco?
Nope.
Seattle? Maybe. New York Mets? I guess they're in right now as the last wild card team. Milwaukee and Baltimore. Both teams will probably make the playoffs. Like that wasn't like an easy schedule. It also wasn't a hard schedule. It was a normal month of June schedule for teams. It wasn't overly crazy. It wasn't easy either, but they don't win series. So if you can't win series in June, and then you can't win series after and literally only one after the All-Star break, they would have to literally pretty much win every series the rest of the way. They have to go 31-12 if I have the number of games right at this point to get to 86 wins.
Let's see.
They have 63 losses.
That's honestly too much math for me.
So I think 31. They have 43 games left, I think. 31-12 to get to 86 wins, which maybe doesn't. Here's your problem.
One more game. Yeah.
You don't have the tiebreaker against the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
So if they get to 86, you lose.
And somebody just texted in, and they're right. Next week it'll be they need to go 28-6, and you're right.
Yeah, that's
something impossible.
And it's pretty much over. Technically, it's not.
Boch say something like this, and this is exactly what he should say. Like, he's not going to go out to the media and be like, "Yeah, we're done." He goes, "Well, we don't look at that way. As long as we're still in it, like we still have a chance that we're going to keep going," which is exactly what you want to hear and exactly what you should do.
So at this point, you just, as a player, this is all you do. You worry about yourself and you try to have the best day that you can have today in Boston. Now, it means, I'm not saying you don't sacrifice for the team. Runner on second, nobody out, and I'm Leody Taveras. I should be bunting or I should be trying to hit the ball to the right side. I'm going to sacrifice myself to get that runner to third with less than 2 outs. If I get to first base, if I'm Leody Taveras, I know I'm using him as an example, I'm just being specific, I have to steal second base within 3 pitches. Josh Smith is having a tremendous year. He's slowing down a little bit in the second half, to be honest. Not a lot, but a little bit. He's still having a tremendous year. I need to steal second base within 3 pitches. Why? Because most likely Josh Smith is going to hit a single. Most likely. I get Corey Seager up to bat. Maybe I don't steal because there's a chance that he hits a home run. Marcus Semien, I have to steal. Marcus Semien is not having a good offensive year. Now, Corey Seager can't steal, but if I'm like a Leody Taveras or Wyatt Langford, and I feel like Wyatt's gotten a little bit more aggressive recently, and maybe they feel more, he gets on base a little bit more than Leody, but like, guys, like, you're not going to hit a double. This team will not hit it. They had 16 hits the other day and had 2 extra base hits in the game that they destroyed the Yankees in game 2 of the doubleheader. They had 16 hits. They had a home run and they had a double. And then they had 14 singles.
So I thought a lot about something you said last week and then reiterated it early today, kind of taking a look ahead at 2025. And so this was another one of my positives for the weekend. And like I said, we really had to work to find these positives.
Oh, no.
Cody Bradford in game 2 of the doubleheader. He pitches 5 innings, 5 hits, 7 strikeouts. Obviously, that was the game against the Yankees that they won. But Evan Grant followed up with a column about this. Getting Cody Bradford back on track is critical for 2024 and probably more importantly beyond, because that is one of your homegrown people that you could use as a pitcher. Like, let's say you decide he is a starting pitcher. He costs nothing for a long time. And that's what you have to be able to, do your DeGroms and Scherzers and some of the things that they've already done. I'm looking at Cody Bradford and I'm like, I realize they lost the series, but I'm encouraged by that start because I'm looking at him and I'm like, man, we need you. Like, we need you to be something.
I like where you're going. I wasn't thinking about that. It was funny. He said that it was a dream come true to pitch at Yankee Stadium, and he remembered rooting for the Rangers as a kid. And he's like, they beat him in 2010 and maybe even in 2011 to go to the World Series. I was like, you know what you need to do? You need to go ask Max Scherzer, hey, did the Rangers beat the Yankees in 2011 to go to the World Series? I was forgetting.
He's like, no jerk, it was us.
Yeah, and so anyways, to your point of Bradford, just writing it down, next year, most likely your rotation, your top 3 guys will be DeGrom, Malley, and Bradford. Those are going to be your 3 major pitchers in your rotation next year. So I think that he has to really step up, not really step up, but if he continues what he just did at Yankee Stadium, which was a great start, I love what you're saying. Bradford needs to really have a solid finish to this year. So you feel like, look, most likely he's going to be our number 3 starting pitcher next year.
I'm not arguing. I'm asking. Ahead of Dunning then?
I don't know if Dunning's going to be on the team next year.
Oh, okay. All right.
Contract.
Yeah. He's arbitration eligible.
And arbitration, would you assume a lot of the arbitration guys won't be getting a lot of arbitration money?
What you do is you just don't tender them in the offseason, and then they become free agents.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know if the Rangers can afford, I know this sounds crazy, I don't know if the Rangers can afford Dane Dunning at $6 million next year.
So all that Bally griping, like Bally was one of the things that was holding that together. But at the same time, it's just a big problem.
As I would argue it is for a lot of teams, but it also just fundamentally depends on what kind of owner do you have. Do you have an owner who is like, I see that I'm making money every single year because the value of my team is going up and up and up? Or do you look at the bottom line, like self-contained to a specific year, and you just lost maybe upwards of $60 million? I don't know what the final number is going to be, but let's say,
look, I won y'all the World Series.
Yeah, you lost maybe upwards of $60 million in your TV deal. Then are you like, well, guess what? Then I have $60 million less to spend. Like, it depends on what kind of owner you have as well.
And I honestly don't know. Like, I'm just guesstimating, but maybe they bring Dunning back. But then Ureña's gone. Like, and then Leiter's going to be your fifth starter next year.
Not Rocker? Quick for Rocker?
I think that they got to be careful with his innings. For 3 years, he hasn't pitched.
Yeah.
Who's your fourth guy? Because you said DeGrom, Malley, Bradford.
Ureña.
Okay.
Maybe Dunning. Okay. But one of them will not be on the team next year.
Okay,
like, they can't afford to keep a lot of these guys. Now, the thing is like, I know this is positive talk, and I'm destroying that right now.
But I'm looking at it honestly. That's why I said I picked up some positives, but you also lost the series. So where am I supposed to go?
Yeah, and maybe Leiter's not in the rotation. Maybe he starts off the year in your bullpen. I think with Rocker, you have to watch his innings tremendously next year. Like, you probably don't want him to go over 120 innings next year.
And do you think you're going to see Leiter soon in the bullpen, like in the next month in this Rangers bullpen?
Has he? I would like to say yes. Did they shut him down?
I don't think so.
I think I saw from Evan Grant yesterday that they're considering putting him in the bullpen, but not as in
AAA bullpen or Major League bullpen.
No, in Major League bullpen, but not as not as a he's a bullpen guy from here on, but to have him acclimated to being in the major leagues.
Try to give him favorable spots. Yeah. I guess what you're saying.
Chris Young said to integrate him. By no means are they transitioning him to bullpen.
Yeah, I think that they're going to try to give him some success in the major leagues because they know he has to be a part of next year's team. So the last game he pitched, according to MILB, minor league, July 27th was the last game he pitched.
Kevin, we were in California.
So it's been a minute.
Today's August 12th?
Yeah, we've been back for more than a week.
So he's just getting his rest on.
So he hasn't pitched a baseball, at least in a game, in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, we'll have to add that to another thing to look into. Like, I wish I had a good answer to you. And then, as you pointed out, more short term, Scherzer's going back for further evaluation. Evaldi looks like he's going to get skipped again after they already talked about adding an extra day of rest. And it just, I don't know, it feels a little, I don't know if you can say hopeless or not. At times it feels hopeless to me.
I think this season
is
season, over.
Yeah.
They're not going to make the playoffs most likely. 99% chance. At this point, it has to be 1% that they make the playoffs, wherever those
1.3%.
Yeah, okay, so good. It's at 1, you're down to 1%. Like, it's probably not going to happen. Watching the hopefully health of Josh Young the rest of the way, that he stays healthy the rest of the way, that he gets at least 2 months of baseball in this year and stays healthy and has a really, like, say, a good month of September. Wyatt Langford, that he maybe challenges. I don't know where he's at in Rookie of the Year. He had to have fallen off recently.
He's like 5th or 6th now.
Yeah. So
I'll double check.
So now you're looking like hopefully he has a good September that you feel, because let's be honest here. Like, Langford's, I hate saying this, it doesn't mean he's going to have a disappointing career. He's had a disappointing rookie year. After what he did in spring training and making the team and everything, right now he has 5 outside of the park home runs.
I think he would tell you the same.
Yeah, and so
5 over the fence home runs.
Yeah. So I look at it and he's developing, but he has not been the player that they hoped he would be in 2024. It doesn't mean he's not going to be the player in 25, but you just start, hopefully Langford gives you more hope that he could pop 30 home runs, because he's supposed to be a franchise-changing, multi-time all-star.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he's supposed to be. Like it or not, like, that's the expectation on him now. And it's him and Carter and Young, who in the near future, because Simeon is getting close to past his prime, if not there. Seager's getting close. Maybe not offensively, but I look at it and go, those are the 3 guys that are going to have to carry the next team to, if the next team, whether it's 25 or 2027, is supposed to make a playoff run, it'll be Langford, Carter, and Young in whatever order you want to put them that are carrying the team.
And when I see people text in, I totally get it of like, well, we still have last year. I'm never going to take away or dispute anything about last year. It was the best year of my baseball life. I just was hoping that this team would continue the momentum because it looked like there were lots of reasons to believe that. Yeah. And you go into the playoffs and be like, and you can't forget about the defending world champion Texas Rangers. And now it's going to be like, we're guaranteed to have a new champion.
And a lot of things can change. I don't think the Rangers record's going to change much from where it's at. I think they're going to have a top 5 pick. That does give you another premium prospect.
Yeah.
Now, you could fall out of the lottery system. Like, you could go from having the 5th pick and then the lottery happens and you have the 9th pick. But you might get the 1st pick. Like, literally, you have a pretty good chance, not the best, but you have a pretty good chance of having the 1st overall pick in the 2025 draft. I believe that's the Texas A&M kid.
Let's shoot for it.
I mean, as of now, we'll see how it all plays out in high school and college and everything.
Pick.
But you're going to get another premium prospect, most likely, after this year's over in late June.
So it's not so bad, Kevin. They got something to look forward to now.
an optimistic thing is, if you're not going to make the playoffs, it does help that you get somebody who's considered a very premium prospect, most likely for Texas out of college.
The next Wyatt Langford.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Thanks for that, Corey. Coming up next, right here on 105.3 The Fan, I'm pretty sure the answer is no. But let's find out for sure. Is there any way you'd trade CeeDee Lamb right now? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I'll tell you what I won't trade, and that's my experience at men's team. And awesome, guys. And you know what?
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
East on 105.3 The Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
2nd and 10, back to throw. Tyron Smith locks a guy out. Right side of the end zone, Lamb. Hello, CeeDee. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I believe the answer is no. I'm pretty sure.
No, CeeDee Lamb did not score a touchdown in the first preseason game.
Nobody did for us. But let's find out for sure. Is there any way you would trade CeeDee Lamb right now? And there's a couple of reasons I thought about this. We're also going to go to Jerry, who's like, hey, I have more stuff to say about CeeDee Lamb. But I also saw a whole bunch of betting odds for where CeeDee Lamb would go, and then also what those trade packages would look like. And so I have to admit, I was a little bit intrigued. But first, let's go to Jerry. Cut number 8. What were you really saying about CeeDee Lamb?
I think I got in trouble a little the other day when I said, look, we're not urgent about CeeDee. Well, no one appreciates CeeDee being on the field any more than I do. But let me say this, he wouldn't be taking a snap out here today if he'd been here for you got to use your head when you expose key players. That gives the other younger players a chance to do it. We know exactly what CeeDee can do, and he's worked out with Dak. And so we wouldn't have him out here. It has really not anything to do with his contract. Dak won't be out here this afternoon. And so the bottom line is, what it is no, there's not that urgency. Now, I understand completely the angst that's happening when you are anxious about and someone says anything about whether you're missed or not. Well, CeeDee, you're missed, okay? But you're not missed out here competing, and it doesn't put any pressure any place on us.
Man, that answer was so much longer than I thought it actually was. All right, so he's like, don't even worry about it. But
which is true.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a reality. He wasn't going to play in that game.
Agreed.
I think it's a failure of understanding leadership in a room. Whenever your guy's not around, that leadership is missing. If he has become a leader, that leadership is missing right now, and it's not there. And I don't know that anybody's sitting there going, well, oh man, now it's my time to take over. I'm going to show them so that they don't have to re-sign CeeDee Lamb. But I do think that it is a failure on leadership to see and recognize at this moment what they're trying to build. But I don't think CeeDee's missing anything right now either.
I have this question. I'm with you for the most part. I'm like 99% with you. And I asked this question to Kyle Yeomans on Friday, I believe, is I get it. They don't do a lot of cardio during training camp. You would be surprised how little cardio they actually do.
And
they
lift weights down the thing.
Yeah, and they're doing things that we don't see maybe, but like I just
sometimes
wonder,
the coaches are like, hey, you need to work on your cardio, and they do after practice stuff.
Yeah, so CeeDee Lamb, let's just say he misses all of this week of practice. And then he misses all of the next week of practice, then they sign him. So we are now like, okay.
Leading into game 1.
Yeah, you're kind of getting close. Will there be like, hey, and maybe this isn't a big deal, but hey, he probably can't play like 90% of the snaps. He's usually out there for, I'm going to guess 80 to 90% of the plays. He'll go big packages or whatever. Maybe he runs a fly route, catches a ball 45 yards down the field, and they're like, hey, sit out this play. We get it. You're tired from sprinting 45 yards down the field. But do you have to worry about his stamina and cardio the first couple weeks of the season?
Yes, I think you do.
If you wait that long.
That just goes from every former player that I've ever talked to that always says, and it started with Jesse Holley was the first one I ever heard say it, and from there on it was every other one agrees. It takes about 3 weeks to get NFL legs. So, I mean, I know CeeDee Lamb's a professional. I know he is going to be as prepared as he can be, but it is definitely different when you're not out on the field doing those things. So yeah, his conditioning might be he might be a little fatigued early or late in that game.
All right, if you'll indulge me for a second, I wanted to pitch out a potential offer
trade
for CeeDee Lamb. Just see what you think.
Let's be Danny Ainge here. I want 6 first-rounders.
Okay, you will not like these trade offers then.
All right.
So I was reading something on, I think it's Bleacher Report. The bulk of the trade offers are the same, just the extra player being different. But from Arizona, Detroit, Green Bay, and the Chargers, they would all give you a first-round pick for this next draft, a third-round pick for this next draft, and then one of their wide receivers. So obviously that rotates from place to place. Like, for example, in Arizona,
Marvin Harrison Jr. I'll take him.
I don't need a first or a third. I'll do the trade straight up.
I'll take
player
the third
for player.
and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
I'll give him. You're giving him a third?
No, I'll take the third.
I'll give him a third. Here's why.
You don't have to pay him anything?
Yeah, I'm being serious. For 4 years, I have Marvin Harrison Jr. on a rookie contract.
That is interesting. Now, this offer included Michael Wilson, who was a third-round pick last year.
My favorite receiver.
I don't know if any of these will do anything more for you. Jamison Williams would be the receiver for the Lions.
Has he been hurt most of his career?
And suspended.
Yes.
What did he get suspended for?
Gambling.
Oh, okay. Well,
right?
Is that right?
Was he not part of that group that got in trouble for
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'll look it up.
He was a first-round pick in 2022. For the Packers, it would be Christian Watson. We've seen him.
Solid.
Second-round pick in 2022. And for the Chargers, Joshua Palmer, a third-round pick who might actually be the most productive of the bunch in 2021. So across the board, a first-round pick, a third-round pick, and then another wide receiver. So I understand what you're saying about Marvin Harrison, but let's assume Junior. It was something like that. Would that interest you whatsoever?
It's weird. I think it's a great question. No. It's just I know that the Cowboys don't do anything like this, so it's tough to put myself into this hypothetical. Like if we're doing Mavs trade talks or Rangers trade talks, I know that they move and shake, and I know that trading is different in all 3 sports that I'm mentioning, but
the only reason I bring it up now, too, is you're right. But the more and more, I just kind of want to, put your money where your mouth is. Not you, but the Joneses when they're like, hey, there might not be enough salary for everyone. I'm like, okay, there's not. What are you going to do about it?
If you don't think you can win the championship in the next 2 years, I would strongly consider stuff like this.
Okay.
If I know that, I don't think they know this. I think they assume they're bringing Dak back on like a 3-year, $180 million contract. I think that they have in the back of their mind, look, at the end of the day, which is what they're probably going to say.
Sure.
We love him. He's second in MVP. 3 years, 180 million, 150 of it's guaranteed. And we're going to be like, that's a lot, and that's a lot guaranteed. But I think that's what's going to happen. But if they were really going to move on from Dak, what's the point of having a $35 million receiver?
I'm with you. All right, you said no quickly.
Yeah, I'm not.
Can you tell me why?
I mean, I don't think you're going to get a level of receiver that is CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's a top 5 receiver right now. Potentially top 3.
Agreed.
He could have a season this year that could make him the best receiver. Like that changes every single season. So you found a guy like that, and he is going to be productive like that for the next 5 years, probably.
Yeah.
I think. You go through with that first and third. Now, granted, hey man, I think of Broadus, there are people out there that are like, I'll find you some players with that first and third pick. Like, and Kevin, I'll tell you what, man, if you want to go ahead and say, Dak, we're done, we're moving on, you now have 2 first-round picks that you could use to move up, and actually, if it's Detroit, you might be lower, but you move up and you can go get one of those quarterbacks in the top 10.
Can I ask you one more team then? What about the Patriots? Because the Patriots supposedly were in the mix for Brandon Ayuk.
You're gambling that they stink, but
yes, I am. So what if the Patriots, same deal, they said, I'll give you my first-round pick and third-round pick.
And I'm giving them CeeDee Lamb to make them better. Again, I'm still saying no because you have that. You have one of those where everybody else is trying to find one of those.
Okay.
And you already have it, and I don't see any reason to go ahead and move on from that. Unless, again, your plan is to take picks and move up to go change quarterbacks.
I just think this is the tough thing with this is the Cowboys aren't all in.
Yeah,
and I don't know, but they're not all out either. They're not like rebuilding. They're not going, hey, this is going to be a transition year and we're going to get the cap right. No, they're not even like the cap's not going to be right after this year. Like it's a weird time. So what are the Cowboys? I guess my question back to you on this hypothetical trades. What are the Cowboys trying to accomplish the next 2 to 3 years?
And that's honestly my real answer versus what I think the answer should be. My real answer is maintaining relevancy. And I think that is what they will get done. They will maintain relevancy, not move too far out of their comfort zone one way or another, and that's going to work out fine. So, like, for example, on the YouTube, I saw Joe K go, hey, CeeDee's got a base salary of $17.991 million, I believe. Does anyone really think he's going to walk away from that? No, not at all. Like, I don't want this to get confused. I'm not saying that the Cowboys, by any stretch of the imagination, are going to be without CeeDee Lamb this year. Plus, even if it was just that, they couldn't come to a contract agreement, he could franchise tag him. Then you can franchise tag him again. So you still have plenty of time. But it's Mike's question that has me asking this question because I don't understand. That's not true. I totally understand what the Cowboys are doing. I just don't agree with it. I think what they're doing is let's stay relevant record-wise so we can continue to be the most relevant brand-wise. And I hate that idea. Like, the fact that they haven't signed Dak yet, I'm like, make a decision one way or another. If he only wants to sign for 3 years and you're not willing to do that, move him. If you want to pay him $60 million and that's the only way you'll get it done because then you'll keep him for 5 years, let's say, do that. Just make a decision.
Now, this also does bleed into the conversation. How many times do you look and say the wide receiver was the difference for a Super Bowl team?
I understand that concern.
I think that if you're in that mentality, then you have to look at the reality, Kevin. What is the difference in all of those Super Bowls? We've discussed this at length.
Yeah.
What are the 2 things that matter there? Strong quarterback play and great defense.
Yep.
If you're going to be that kind of team, you have to have a great defense and strong quarterback play.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys would say, all right, if you're going to make that, if you're going to say that's where we're going, you move on from CeeDee Lamb and you say we're committing every other thing that we have to the defensive side of the ball and making sure that's the best that you could possibly find out there. Because you're going to need strong quarterback play, and when the playoffs come around, currently the quarterback that you're going to end up paying is good.
So think about this. When you talk about how much of a difference the wide receiver can make, or you just set up like you need to be that Super Bowl or bust or Super Bowl and waiting kind of team. If CeeDee Lamb were to get traded, which I don't think is going to happen, Do you know who the two odds-on favorites are to get him? The Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions.
To get CeeDee Lamb?
To get CeeDee Lamb.
Can you imagine St. Brown and him on the same team?
And so that speaks to the idea
got paid too.
of teams that would be looking at it in terms of, well, we're ready to win now. Obviously, the Chiefs are in the middle of winning right now. And then the Lions, they just had a huge breakthrough this last season, getting back to the NFC Championship.
Yeah, they believe
game.
they can do it again too.
Yeah.
They're not. That's not built on any facade of we think we can do it.
No,
that
I
is
think that's
leadership
fair.
from the top down that actually believes they can and is committed to it.
Help me out here with NFL contract real quick. I have this pulled up on SpoTrack because I want to you were talking a couple minutes ago about D-Mavs. I believe, no, Joe K. Sorry, D-Mavs was right after him on the YouTube. It's pulled up over here. He's not walking away from almost $18 million.
Yeah.
I think he will, and here's why. Signing bonus $7.7 million, and then it says contract terms so far 4 years, $14 million. So am I adding those up right? He's made in his career approximately $22 million.
I thought that the signing bonus was factored into that 4 for 14,
okay.
but I'm not positive about that.
Let's go with low numbers here. Let's just say over his career he's made $15 million. Well, after taxes and paying your agent and everything, you got to cut it in half. People don't understand this, but as a professional athlete, you only see 50% of what it says on these websites because of the fees that you owe and taxes that you owe. So he does have $7.5 million. I'm not saying exactly in the bank, but that's his take-home pay so far playing in the NFL approximately. He can sit out, and we've seen that Jerry Jones always breaks in these situations. He never... If I'm CeeDee Lamb, if I'm the agent, yeah, it is a scary proposition to play. Like, he's not going to walk away from that. The Cowboys have never played this game. Because they know that, to your point of relevancy over the next 2 to 3 years to being a playoff contender, a team that makes the playoffs, they always give in the end because they're like, dude, we're not going to, if we don't have CeeDee Lamb, we're not going to make the playoffs. I mean, let's be honest. What's the record? Let's just say CeeDee Lamb, the Cowboys stay strong, and CeeDee Lamb stay strong. Nobody moves and he doesn't play this year. What's the Cowboys record?
7-10, maybe?
Sounds good.
Do you think Jerry Jones is willing to do that?
No.
I don't either.
He's not. So that's where CeeDee Lamb will get what he wants. In the end, Jerry will get scared. And I don't blame him for this either. I do not want this to sound like I take plenty of shots at Jerry and he deserves to me every one that I give. In this, I'm not taking a shot at Jerry. Jerry looks at it the way I just asked you that question. He's in the room. He says, guys, if we stay strong on this contract and we don't give him what he wants and we only offer what we are willing to give and he sits out this year, we're not even going to be a contender in December, right?
Yeah.
And the answer is we probably won't be. With our wide receiver depth and our running back depth and our team in general, he probably means 3 wins to us. Switch that record to 10-7, guys, and we're in the playoffs. And we're super relevant, and we live for another day, and we make the playoffs, and you never know what can happen in the playoffs.
Yep.
So I understand what you guys are saying, that he won't walk away from the $18 million, and that makes a lot of sense to us. We all make 5 to 6 figures somewhere in there. Hey, different people listening might make millions of dollars. We don't come close to that. But most people listening, if they have a regular job, are making somewhere, let's just say, between $40,000 and $150,000. I know it's a big range, but yeah, we get $18 million. We'll never make $18 million in our life. I'll never make that money.
Sure.
I can work for the Rangers forever and Bally's forever and here forever. I will never come close to making $18 million, and most people listening won't either. So that number sounds crazy to us. But if you had right now $7.5 million in the bank, I can probably sit out knowing that eventually I am going to get $100+ million contract. Somebody will break. Either they're going to trade me, which I think is unlikely, or most likely the Jones family, Jerry, breaks, and I get the contract that I always wanted because they cannot afford to be a non-contender.
And I don't want to give anything away, but I do want to say this. I think you're right. I hate that philosophy from the Cowboys, because if we go down the path we're about to and Mike likes it, I think making a move here could help you facilitate that. Like, I think if this is going the direction I believe it is, I think just deciding we just can't get it done with CeeDee because we can't afford to pay everybody. I think that could facilitate what you're about to pitch out.
Are we bringing back frozen Tom Landry? Is that what we're doing here?
Only one way to find out.
All right, guys.
Hit the music, Reggie.
Mike likes it. And this could run for days upon days as we get ready for college football and the NFL season.
AP polls out if you care.
Well, there's a team that I'm going to assume is in the AP 25 that I think that he has no desire to coach in college football much longer. I think he's only there for his sons, and that is Deion Sanders.
They're actually not in the top 25.
So here's what I think, and I do think that this is more ESPN-y and more sports talk radio. Understand that this is more of that than this is reality, but don't put it past Jerry Jones.
Because last year we had him on, and we were talking about like Zach Martin and other contracts and everything, and he goes, I think like I like to stir things up. So I don't want to pretend like that's not accurate.
I do think there's this possibility, and just think of this Cowboy fans for the publicity and what would happen here. And I'm going to use LeBron James as an example. Now, his son wasn't good enough to get drafted, but still got drafted because of the manipulation. Right now, I'm on Tankathon and only on Tankathon. Shedeur Sanders, his son, is projected to be a top 10 pick. Now, I don't know if he's going to be or not. There's a lot of season to play out. He's projected right now as a 7th overall pick. We'll see how his season, he might be the number 1 overall pick. But would you put it past Jerry Jones if they just missed the playoffs? And Deion is like, I don't want to coach college. Do I really want to go through all of this and my sons aren't even here and just coach 80 random kids for years upon years in Colorado? He has no connection to Colorado. He didn't grow up there. It's not his school. It's not close to where he lives. Like, he doesn't have a connection to the Colorado Buffaloes. It's just there because it was a Division I school from where he was, and it's a major Division I school, and he's turning it around. I'm not crapping on Deion at all. Deion has no desire, in my opinion, to coach college football till 2030. His sons will be gone. His son, most likely a quarterback, is going to be a first-round pick. Maybe he falls into the second. We'll see how this season plays out. But can you imagine if Deion manipulates like LeBron and gets Shedeur? We're not playing for the Las Vegas Raiders. We're not playing for the Indianapolis Colts or whoever it is that has interest in him. We're not even working out for you. We're not doing an interview with you. We already know. It's all, not saying it's planned out today, but if the Cowboys start failing and Shedeur Sanders looks like a real NFL starting quarterback and a real first rounder, think about the publicity, and I'll leave it at this. For the next couple years, if Deion Sanders is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys and his son is the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys,
good luck talking about anything else.
He'll come in here daggone everybody too.
I'm not talking to you, CBS Sports.
Yeah, I mean, you already are posted all over ESPN with Jerry quotes. Now add Deion quotes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm not kidding. Good luck, other teams in football on like national shows like that.
Sorry, Coach Deion. Coach Prime. My bad.
Getting attention for what you're doing.
If you have Coach Prime and Shedeur Sanders next year as your head coach and your starting quarterback, first-round pick, I mean, that's a dream come true for, and let's just say the Cowboys end up going 10, and I do think the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs, but let's just say they go 10-7, just make it, get ousted in the first round. That's a likelihood. Or what if they do go 7-10, and by the time you get to the end of the year, Dak knows he's gone, and Dak doesn't want to be here anymore, and there's just, all right, well, we know he's gone. We know he's going to get a huge contract from somewhere else, and we know that Deion, I don't like saying this, but I think he can manipulate his son here. And I think Deion is a good head coach. It's very different from college, the way he talks to young men or kids, at whatever you want to call them. They're 18 to 22 years old, and what he'd have to do in the NFL. But he knows. He played in the NFL.
What did Al Harris's? What did all the players say about him? He played the position I'm playing right now. He was in the league. He knows what I'm going through. He knows he's been through what I'm going through right now. So I can relate to him, and Deion knows how to relate. And Kevin,
he keeps Mike Zimmer. Don't they have somewhat of a relationship?
I don't know about that, because here's my addition to this.
Because then he helps him like the head coaching responsibilities.
Here's my addition. Who is his Aflac compadre?
I don't
Alabama.
Nick
coach.
Don
Saban.
Staley.
Oh,
yeah.
He and Nick Saban are tight. And who is tight with Nick Saban?
You're going to say Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick.
Oh my
Both of
God.
them sign on as coordinators for Deion Sanders.
What? Are they both going to be
I think that
defensive
but you know what?
I'm
This
having
is-
fun with this.
This is
but
very ESPN-y of us.
I can totally see it, Mike. I really can. And I'm just having fun
Yeah.
with like elaborating on what if that happened. But I could, yes.
Everybody's bringing this up. Bill Belichick. We got into the studios today, and it was plastered because who said it? Asante Samuel?
Asante Samuel.
I know Bill Belichick's going to be the head coach of the Cowboys next year. I'm telling you, I think that this could have some legs as the college football season progresses and the NFL football season progresses. Why wouldn't? Jerry has a great relationship with Deion. And you know what Deion has? He has a son who's probably going to be a starting NFL quarterback. And it seems like Jerry and I don't know. I have no clue of this. They might be just a little bit tired of Dak Prescott. Not a lot, but maybe a little, and dealing with the agent. I'm not saying a lot.
They
And
kind of been
all
getting their ass
sudden-
kicked by his agent.
and all of a sudden, you get Deion and you get his son. The headlines and the publicity don't end. And you know what? They might actually be really good, too. I'm not saying maybe rookie
But that
year.
part
but
is secondary,
that's
right?
secondary. But you just look at it and go, oh, my gosh. You talk about setting up the Cowboys for success for your sons and your daughter in the future. I got Deion and Shador here for the next 4 years.
And then, like you said, Jerry doesn't even have to talk anymore because Deion will do all the talking that's necessary.
Yeah.
And I don't know about Shador, but he's not going to be Dak Prescott when it comes to quotes. Like, I don't think he's going to go up there and just
He has
can
his
everything
father,
the same
like,
way.
Yeah, he's a showman.
Yeah.
I just think this. I don't think it's going to happen. Remember, I'm telling you, just to make this clear. So when everybody headlines this or whatever, because people have definitely taken me out of context plenty of times in my career, I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm not saying this is even a 50-50 proposition, but they're bringing up Bill Belichick already with the Dallas Cowboys. Why not Deion Sanders and then Deion Sanders and the Dallas Cowboys manipulating the draft where Shador Sanders makes it to the Dallas Cowboys pick, or the Cowboys trade up a little bit to make sure it's where around the slot that they think they would go, and maybe like, I don't know, the Cardinals like, we don't give a crap what the Cowboys think. We're taking them no matter what. You know, like you're like, let's just make sure we trade one spot above the Cardinals to pick number 9 that we get Shador because Deion's our guy and Deion's going to coach his son. And that's what Deion wants to coach his sons. He doesn't want to coach Colorado. My opinion only. But I don't think Deion wants to coach Colorado the next 10 years.
Kevin, when he hired Jimmy Johnson as a college coach to be his coach.
He being Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry Jones. When we had him on a couple of years before Mike McCarthy was hired, as they were going through all of that, he had a lengthy quote about not wanting to hire college coaches again.
True.
And I wonder if the Mike McCarthy era allows him to change with the wind and say, you know what? Because I know Deion and I know how he treats me, I wonder if that would be a part of a reality for it.
In the back of my head, when he said that, I was thinking he means all the college coaches except for the 4 or 5 that have ginormous enough names that they could
like
easily
Nick Saban,
transition.
yeah,
Exactly.
that would be a
Or like
name
a
that
Jim
he would
Harbaugh,
definitely,
who's
yeah.
now-
And Deion, it fits that category.
All right. I'm just throwing it out there. It's all just hypothetical and a theory, but that's what they're doing on ESPN already with Bill Belichick next year to the
After
Cowboys.
the first preseason game.
I'm just
Does that
telling
mean
you.
if they would have stopped them at the end and would have won that preseason game, they'd have been like
12 to
6
or whatever.
I don't
We're
know
good to
this.
go.
If I ask this question to Deion, like truth serum in him, your son gets drafted by a team and he's going to be the starting quarterback. Don't you think he'd be like, dude, Cowboys?
Yeah. Absolutely. That's what I think.
If you left college football, maybe his dream is to go to Florida State, like to eventually be, I don't know. I don't know what Deion's dream is in the coaching thing, but it's right now to coach his sons. And if he could coach one NFL team, Deion Sanders, what team would it be?
Cowboys. That's what I think.
Dream come true. Shador Sanders, Deion Sanders, and all the publicity you could ever ask for.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special Oxnard guest.
Yeah, let's go out to Oxnard and talk with our friend Brian Broaddus before he does 5 hours of radio today.
Oh.
Next in the Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that, but it really is time to talk with Brian Broaddus in Oxnard, California, as he is back out there. Well, I guess not back out there, as we discussed with Mickey earlier. It was like an hour drive.
Yeah.
Was it that short of a ride, Broaddus?
I did not go to the game. I did from the tennis courts.
Okay, look at
That's where
you.
We did that. Yeah, I watched the game here at the tennis courts and did the pre and post game show from here.
That's right. That's
all
right.
good.
Smart,
Yeah.
smart on your part.
Thank
hey,
you.
Did you get? Because you always say this when it comes to training camp and preseason games. Health is the most important part. Did you get what you wanted out of that?
Yeah, I think so. We'll see what happens with Chuma Doga. He was in a boot. Probably a toe injury there. He's been dealing with a lot of things. He had lower back problems. He had back spasms. Now he's got the boot potentially with the toe. So yeah, a lot of things going on with Doga, but other than that, it really seems like they got out of this game pretty clean.
How do you like that they've added more joint practices to this thing?
It was clear that when you talk to the Rams folks that they were really happy about that. Matter of fact, that was their second joint practice that they've had. They've already worked with the Chargers last week and then or the week before the Cowboys. So they feel like that they don't have to play their starters in the preseason because they get the work during the week, and you can dictate how you want to practice. Yeah, I thought it was a really good practice on Thursday. I thought it was very competitive for both sides. And, you saw Dak Prescott, 70-something plays. You saw, Matthew Stafford, 70-something plays. I mean, they had that thing, that scripted out pretty well. They got through all the things they wanted to. Their quarterbacks didn't get touched, so I could see why, working with another team, if you really trust the other team's coach and trust the way that they handle their teams, that there's not going to be a lot of fights. There are going to be disagreements, and guys are going to think they got wronged a little bit. But for the most part, man, that was pretty good practice work against each other. And then all your young guys get to play in the football game on Sunday, so it's not a bad deal.
Yeah, and that feels kind of like a real experience for those guys, dressing, getting out there, finding the field. Like, I'm not BSing when I say that.
I believe you.
When Parcells said that a long time ago, Broaddus, it really stuck with me. He was like Bobby Carpenter. Let him find the bathroom first. Let him get to his hotel room, because there's things that these guys have never experienced before.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy was a little bit the same way when we had a chance to visit with him. He's like, well, I really like my defense. I really like my offense. But when he did the practice the other day, he learned something about his backup offensive linemen that, the one-on-one drills weren't particularly good. They'd had some really, they'd had good reps against some of their own, and, you kind of get a little bit of a custom and you understand who you're playing against and, have a little bit of a game plan. But they found out some things the other day. I asked J.B. Long, their play-by-play guy for the Rams yesterday, because Dallas had success Thursday running the football against the Rams. And I said, hey, how bad are you, J.B., in run defense right now? And he says, that's always something that we've kind of had to work on here, when you draft the guys that we've drafted, and, hopefully that will improve. But Dallas's offense looked decent running the football, and then had some moments yesterday where they were pretty good. So, those kinds of things are pretty positive when you get to work against another team.
We could talk about the game for sure, and I'm interested in that. But I was curious your overall training camp thoughts thus far about Marquise Bell.
Well, Marquise Bell is one of these guys that, he showed up yesterday in the game. And when you watch Marquise Bell practice, Marquise Bell is Zimmer's going to walk him down. He's used to playing in the box. He's used to playing as that dime linebacker. So he's going to be accustomed to have to dealing with blockers and what you have there. But when you notice him is when they walk him down and then he blitzes. There hasn't been the questions you had to have about these safeties, and really a couple of the safeties. Could Wilson cover and could Bell cover? Those were the things that coming into this camp that I was thinking like, okay, show me that these guys can cover a little bit, because as much the zone defense and cover 2 that Zim plays, you got to have somebody off the hash that kind of can see the field, read routes. And, the one thing with Bell, he did a great job in that game yesterday of putting himself in position. Should have had 2 interceptions if you go back and look, at the first drive of the game the Rams had. I mean, Bennett tried to throw him one early in the game, and, he just couldn't bring it in. But both times he was in really, really good position to make plays. And, as a guy who's, as you want to see playing that cover type of scheme, good marks from yesterday's game.
So that is going to be kind of a chore for Zim to try and figure out how to get him on the field sometimes, or is it?
Yeah, it's they're going to have to figure out this how they want to play their guys, and this is the great example of, and not a great example, but this is why you have the preseason games. This is why you have the practices. This is why you're able to say, okay, this guy fits this role for me, or he fits this. This is why, I want to see Carson continue to get reps. I'm honestly happy that they got rid of Nashawn Wright, and now this will give Carson more opportunity. I mean, yesterday, targets were 6 for 6 on receptions and targets. He's got to learn, he's been practicing really, really well out here, but seeing other receivers, seeing the league, you got to find a way to get 4 corners in this thing. And so how you practice, how you play will give these coaches confidence whether they can put you out there or not, or then you're a Sunday inactive every week.
Brought us there wasn't much pressure on Bennett throughout from the defensive ends. What are we feeling on the depth there? Do we like Nealon? Actually, I thought he did pretty well in the run game.
Yeah, Nealon clearly is your best player there. With the depth pieces, yeah, it's going to be, Muhammad was a guy that gave him a little pressure, and he's a guy that just really was added to the roster, about a week ago. But, they've got to find some other guys that can play. They actually, we saw some rushes on the outside with Fehoko was playing as a little bit of an end. He's been playing a lot of defensive tackle. So, they're trying to find guys, Tyrus Wheat and others are, people who are taking reps on the outside. They just need to find a better, they need to find guys that can get more of a consistent rush, maybe not win one time and then be gone 4 other plays. They need to have a little bit more consistency there. And for the backup guys, it appeared that Muhammad was a little bit more that guy. Durrell Johnson's another guy. Man, he is super thin. Kind of gets knocked around a little bit, but he does got some pass rush ability. But they need to see it on a more consistent level.
I heard you this morning talking about Tyler Guyton with Sean and RJ.
Mm-hmm.
And was it 12 pass plays that he didn't allow a pressure?
Yeah, he did not allow a pressure. Yeah, if you look at the metrics, it was 12. He was one-on-one 75% of the time, and so I think that the Rams have some good edge rushers. I'm not saying it's the top of the league or anything like that, but they've got a couple of guys that can rush this. Zach Vanden Varkenberg, I think is how you say his name.
A lot of letters, yeah.
Fancy.
Yeah. And so he's one of these guys that is kind of a relentless pass rush guy, and he was lined up across, but when Guyton went out, then all of a sudden, we saw he got more pressures, with going against other guys. So it's unfortunate for Guyton that he missed so many practices last week, but for him to get in there, had him on a pitch count, as they say, and he was able to get a little work there.
Is there something you've seen, or are you still waiting to see something out of Guyton that makes you go, yep, all right, I feel completely comfortable with him being the starting left tackle?
Well, it's always about the learning curves for these offensive tackles, and if they're able to, he got off the ball pretty well yesterday. He got into his guy and got some movement in the running game. He looks like a guy to me. I didn't really know how strong he was. I knew he was really athletic. The foot quickness and all that stuff was pretty impressive coming out of Oklahoma. I didn't realize he was this strong. And his ability to get movement in the running game, and then when they use him to get outside in space and play, is kind of the strength that he has as well. So, it's just every time that he takes a rep, you're going to watch just to see if okay, he's starting to look more and more comfortable. Yesterday, for a guy that had not practiced a whole hell of a lot and was probably not breathing very easily because of the stuff he was dealing with his lungs, he showed up pretty well.
I'm curious your thoughts about the, I guess, versatility and depth of the offensive line, because I appreciate that evaluation of Guyton very, very much. I was curious. We saw Austin Richards at left guard. He can also do some left tackle. We've talked about BB doing guard and center. How do you feel about the depth and versatility on the line?
They've got to figure some things out there. They've got some guys that have actually, Josh Ball is a guy who's moved from tackle to guard and has shown some promise there. You mentioned about Austin Richards, playing. He might be a better guard than he is at tackle. Matt Waletzko, has had some struggles. He was struggling in the practice on Thursday, but played a little bit better yesterday in the scrimmage. So Adoga, now all of a sudden it seems like every time you turn around, he's getting hurt. But yeah, they're probably better inside than they are on the edges. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if this is a team that if somebody puts somebody out there on waivers, maybe down to the final cut, that they take an opportunity to maybe add another swing guy there to give them maybe that 9th or 10th guy.
All right, Broadus, it is time to discuss the most divisive player on this team.
Oh,
Mazi Smith.
What would you like to know?
Okay, his practices since we left and how that looked, how it transitioned to the field in the preseason game. And did he look a little gassed to you also?
He's always gassed.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that I'm just saying that he's got to get in better condition. And I felt like that yesterday there were some snaps when you don't see his numbers, numbers, jersey numbers, when you don't see his 5 and his 8, when you don't see that means he's playing square. And there was a lot more of reps yesterday where he was playing square, where he was playing along the line of scrimmage. He didn't have any stuffs. That's a metrics that they look at. They say, okay, that's a run stuff right there. Rodgers had the one run stuff for the defensive tackles or for the one techniques that they had yesterday. And I thought he played pretty well. But with Mazi, there was better get off on the ball yesterday. He was more active. Now the problem with Mazi is that when he has 2 or 3 plays where maybe there's some positive techniques and things he does, but the longer he has to go, the more struggle it is for him. His stance becomes bad. He's not as quick off the ball. He's lazy with his technique. And so they're going to have to work with him on that. Hey, you're going to have to play more than 2 or 3 plays. You're going to have to play maybe 5, 6 plays in a row, and we need you to be really, really good in those 5 or 6 plays you're going to get out there and be a part of. But there's times where he has 2 really good plays, and then you could see his technique, his stance, everything about his game starts to go south on him. But I feel like the practices, there's been some with the Rams. I was over Thursday watching the offense, one-on-ones while he was over on defense. And he had a couple of really good reps over there. I saw the clips of those, and I was like, okay, good for him. But he needs to develop more consistency. And if you talk to anybody out here about Mazi Smith, there's hope for him. That he's a promising player in a lot of ways. They just want him to be more consistent with his reps and his conditioning.
And then finally, Broadus, I still told the guys, I think the best thing that could have happened did happen for Trey Lance. And that if he had been great, everybody would be like, yeah, but it's against a bunch of nobodies. And if he was poor, we'd be killing him. So right where he was gives him still opportunities to grow and get better. But yesterday I saw some things I liked and some things I hated.
Yeah, and where Trey Lance has had his problems is down in the red zone.
Yep.
That is a problem. He was 2 of 8 for 10 yards down in the red zone. And if you watch practices, there's been times where he has not thrown the ball particularly well. And his decision-making needs to be quicker. He needs to look for the right guy. Sometimes he gets a little bit locked on some guys. When he was facing no blitzes, he was 19 to 26 for 143 yards. But then against the blitz, he was 6 for 15 for 45 yards. So now you're kind of thinking like, okay, is he a guy that doesn't deal with pressure well? Can he think quick enough? Can he think fast enough? His accuracy will come and go. You watch him. Every receiver yesterday had to work for a ball.
Yeah.
Every one of them, it seemed like the guys were working for a ball. And the touch throw, they've run that play that not on fourth down, but they've thrown that tight red zone fade. Like every practice, they throw that. Whether it's Dak throws it, Cooper Rush throws it, they all throw it. So it's something that it wasn't like when they say, surprise, let's run this play. They practice that play. So he just has to become more accurate with the way he's delivering the football. And I think the decision-making with the more opportunities he gets to play, hopefully that'll be better than what we saw a little bit yesterday. And him dealing with pressure, I think that needs to improve a little bit as well.
Sir Brian Broaddus right there.
Always
absolutely delivers. Thank you very much, sir, for hopping on. Can't wait to hear you with G-Bag, sir.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next with the 2024 Olympics at an end. Who are the real winners and losers in Paris? Plus, how much did you watch this Olympiad? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Probably offside, but the flag stays down for now, and it's Swanson. And the flag still stays down. Swanson celebrates. Brazil turn with arms upraised to say, how about a VAR check? But as of now, the U.S. lead.
And in your face, Olympic commentator, that goal would stand. And the United States was victorious at the Olympics. So I wanted to gauge people's interest level now that the Olympics are over. How much did you watch? And who are the real winners and losers in Paris?
I watched. This is probably the most I've watched of the Olympics lately. For some reason, I just haven't been able to keep in touch with all of it. But I did watch a lot more events than I thought I was going to. And even though I knew that some of them, like some of the events' results, I still wanted to see how it went. Because we were on air sometimes during some of the heats and stuff. And I knew about Sha'Carri Richardson's, the way she finished that 4x100. She looks over and flexes on him. But Adrian she didn't know. She wasn't paying attention, so I was like, you got to watch this. And she watched it. I was like, you got to watch Quincy Wilson. It's not like he's great, but that's a 16-year-old kid out there getting his first taste of the Olympics. So there were a lot of things that I wanted. And then, again, wake up on Saturday and Sunday mornings, it was easy to just turn it on and be like, all right, here we are for the day. So I watched a lot more than I thought. And Adrian, her thing is she loves Paris. Like, she went when she was in high school with one of the classes or whatever.
Ooh, fancy.
And one of our teachers said that she would one day own a few cafes in Paris.
Oh.
Which I don't think that's going to happen, dude.
Oh.
But she just loved the whole, everything that you got to see about Paris. She loves all the, architecture and stuff like that. So she was very locked in on that, too.
Now, I wanted to go to cut number 13. I think this is one of the winners of the Olympics. Mazi Russell, the Olympic debutante. She was competing in the 100-meter hurdles.
Final of the women's 100 hurdles. Alicia Johnson got out well. Here comes Camacho Quinn. Oh, Alicia Johnson stumbled. Grace Stark with the headband on. Visser on the inside. Look how close this is. Wow. That may be Samba Mayala and one of the Americans.
That's an insane race.
It was also important that he learned his lesson from the 100-meter dash when Noah Lyles definitely didn't win until you found out that he did win. And he's like, I'm just going to say it could be one of these people.
Elisa Johnson was the favorite on that. And was it Mazi Russell? Is it?
Yes.
Johnson stumbled a couple different times. Russell, the way she finished was awesome. That was an exciting race, although I was kind of let down because I was rooting for Johnson. But then Russell, in the way she finished, it was worth it. She got a gold, too.
I would argue another winner of the Olympics is the Woodrow Wilson Classical High School in California. Did you know that they have had an Olympian in every single summer game since 1952?
Why? What's in
that
the
one
water?
person has been in the Olympics since 1952.
That's a long time.
Wild.
Somebody
It's like
somebody
Diana
from that
Taurasi.
high school.
It really is. Hang it up. She's not even really contributing.
6 gold medals.
Just down the
She's
street,
collected
too.
3 of them.
Woodrow Wilson.
what?
Woodrow Wilson Classical High School in California.
I'm just giving off spicy women's basketball takes. that's all.
Gotcha.
Has
There's
had
more
at
than
least,
one Woodrow Wilson.
Yes. This one in California has had at least one summer Olympian in every Olympic Games since 1952.
Who?
Yeah, what do they
Well,
play
it's
or
always
compete
a
in?
different person. Well, it's usually
Do they
a
all play
different person.
instruments?
That was a mistake to bring this one up. I should have known.
We're just trying to figure out. We're trying to understand.
What are you
what's
trying to
happening.
figure out? What difference does it make what instrument they played?
I mean, for
I don't
us,
know.
it
Could
helps
be interesting.
give the full picture.
Okay, the flute.
Nice.
All of them.
That's interesting.
Wow.
You know, the flute's takes the second most air to play out of all the instruments.
What's the first most?
Tuba.
That makes sense.
I figured
Then
because
the
it's
flute.
bigger.
You're blowing.
But it doesn't. The flute's small.
But you're blowing the air. Most of the air is wasted. It goes across the top of the flute.
True.
So it's because when you blow into a flute, you don't blow into it. You go across the top like you would a bottle to make that sound.
And they haven't changed that.
Nope. They're like, let's just keep rocking it this way, man.
I would.
Shout out to the Woodrow Wilson athlete who plays the flute.
I'd make a better flute.
Would you?
Yeah.
Let me tell you this, Mike.
Why not?
It
sounds like there should be improvements.
If you get a full-time
There are a lot of
Ranger's
conservative
job
people
and
out
you
there.
have some time off, I would like you to use that time off to construct a better flute. I really would like to see what you come
Mike
up
comes
with.
back and he's like,
Yeah.
I've done it.
That would be
I made the better flute.
awesome.
You don't have to blow so much air that's not used.
That is a fair point.
And you know what? In this situation, Mike, sure, the guy who created the light bulb, whoever that was, good guy. But the longer lasting light bulb,
Was it Benjamin Franklin?
genius, right? I think it was Thomas Edison.
Oh,
That makes more
Thomas
sense.
Edison didn't actually invent
Don't worry about
anything.
that, Kevin. But
Benjamin Franklin invented it through lightning, though, right? And a kite,
and a key.
electricity.
What else do you know about that?
There was a turkey involved somewhere here.
The Benjamin Franklin kite
really?
situation.
Yep. That sounds like a great name for a cover band. Like, hello, we are the Benjamin Franklin Kite Experiment. Situation. I'm sorry.
That's a band that plays cafes exclusively.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not making it anywhere.
All right, another winner, the Americans. A total of 126 medals, the most for America since the Summer Olympics in 1984 with Los Angeles. And remember, that was the Olympics that Russia boycotted, and so
We just dominated.
yeah, pretty much.
How'd Russia do?
They didn't do very well.
Oh, what
Both
happened?
Olympic-wise and geopolitically.
No, this year.
They're struggling.
They're banned.
Oh,
Oh,
right
yeah,
now?
right now. Yeah.
Wow.
They're not doing
I think
so
they're
hot.
trying to take over countries around them to get back to having more candidates for their pool.
So it can be the Soviet bloc
I thought
again.
they were trying to team up with China.
I think they are.
That's for World War III.
Okay.
Yeah.
NBC's live coverage of the Olympics was a winner. I know some folks want to do the whole, like, I want to get the whole to-do in
'Cause of
prime
Snoop?
time with the pre-tape packages and everything like that. But for a lot of us, it was great. And the Gold Zone channel, awesome.
Yeah?
I realize they just use that from football, but still, great idea. Great idea.
I saw somebody had pointed out, like the Sha'Carri Richardson, she didn't get to go to the last one because of weed.
Yes.
But then they were like,
Yep.
NBC, let's put Snoop on everything. And
It seemed like people really liked him, right?
Snoop is,
He just
Yeah.
couldn't have competed in the event.
it is so wild to me. Snoop, like it is a Mike Tyson type transition of life where this dude it goes from murder was the case they gave me to he is beloved by everybody. Was he always beloved
And
by
your grandma.
everybody?
And your auntie.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
oh,
wild.
my God, for sure. Now, we can go through some more winners, and I want to hear if y'all have any, but some losers. United States 3-on-3 basketball.
What happened?
I feel like
They used too small of a ball.
Jimmer Fredette's like groin apparently exploded.
Refs were against us.
Yeah. We went 2-5 and got nothing. By the way, the women, they did get the bronze, but last time they got the gold. So we really hit the skids on
Well, it's because
3-on-3
Kelsey
basketball.
Plum and I think Kalia Copper played on the 3v3 team last time, and now they're on the big team. I think
we
got
got
to bring
other
them back
people.
to the 3v3.
Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark could have put them on the team. Figure it out.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
Yeah.
Either team.
I
team.
I like what Reggie's doing
paid
just because
pukers.
it brings me up to my kids years ago when I started hearing the 3v3 or 1v1. I'm like, so versus is too long of a word in this whole sentence. Hey, you want to play one-on-one or you want to play one versus one? You're like, you know what? That's just taking way too much time out of my life. How can I shorten this? 1v1, 3v3.
We did it.
5v5. All right.
Now,
Sweet.
another potential loser that gets suggested on the fan text, You'll enjoy this, Mike.
Dwayne.
806. The loser was that piece of crap Dwayne Wade's commentary. Please, NBC, don't have him on any broadcast ever again.
As the game is coming to a close, the most unbelievable, I guess, Olympic game that I've seen in a long time. I don't even know what to compare to. That was so amazing what Steph Curry did.
Yes.
I will, in a weird way, I don't remember much about Olympic basketball. I will remember those 4 consecutive three-pointers.
Yeah.
That was amazing. As it's going down, before the third or fourth one, he goes, hey, can I just make a comment here? Basketball's really great in this world. We are down to the final minute and a half of the gold medal game. Hey, can I just say this? Basketball, isn't it really great right now? Yeah, Dwayne.
Was he wrong?
Technically correct.
Technically, he's correct.
That's kind of correct.
I'll just do that.
Dude, I'm with you, man. I am.
I think there's, obviously, this is the factual percentage. There's a 1.3% chance the Rangers make the playoffs.
Damn right.
If they are playing the LA Angels on the last day of the year this year, I am on the broadcast in LA. If in the 9th inning of the final pitch, if I go, hey, Dave, I just want to say this. Isn't baseball a great sport right now? I think everybody will be like, you are not the future of the Rangers broadcast.
Well, what do you think Dave Raymond will say?
Sure is, Mike.
He will not.
That's right, buddy.
He will not ignore it like Iron Eagle's son or whoever else was on the call. Was it Iron Eagle's son?
It was Noah.
Yeah. It's like, Dwayne, so we have to have this as the commentation, which, look, this is why I shouldn't be on the commentary, because I just said commentation.
I
I
liked
was
it.
going to rock with it, honestly.
Guys, this
Dwayne
is
Wade, thanks a lot.
This is a tough one. We're the Jamaica women's track team losers for this Olympics. They didn't medal in the 100 for the first time since 1998. They didn't medal in the 200 for the first time since 1976. Or in the 4x100 relay for the first time since 2008. What happened?
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Didn't Jamaica come out of nowhere like in 1996? I was like, they've never competed for anything. And so are they just going back to like, they had this great, unbelievable run? It is a small country, and I get that they're great at running,
small
but
country.
It's kind of one of those things that, to me, it popped out of nowhere when, and maybe I'm wrong, Usain Bolt, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting
They were good in the relays. They had always medaled
forever.
since 76 in the relays.
Thank you. But I was just like, dude, Jamaica's taken over the world of sprinting. So maybe they're just kind of going back to being like, hey, they're pretty good.
But shout out to St. Lucia getting their first gold in sprinting at least. So they held it down for the Caribbean while the Jamaicans were, I don't know, asleep, doing something else.
Well,
I feel like that's a vacation place, right?
I mean, they won an Olympic medal.
No, I know, but I feel like if I hear St. Lucia, I'm like, oh, beautiful place to go vacation.
You know who else fell asleep during the Olympics?
Who was that?
U.S. men's swimmers.
Well, that's not a good place to go to sleep because you will eventually drown.
Yes, that is true.
You need to wake up.
Faster than you think, too.
There was
I feel like water wakes
14
you up.
individual men's races. The United States won a gold medal in one. Had they not won in the 1500 freestyle, it would have been the first time they went over in individual races in the Olympics since 1900.
1900 what?
1900.
Oh.
That's when
Which I know
Columbus-
now some people are going to be like, oh, 190,000? No, 1900 was the year.
It'll be 109,000.
1900.
90,000.
Yeah, 1,900.
Like the tequila?
Kevin, so what I'm hearing here.
How come we say 1900 instead of 1,900?
I think you could say both.
But nobody says this happened in 1947 is when Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier of
and when
baseball.
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
It was 42.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, 1,492 was the year that Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
It's just
I was born in 1981.
It's too long. If we have to shorten verses to V, we definitely have to shorten this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin, it sounds like you're upset with men's swimming.
Yeah, what's wrong?
We could do better.
I don't think so.
No, I just gave you the factual evidence that we can do better.
Not this group.
Yeah, not this group.
But older groups could.
Yeah, Phelpsy.
Yeah.
Hey, what if the kids don't like swimming? Have you thought about
Greg
that?
Louganis.
Is this going to inspire?
He was a diver,
is this
not
going to
a
inspire
swimmer.
Phelps to
Well, he
get
had to
back
swim
in the
to the
pool?
edge of the pool.
I'm sorry, Corey. What was your question?
No, he's right. He did have to swim to get over there.
Yeah, after he dove, he had to swim.
What a weird follow-up to he was a diver, not a swimmer. He had to swim to the edge of the pool. It's like,
That's a life vest.
can you imagine?
It's a water immediately plops up.
See, now I'm thinking of divers who they
can't
dive
swim, but-
really shallow because they're like, remember, Greg Louganis cannot swim, so he has to dive slightly off the
lifeguard has to come
board.
get him out every time.
It's a life. They put a life vest on him. It's amazing. He's such a great diver, yet can't swim.
Stupid. Two more things, a winner and a loser.
Here's the pencil. He never goes underwater.
The winner, City of Paris. The loser, their river. As another swimmer was hospitalized yesterday, Irish swimmer Daniel Whiffen was hospitalized, and they spent $1.4 billion to fix up the river. And not only did they have to delay competitions,
didn't.
yes, they did.
They
did.
I want to see the
Did
receipts.
they just throw the money into the river?
That's what the accounting said. They spent $1.4 billion.
That
They
would
had
be
to
a queen.
delay events and sent people to the hospital. They would have been better off probably just being like, we're going to build a new river.
We got a new pool.
I think
That's what
how
I would have
rivers
done.
work.
We're doing this in the pool.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He's still thinking about the diving.
This show's so stupid. Coming up next,
People have floaties on next to Olympics.
it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Four.
Getting some
Warmth.
serial killer vibes off that
Comfort.
one.
Of a cat?
Yeah.
Like your arm.
Oh, well, yeah, that's why you have to, unfortunately, you got to skin a lot of these bad boys.
Yeah, and then you find out there's multiple ways to do it. All right, I got
different ways to skin a snake. Because you can use them for boots and everything. And you want to kill a snake.
What about a bear? You feel like there's a lot of different ways or just one?
You bear skinning?
Yeah, I think you just do it one way.
Now that Mike's brought it up, I think it's pretty standard, right down the middle.
Yeah, just
you know?
peel it off right there. Your thoughts, Kevin?
Hey, so on the Cowboys game yesterday,
What about it?
was
Bear
there
peel off.
anybody who you thought played well to the level that you're like, this matches what I've seen in training camp and continued?
Yeah, Marshawn Nealon. Marshawn Nealon's been fantastic, much better than I anticipated he would be. I mean, I talked about it with Brian. He looks just so much bigger than when I was watching him on tape. To me, he was fantastic in his limited reps, and so was Guyton. I thought Guyton, even dealing with pneumonia, what we found out is what he had, he looked good. I mean, I thought that your first 2-round picks looked fantastic. They carried over what we saw on the practice fields there in Oxnard.
Yeah, I would co-sign everything there. Guyton was gonna be my guy. I was looking forward to seeing how he got out there and did some stuff, and what he did versus Micah in Oxnard was very impressive in and of itself. But then seeing him do that again, you're like, oh my gosh! I think we don't need. I know the Udoka injury. We want him healthy, but I'm glad Guyton is probably going to be here to stay.
The running backs played to what they showed in Oxnard, which was nothing.
But I was going to say, you feel that's not good, right?
Yeah, that's not good. I like Kalen Carson a lot. I think dude had 9 tackles. They got something here in the 5th round again.
Now
I have a question to the guys. When it comes, it feels like there's almost spin now when it comes to Mazi, where you're like, well, we're not asking him to do this stuff. And my question is, when he can't do the stuff, is that when you say we're not asking him to do this, and that's why he's not playing at a higher level with this? I mean, I do think you watch him; he looked gassed a lot of the game.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure that he can do other things, and that's why you're saying, well, we're not asking him to do that.
Sure. I mean, I think that what's frustrating with Mazi is you see glimpses of like, damn, it's there. He's able to do it. It's just such a consistency issue with him where he'll have one good snap and then there's 2 bad ones. And then there's a couple good snaps and then there's a bad one, right? There's just, you never quite know down in, down out what you're getting from Mazi Smith. I also think he's a guy like Trey Lance. He needs to be playing, right? If you're getting gassed after 15 snaps, they need you. Regardless on if they want to be playing him or not, they're limited to the position right now. So you're going to have him play the majority of the football game. Keep his ass out there like they did with Neville Gallimore. Go ahead and get in shape, buddy.
Corey, your guy, Scotty Scheffler, right after winning an Olympic gold medal, he gets $8 million by finishing #1 on the Comcast Business Tour Top 10 for the PGA Tour's FedEx regular season. That's a lot.
That's impressive.
But the key is he won $8 million to go along with his gold medal and all the other tournaments that he's won.
Had a kid.
Did he actually? They booked him, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There's pictures, man, of him in the orange jumpsuit.
Yeah, he's in jail.
That's that new PGA money coming in from the Live Golf, right?
Yes, which we best not speak of that.
I think he broke a purse.
No, I'm just saying that's the way they acted for so long. They're like, I would never.
This is so bad for the game.
Purses.
Yeah,
he can buy a lot.
He broke the purse record, I think, for the season.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the purse record is for somebody in terms of actual purses?
Oh my gosh, dude!
Is that Imelda Marcos? No, hers was shoes.
Yeah,
but I bet she had a lot of handbags as well.
Maybe? Yeah,
I mean, at least hundreds, right? I mean, somebody maybe have thousands.
Yeah, I would think so.
Millions.
A Kardashian.
Millions.
Oh, I could see
probably
that.
have storage sheds.
They just throw them in the closet, and they're like,
it's just turn and burn. You just use them one time,
pretty much.
Never using you again.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold is as always, Heggie. Thanks so much for asking. Of course, we have CY at 420.
The world's largest privately owned purse collection, Eileen Hochberg Woods, 3,500 handbags. So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Few thousand.
According to ABC Houston. That's Reggie's new place.
Houston.
So.
Ooh, Reggie was on that story.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
So here we go, Kevin.
Yeah, here we go.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on a proper Cowboys Monday, coming off yesterday's game against the Rams. Let's discuss things. General at your service at ease. Brian Broaddus, live in Oxnard, California, once again with you today. Salute to the king of the Krusties himself. He'll have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40 here. Our continued training camp coverage with Broaddus in Oxnard, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, from grain to glass. Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your Nosebleed Brothers, and of course Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Chop got me in the final. Okay.
I was so heartbroken to hear this.
I had only failed to score a touchdown once in the lead up to the final. It was great to be back, but I kicked it through the end zone twice, and I couldn't make my PATs. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to figure out these damn PATs. I know I had the lowest PAT percentage conversion rate in the entire tournament, but still made the final. So next year, I'm going to be Mr. Perfecto. Here's the deal. When I used to drink, I never missed a PAT. Stop drinking, can't make them. Okay? So there's something,
to get back.
There's something messed up with the flow. All right, I got to go back to square one and get this thing figured out. But thanks to everybody who joined us there at Fan Bowl 2024 at Hurtado in Arlington. Salute to Brandon and everybody at Hurtado for hosting us. You guys are amazing. And we'll see you again next year. All right, but let's cowboy this thing up. Do we have Broaddus, or is he doing something?
He said he finally got the tape, so he wants to watch the tape and then report back to us of the game last night. So he's going to join us, I think, for the start of the 3 o'clock hour.
All right. There's Broaddus working the tape for you.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen enough. Against my better.
Just said, "Hey guys,
I'm good. I got to watch
Hey,
this."
there's no practice today, but I still just want to miss the first hour of the show.
I get what he's doing.
But God
here.
forbid you have jury duty.
It's the perfect play for him because he is still working, and it's his favorite part of the job. Like if you could just boil it all down to one thing, he wants to be in that tiny little room by himself, just going rewind, watch again, and just grading players playing football, even if it's a disgusting 13-point outing like it was yesterday with every interception you've ever seen.
That was the good, right? The picks.
Yeah. I mean, look, the outside of the lack of a pass rush, defense played well.
Yes.
Linebackers looked great. Nealon looked really, really good.
Yeah, I'm excited about Nealon. I'm excited about some of the other things that we saw yesterday. The idea of Trey Lance as a starting quarterback in the NFL is expired, though. if they play him next year, I think that would only be in a tank scenario, guys.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, I can't really push back on much here other than we're still talking about small sample sizes where guys that are even being drafted in this previous draft are a few months older in age than Trey Lance actually is. And from a football quarterbacking standpoint, he's still sort of in his infancy, which is as crazy as it sounds. You can see the athleticism, you can see the size, but you can also see all the flaws as well. I mean, just airmail and stuff, accuracy issues, taking sacks when you just can't take a sack, and not running at times when maybe they're telling him like, hey, we want to see you throw the ball. We know you can run, so try and throw the ball as much as you can. But there's a couple times you're like, hey, if you could just run for a first down or a touchdown, you might as well just go ahead and do it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if they were going to install a running game with their quarterback, I would be excited about what Trey Lance could do. But I mean, he was in charge of that 49ers team, and I think he had 8 starts and went 500, or maybe it was 4 starts and went 500.
Yeah, I know he's a 500 starter.
I mean, but that's a team that Brock Purdy goes 15-2 with, if it's healthy. And I think, they knew it. The Niners knew it, and maybe the Cowboys know it now. But heck, you don't have anything to lose by continuing to see what he can do in the next 3 preseason games, by continuing to give him the opportunity. Maybe he is your guy in 2025, and you see what experience can do for him. Miracles happen, in
Right.
sports. Sometimes there's a late bloomer or a guy that just needs a light bulb to come on, and it's pretty cool. Like, he's younger than about half of the quarterbacks that were just taken in the first round.
Hey, no turnovers. That's a positive. It did seem like that last drive, 10 plays, they end up kicking a field goal, and you had the big drop by McMath. That was the one where it's like, man, he finally seemed like he was clicking in, had a pass 12 yards, 26 yards. They moved the football, possibly really should have scored on that drive, but otherwise just nothing looked easy. I mean, receivers are having to work back to the football. You're making catches behind you. I mean, nothing was really just simple, clean, on target, and it's very humbling when you watch preseason football and you realize, man, there really aren't a lot of these quarterbacks out there that are good.
Yes. I mean, that's huge. They're panning over to Dak, and you're like, okay, that's what an actual. I mean, and it gives you appreciation for how amazing he is at his job. It sucks. Everything in the NFL is graded on a curve.
Right.
And you could be one of the absolute best people on the planet to do your thing, but if you're not good enough to carry a flawed roster, then we talk about you like you are, third on the depth chart.
It's tough, man. I mean, that's why, I mean, we're looking around, and it's like, ooh, Trevor Lawrence, what have you done? You're getting paid $45, $50+ million, but I guess, you're going from Trevor Lawrence to CJ Beathard? I don't know that I want to do that.
No, man. I do think it was a little bit sobering for Cowboy fans and for Rams fans watching like what the other side of the coin can look like at times when you don't have your guy. That can be super challenging.
I think it's Beathard Wolchuk, by the way.
I think it is too.
I hate to correct you in public like this.
Phonetically.
Yeah, easy mess
I thought there was like a hyphen in there.
It might be. It's been a while since.
No, he's not a hyphenated guy. I've been all over this thing, man. Hyphenated guys, you know how I'm on that. They're not usually that great of players. Let's just be honest about it.
That's true. Yeah.
We'll have takeaways throughout the show, including Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 here, bottom of the hour. Yeah, I did. I watched most of it. I think I might have fallen asleep temporarily there in the fourth quarter.
Understandably.
Yeah.
A Sunday afternoon nap in that situation.
Yeah.
That was a no-brainer decision by you.
I ended up catching up on more Planet of the Apes. I just saw the most recent one, and I was like, okay, what else have I missed? Right? I think I saw the first one where Harry and the Hendersons guy was with Caesar in the house in San Francisco or whatever. I saw that one years and years ago, but I kind of hadn't been watching since then.
They were good.
Yeah.
I mean, the Caesar storyline is pretty epic.
Yes. And then
so you're watching it out of order.
I am. Yeah, it's all
That's
scrambled.
crazy because I saved it. It was on Hulu, right?
Yes.
I saved it. I said, man, I don't know if I'm sure with the order, so let me rewatch some. But my man Dawson was like, yeah, I'll just go back.
Yeah, whatever. We'll patch this together.
Oh, that's what he meant by that. Okay, now the movie's making sense.
That's why Caesar's not here anymore. I might even go back and watch the one from the 60s.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I think there's like 3 of them in there.
That's a great run. Yeah, that's a great run.
I remember being a kid and that would come on like free TV or whatever, and I'd be like, oh, this looks too old-fashioned.
Yeah.
I'm not in.
Saturday afternoon?
Yeah.
That's what comes on.
But, I'm in on that. And then, we got Best of the Weekend coming up at 2:40. We can talk about all this stuff.
It is funny, though, seeing Planet of the Apes started as a G-rated movie, and then it got to their 4th installment and became PG, and then now it's since graduated to PG-13. So they just probably up the violence, a little bit more. The apes become more and more capable of devastation.
You mean the first one of the new kinds or the old kind?
I mean, like the old.
Because if you said PG back then, that's basically an R.
Yeah. Okay, so this is so 1968 G-rated movie is probably like still
PG-13.
Okay. Not what we think of as G-rated.
Ooh, it was wild. Wow. Well, Jerry updated his comments about CeeDee Lamb, and I think he just added more of the same to it, didn't he? He didn't he said there's not that urgency on it. I understand completely the angst that's happening when you're anxious about and someone says something, whether you're missed or not. CeeDee, you're missed, okay? But you're not missed out here competing. I'm sure he didn't say it like that.
He meant like even if CeeDee Lamb was here, he wouldn't be on the field playing today during his preseason game. He's like, even if he was here. So that's what he was like directly referencing. But yeah, he was trying to clarify a little bit and just throw on a couple more sweet things like, hey, just because I don't have urgency doesn't mean I don't miss you.
Okay.
Still miss you.
It's the preseason.
Yeah,
it's like
you're
still
chalking it up to
playing.
You'd be in a hat and T-shirt on the sidelines right now, CeeDee. It really wouldn't make that much a difference.
I wonder why he's not like talking about it like he talked about it with Zeke. Maybe that was a learning moment in 2019, when he was really pressing to get Zeke in there, and we asked, the quality of the work Zeke was getting in his own private workouts, and he's like, well, it's not as good as what he could be getting right here, and he needs to be here. That was 5 or 6 years ago. Maybe the Cowboys are shifting their negotiating position. Maybe they feel like, because this is kind of a rebuilding year, it doesn't really matter if he shows up now. We don't need to hit the ground running and try to get first, the first seed.
My thoughts on this would be they are more understanding of CeeDee Lamb now going into his 5th-year option, doing what he's doing, as opposed to Zeke, who was, granted, at the running back position, he was trying to get ahead of it. They felt like Zeke was doing this like a year early than what traditionally they do. But honestly, Zeke was ahead of his time with this. Him and his agent are like, hey, you're a running back, and you might wake up literally tomorrow morning and lose half your athleticism. And by God, that happened.
Yeah, great stuff.
But it's exactly what Jerry wants, right? It's the headline. Misunderstanding, I'm not quite sure what he's saying. That's perfect. We're talking about it. It's exactly what Jerry wants. I still think CeeDee's going to be there week 1 against the Browns.
Speaking of headlines, what'd you think of Baskey today talking about the Dion and Shedeur combo platter to the Cowboys next year? That would obviously be juicy, headline worthy, maybe the greatest Cowboys story of all time.
That seems like if Jerry had it his way, it would happen that way.
Yeah.
Like that is as headline-y a news as you can get. Yeah. Here comes primetime Deion Sanders and his son, head coach quarterback, father-son combo for the Dallas Cowboys. Deion coming back, Shedeur, basically he's from here, right? I mean, he grew up here. So it's like, homecoming, that would be, if you could write it for Jerry, I would imagine that would be the 1 seed for the way this would go down.
Would you want that? Do you think that would work?
I don't know that. I don't know where we're at with Shedeur Sanders. Like, are you drafting him? How bad do you have to be this year? Obviously, super hypothetical.
He's projected to be a top 10 pick. He could be the top overall pick.
I guess the scenario would be we're not signing with anybody else.
Right, like they pull a Manning. And we've talked about that. We've thrown that on our show. Like, does Deion say, hey, we're not playing for the New England Patriots, even though they just drafted Drake May, or name whatever team you want to throw out there, the Giants. We only want to play for the Cowboys.
I'd be absolutely here for it, dude. I totally would be. If you tell me we're running it back with McCarthy, or even Belichick, I think it would be a much more fun, entertaining brand of football and conversation about if you're talking about Deion Sanders and Shedeur. So yes, I would be totally in favor of that.
That's the only winners would be the media.
Yeah.
In that situation.
Right up until you cross Deion, and now all of a sudden you become public enemy number one.
What your doggone butt say about me, God don't it?
That would be epic. I think he might even find me at a coach's press conference or two.
Oh,
if Deion's going to be there, that's historic. I don't want to miss that.
Seriously.
Yeah. So that's obviously an interesting topic, but not one to take too seriously yet.
Yeah, but it's on the.
That could happen.
It's in the bucket of possibilities.
Well, is it still possible the Rangers win the West? They're 7.5 back and visit the Bo Sox tonight, 5:30 pregame. I'm officially out. They've been shut out in the first 5 innings, 5 games in a row. Bochy said he doesn't have any answers for why. And when a manager says he doesn't have an answer, it means he no longer has the energy to try to come up with some crap for your quotes. You know, he's just done ski. This is where Jason Kidd in the spring of 2023 would say, well, nobody died. You know,
nobody's dying.
Just like, I kind of feel like, you know, Boch is waving the white flag. 7.5 games out with 40 to play. Obviously, this is still doable, but I just don't think there's any signs of life within this roster. And now there's been so many months. I don't know what the job looks like for CY in the offseason. We'll talk to him in a couple of hours. Maybe it's too early for him to start talking about that, but would you be looking to tinker, add a bat, run it back? I don't know. The idea of running it back seems nauseating considering how brutal this team has actually been in the regular season since June 1st of last year. The World Series run was the outlier, along with the first 2 months of last season.
I mean, they definitely, the injury bug has been a big issue for them. Josh Young missing was huge. The Evan Carter stuff. I mean, you just got to hope that back gets figured out this offseason and that he is a part of your team moving forward and can play all of next season. Wyatt Langford with a year under his belt. I mean, I don't think this is something that, I think for the most part I am bringing back your core here. But what's going on with Jonah Heim? I mean, now you're going ahead and you're splitting the catching duties with him and Carson Kelly. That seems like a big drop-off from an all-star a year ago with Jonah. So are they reevaluating the catcher spot? The injuries with Evaldi and Scherzer. It's good to see DeGrom's out there at Fenway right now facing some live batters. But I think that I'm just banking on the Bochy way. This is the formula that happened in San Francisco for whatever reason. His teams would win a World Series. They would miss the playoffs. They'd be back. I still think there's a lot of talent on this team, but they do need to tinker with a couple of spots.
Yeah. You know, I think even more than Bochy, there's something to the World Series hangover, and it's hard to quantify or exactly explain, but you make a deep run, you're tired, and, you know, the game is more challenging than ever. It's been since the late 90s. Since we've had a back-to-back champ, and I don't think that's just an accident. Restroom Revelations coming up next. Chuck, where are we going with it?
My goodness, this ESPN broadcaster found something in his Florida toilet. What's the weirdest thing you've seen in your toilet? That's next in the nation.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chat, welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 9 minutes here. Broadus is going to join us. He just got a hold of the tape from yesterday, and he's going to watch that. He'll be joining us a little bit later on in the show. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, we had an interesting development go down. Of course, this is in Florida, and Jeff Darlington of ESPN had the most Florida man moment as we tee off some restroom revelations.
Who does number 2 work for? That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
877-881-1053. The most jarring thing you've ever maybe seen in your toilet outside of your own flatulence. Poop.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd see the flatulence, but
it can be substantive.
I mean, that could be like
can it? That'd be a shark
situation, I guess. Like that kind of.
Sounds like you made it right where you needed to be.
This is a rough one though. Like the snake has been one that I've always had a fear of.
Yes.
I have never ever wanted to look into the toilet seat, and now there is a snake. But this is one that I didn't know was a possibility. And I sent this over to Carter, if we can get this on the fan cam on the Twitch and the YouTube if you're watching. But Jeff Darlington posted this on Twitter. Here's a first for yours truly. ESPN's resident Florida man. Our toilets haven't been effectively flushing last few days. No idea why. Until I just walked into our bathroom to find this. It is a little iguana that is sticking his head out of the toilet bowl. It tried to go back down the toilet pipe, had to grab it by the tail and pull it out.
Good for Jeff, man.
My goodness.
Good for Jeff. Quick, I would imagine extremely quick reflexes. I don't know if in a moment like that you have a chance to like glove up before you go hand into toilet. I'm assuming this is a already flushed fresh water toilet situation, presumably. But for him to get in there and snag that thing, I mean, respect to the quickness.
I didn't even know about iguanas.
Okay, I just
Going
thought of
through the
this.
pipes.
I didn't know that either.
This is shocking.
But they are good swimmers now that I think about it. I
Okay.
think I've seen that in like Planet Earth shows or something like that. But
Yeah, they're actually reptiles. People forget that.
Oh, reptilians.
I was living in this crappy apartment that had just been constructed, right? But it was right next to a YMCA that had open gym every afternoon from like 3 to 9. It was the perfect spot to live at when you're like 22, 23 years old. And a few weeks into living there, I wake up in the middle of the night and my roommate, my best friend Cameron, in a full-blown panic. Okay? And I could hear him running up and down the stairs and screaming like, crap, crap, but really the S word. And what had happened was the plumbing had been done in a way that the bathroom sink ran into the toilet, okay? So he clogged up the toilet and it starts to overflow.
No.
So he gets a pan out of the kitchen, starts scooping it out of the toilet, but then dumping it in the sink.
No.
And then he turned on the sink water, right? So a bunch of extra water is flowing into the toilet, plus the water he's scooping out of the toilet and putting into the sink.
He's doing the worst possible thing you could do in this situation.
And he didn't know what was going on.
Right, he had no idea.
And it's flooding.
So like floaters are coming up, and it was just a nightmare. And I was like, man, let's just cut off the water and, bail this thing out.
Just burn the place down.
Yes.
Let's start anew somewhere else. We'll find another YMCA that we can go get a nice, good basketball run in from time to time.
It was really bad. Those apartment managers thought that we were in like an epic fight. There were like multiple complaints about us.
Oh, no.
Because we're like, bleep!
Yeah, you're just screaming in the middle of the night.
Literally.
Yeah.
Oh, what a disaster, dude.
Oh, my gosh.
I've never had an animal. I've never had to
you
deal.
worked down the street from where I was living, my apartment in Midtown at North Texas in Denton.
Yes.
You were working for a facility that had multiple different units, and there was never like a rodent issue in the toilet. Somebody texted in and said in 682, I had the same thing happen, but it was a baby possum.
A possum climbing up through the pipes like that?
Like, what the
You
hell?
feel bad for that one because like the lizard is probably finagling his way through things and he's a little bit curious. I imagine the possum just got caught in the wrong place, wrong time, and now it's getting wedged up
amazing
into a
that
pipe.
it survived.
Like there's no business for a possum to be up in a toilet pipe like that.
Gosh. That's
You just can't double back, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, that's a terrifying thing. I mentioned the snake as being the bad one. The other one, the cockroaches. Like you see a cockroach in your tub, those things are, it's hot outside or it's really cold. What they're doing is they're crawling through the pipes to try and get away.
Get a little relief.
Yes, I just had a conversation with the in-laws about that. I guess they've had a little bit of a cockroach problem, but they're always in the tub, and it's because they're going up the pipe there.
That's where they
Yes.
Yeah, the cockroach issue was a nightmare for me in college, for sure.
Now, what's the big issue with the cockroach as compared to other bugs?
Oh, is it a cockroach or is it the Texas water bug we're talking about here? Remember those big old chocolatey Texas water bugs?
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
exactly.
those are different than them little skinny, light-skinned roaches.
Yeah,
I think a lot of things
those are ones you
lumped
don't
in.
want to have.
Those are huge.
Yeah, those are a problem because if they're there, it's an infestation.
Yeah,
Those
that's
water
what I'm
bugs
talking
are random.
Okay.
And those water bugs, my dog loves those water bugs if they're in the tub.
Gosh.
Cleo! She runs in there, turn the thing up.
They're just nasty as
Kill 'em,
hell.
Pops.
They just look disgusting. Like they give me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
Yeah, every now and then, one of the girls in the house will scream, "Oh, there's a bug," and I'm trying to condition them to be tougher. Like, hey, guess what? We're humans, right?
Yeah.
Before, like, just a couple hundred years ago, we all pretty much lived outside.
Yeah.
And there were bugs everywhere, and we're fine, okay? So we don't need to be freaking out about this.
Well, I mean, that's
You got to
one.
pick it up and eat it, Pops.
Yeah, protein.
Yeah.
Pick it up and eat it. She's like, okay, well,
I'll kill a wasp with my bare hand. Like, watch this. Whap! Just smack it right up against the brick. I'm like, we're fine, okay? We're humans.
Whap!
We are the apex, all right? We're good.
Give me that wop, wop, wop.
The bare-handed wasp kill is pretty dang cool. I'm usually looking for the fly swatter in a moment like that.
I don't even have a fly swatter.
You don't even have a fly swatter?
No, I'm just whacking those things too.
Oh, so you just go straight hand.
Yeah, I'm
All
just
right.
backhand that. But my wife will do the same thing. She sees a cockroach. She is waiting until I get home, and then I'm going to deal with it.
Yeah.
It will be all day long. She won't go into the bathroom or wherever that cockroach is. It will be, I'll wait until you get home. You can take care of this. And I'm sorry, David from Fort Worth. He is listening while sitting on the throne. It's got him a bit paranoid here.
And for the record, I don't mind being on bug duty as long as a little appreciation is shown. You know what I'm saying, Wolchuk? Like, don't act entitled to my bug killing.
Yeah.
I'm damn good at this.
Don't expect
I'd appreciate
this.
a thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes. Right.
Maybe some flowers. You know?
Yeah, I mean, my wife just a couple of months ago woke me up out of bed to kill the garden snake or to remove the little garden snake out of my house that resulted in a beheading of that garden snake.
Like, I'll handle a spider. No big deal. But snakes get me, man. That might be my biggest fear, is the snake.
I don't think I'd touch one with my hands, to be honest with you.
They're slimy.
Unless I absolutely had to.
Just a big muscle. They're just gross. I can't stand them.
And most often, they'll turn and nip at you just a little bit.
Yeah, they'll let you know.
I don't know why.
And I never know. Is this one poisonous? Is it venomous? I'm looking for the colors. I mean, what is it? The 3 certain colors? I don't even know which ones anymore.
It's the diamond-shaped head that you got to look out for.
The diamond head.
Diamond-shaped head.
Okay.
That's the venom sacs are back in those corners. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
I've never found anything weird in the toilet, but I have left 2 things in the toilet. And my parents found those things.
Oh.
Yeah.
You have them back in the reservoir?
2 prophylactics.
Oh,
I thought I flushed. Yeah, I wasn't even supposed to be at the house.
It wasn't me.
Son, you have any idea how these got in here?
Oh, man. They left them in there and everything so I can go back and see it.
Guess at least you're being responsible.
Then I walk out the bathroom and they're both standing there with hands on the hips.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What? I was having a great day until this happened. All right, let's see here. Dak is our winner of G-Bag of the day. I don't know how many days this is because we had some preemptive G-Bag of the day situations last week. So I don't know. I really don't. But Dak says that the media needs to start holding out if they want to get their paper up.
I've said it over and over. I'm just present where my feet are, and I control what I can control. And the noise is going to happen, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's about the contract, whether it's about my play. I can't stop that. I mean, you guys get paid pretty well to write headlines and to do your job, and respectively so, but I can't allow that to affect how I get paid in my job. You don't get paid well? A couple of y'all need to start holding out too then.
Big facts. Big facts.
I'm going to call 3 looking for 4. That sound about right to you?
That sounds cool with me, bro. That's fine with me. Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. It's also a sponsor of this segment. From grain to glass, y'all. Get your little whiskey in your life. Let's see what we got here. Tyreek Hill. What teams he play for, fellas?
Dolphins.
What's his nickname?
The Cheetah.
Call me the Cheetah, cuz.
I know you hate that.
Yeah, that's such a terrible name.
Cheetah.
Is he the fastest man in the NFL, you think?
Supposedly Xavier Worthy is now, but he's definitely in the conversation.
Okay. Well, he's defending the NFL players against Noah Lyles.
Sprinter Noah Lyles. He said that Super Bowl champs should not consider themselves world champions. What do you think of that?
Noah Lyles can't say nothing after what just happened to him.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Then he want to come out and pretend like he's sick. I feel like that's like horseradish. So for him to do that and say that we're not world champions of like our sport, says come on, bro, like just speak on what you know about. You know what I'm saying? And that's track.
Would you like to race him when he gets home?
I would beat Noah Lyles.
You think so?
I would beat Noah Lyles.
Like by a lot?
No, I wouldn't beat him by a lot, but I would beat Noah Lyles.
I'd like to see that happen.
And guess what? When I beat him, I'm going to put on a COVID mask.
Oh, God.
And let him know I mean business.
Oh! Oh, wow. I'm going to put on a COVID. I mean, it didn't look good that Noah Lyles was partying in the club.
He was dropping it like it's hot.
Yeah, you're not really
doing the
helping your
limbo
case.
dance and everything.
Yeah,
My man was limboing. Who does that?
It's like, come on, man.
With the flag draped over him. Just getting after it.
Oh, boy. What else we got for you boys here? On a Monday, hey! Shout out to Mr. Mike. Hey! That's the vibes. That's the vibes. Dawson, you're going to like this one.
Come on.
Redneck Brawls.
Okay.
Just some 2 good old boys fighting it out for some money. Maybe $200 at the end of this fight.
Okay.
Hell of a crowd, though. There's this Oklahoma man that went to jail in Texas, and apparently he's undefeated in the Texas prison system when it comes to fighting.
Okay.
But he got knocked out. Some good old boy from Texas put them hands on him.
Figure.
It's not really even about that. It's about this commentary. You're going to like it.
He got speed. Here we go. He got speed freak on his leg. I like that. Oh my God! He's tearing that ass up.
He is.
He has whipped a bunch of people's ass. It ain't a doubt about it.
Buddy, if he could do this right here for 3 rounds, Buddy, he's going to be tough to beat.
Buddy.
Dude, he came he came in there with sheer confidence.
And other boys starting to come back. Oh, he's out! He's out! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
Oh, my
Oh, he's out! He's out! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
Oh, my God!
Oh, my God!
Oh, my damn! Hey, sometimes it don't matter how much you want it, son. Oh, my damn.
Look at the replay.
That boy's about to go home.
Replay. Here's the shot right here. Them boys are moving so fast, they're glitching.
They're glitching.
Here it goes. Boom. It was that right.
That right ended
Buckled him.
Buckled him.
Ripping all the asses.
Oh, my God.
Gosh, that's fantastic.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they saw Redneck, bro. I love that little broadcast.
That was great.
I was watching a few of those videos.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Where do I catch these guys at? Now, these
Redneck Brawls on Instagram. Redneck Brawls on Instagram.
Like Colby Sapp and Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
my God, man. Look here. Let's see what else. Yesterday was the church day. I pray that you got your blessings. Shout out to my pastor, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. By the way, if you want somebody to date your daughter, I'm not saying Pastor Freddie Haynes, he's married, but Dr. Pastor in front of the name?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Both. Double up.
Dr. Pastor. Yeah, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike on YouTube. Now, this pastor, it's so good that you guys were talking about insects and bugs and whatnot, because this pastor right here, he's seen a spider.
Of freedom in things and people and experiences that will never actually satisfy that longing. There is a gigantic spider on the stage right now. And I mean, literally the size of a silver dollar, and I'm just not going to freak out. If he don't move, I won't move. I'm so sorry. I can't ignore this. There's a demonic presence.
There's a demonic.
Has entered the auditorium. I'm gonna have to take a picture of him.
Probably one of them wolf spiders. Those things can get big.
The little hairy things.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Backyard. They'll jump too.
Okay, these spiders that are jumping now, that's a different deal. I'm out.
But spiders do fall under the same category
Spiders.
to me. I know. I heard that redneck thing, and next thing you know, I'll be fighting
these damn spiders.
I don't get why people are scared.
They're small.
If it's a tarantula or a black widow, okay.
I'm scared because I don't know what a brown recluse or a black recluse looks like.
Right, I'm not sure.
So all of them are black recluses and brown recluses to me.
Yeah.
I can just stomp on
Announce yourself, bro. Who are you?
But even those will only bite if they're cornered. Like if they're in your shoe or you put on a sock and they're in there. So if you can see them and they're moving around, they're yours. You got them.
It's the nighttime spider that gets you.
Yes, the nighttime spider.
I don't know what you guys are so afraid of. It's
You
just
wake
a
up,
spider.
yeah, it's just a spider.
It's not a damn snake.
It's not like it's a garter snake.
Those little snakes.
Okay, is it Dak? Media should hold out 3 looking for 4. Tyreek Hill defending NFL players against Noah Lyles. Redneck brawls. Or a pastor on spiders. I could see this going either way.
Man.
I honestly do not know who
You've outdone yourself today, Lucius.
to vote for. I'll go with the cheetah. I'll go through.
Call me the cheetah, cuz.
Were these guys from Kentucky? Will Chambers just texted me saying that he knows that accent when he hears it.
That's Kentucky.
I'm going for those guys.
Yeah, me too.
Bully.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's going to be the fight.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, those redneck brawls. Where are we going next, Chief?
Well, between Fan Bowl and USA Basketball, what a weekend it was. Next in the nation.
I'll tell you where you...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shoot, yeah. Welcome in. It is the G-Bag Nation here on a Cowboys Monday. Broadus is coming up at 3 o'clock. He's just finishing up film watching there. And he'll have a full report coming up in Krusty's Corner at 3:40. NFL News of the Day at 3 o'clock. It's time now, though, for the Chief to give you that best of the weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. What a weekend it was. Are you kidding me? Fan Bowl at Hurtado on Saturday was electric. I finally had my first Fan Bowl win. Not the full championship, but last year I was one and done. I played choppy in the first round. I was done-ski before it felt like the games even started. I was able to take down Will Chambers in comeback fashion, and then really just took Corey Majors to the woodshed. But then I ran into Dawson, and that's where it all ended for me. Now, how bad? Because Dawson beat me by he was up by 2 scores most of the game, and then I ended up losing by a touchdown. But how bad did Dawson dominate you?
Why are you even trying to tee that up right now?
I just was wondering.
That's what a stupid question on your
I think it was
what the hell are we doing?
It might have been 60-13.
Yeah, I scored 14. I made both of my PATs, and I had at least 14 points. We also were we're not playing the full 10 minutes. We're just doing 5 minutes. So probably could have been worse.
Ooh.
But I don't think Dawson missed. I think he scored pretty much every single drive.
I could tell he had that look in his eye when he walked in. I was like, oh,
I wanted it, man.
Yeah,
you had it down,
He's
dude.
actually coming to play.
After I played you, dude, go win this thing.
There's some techniques that you pick up over the years, but the PAT is still evades me.
What an epic day, though. I mean, Hurtado is always bringing it as strong as possible. My wife couldn't get over the tacos and the burnt ends, just out of this world. And then getting to hang out with all the Tolos was amazing. Congratulations to Justin Denman of Fate, because he was the first place winner.
Yes.
I believe bringing home the gold when it comes to the Tolos. So congratulations to Justin.
That's awesome.
Shout out to Bill Carlson of Mansfield. He got second place. And then Brian Muir, I hope I'm saying that right, Brian. I remember hanging out with you. He had the gray 21 jersey on.
Oh, Brian was a badass.
He was awesome. He had his whole family there.
Shout out to Victor and Vincent as well. Redbeard, Andy, all the Tolos.
I think there was a 2-time champion there. Of course, Rodeo Ron, Tovash. So many legends were there. It was such an awesome afternoon.
Countless. Yeah, it was a wonderful time, and was super, super happy to get to do that. And I'm already looking forward to next year, man. I mean, it's always a special time to get to do that. And now that it's happening right before football season, is this isn't the end of what was a great football run. This is now let it all commence.
This is just the beginning.
This is just the beginning. So that kicked off what was an awesome weekend. Did you guys, I don't know, did you have any coaching going on? Did Walchuk? I had a nice little concert situation at the Bomb Factory Saturday night. Saturday was the best date day I've had with my wife in forever, because we let the kids stay with Grandma.
It's awesome.
Boom, we're going Fan Bowl together. Boom, we're going to the concert. Saturday was wonderful. I bet my weekend was better than both of y'all.
I took home a giant tray of barbecue, had a nice little movie night, put the kids down. Oh, and concluded the penultimate season of Dexter, right when sister starts to get hip to what's going down. And she's off in her weird little space, and so that was really amazing. Actually, going home to watch the absolute final episode tonight.
Ooh, nice,
dude. Yeah, Dexter was such a great show. R.I.P.
Yeah, it was one I couldn't make it deep into the night there. We went home.
You were taxed.
Picked up Eliza from the grandparents, took her home, got her to bed, and then probably about 9 o'clock or so, after eating the barbecue that we were able to take home as well. Shout out to Hurtado. Delicious. The burrito tacos there, just outstanding. I had to be in bed. I was I'm calling this thing.
Yeah, I was. Bobby obviously went the hardest. We know that. Bobby was wearing
Bobby was drunk when I got there.
I know.
And I think he'd been there for all of 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, he drinks full glasses.
It's unbelievable.
As if they're just shot glasses. So, and then he was wearing the hoodie, sweating in 100+ degree temperatures.
That was the most insane thing of all day, right?
It was a huge talking point for almost every Tolo that came up to me. Have you seen Bobby? He's wearing a hoodie.
It's Bobby, what are you
dark colored hoodie is what he's wearing in August at an outdoor barbecue event.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was. Everybody was just shocked, and we were. It was
that's him.
That's just what we expect.
At least
here,
cut the sleeves off.
Yeah, go Belichick on it, right?
Yeah.
Lucius, you took home what looked to be a trough.
Yeah, I got they got me for it. They taxed me for it. And Bobby, I felt disrespected by Bobby because I ordered a Clase Azul tequila.
Yeah.
I asked for a double. They gave me 2. Woo! which hit me on the card too, right?
Yeah.
So I handed the damn cup over to Bobby. I was like, hey, anybody want this? I'm gonna be a nice guy, give it away. Bobby took what's supposed to be a sipping tequila and just shot it, blam! And I'm talking about the damn thing was full and a wide cup. Just opened up his mouth like a snake and just took the whole thing back, bro.
Disrespectful.
Totally disrespectful.
This
You're supposed
guy's-
to sip on that damn thing.
You know that we call that's a look at me kind of thing there with Bobby, and I think he might need to talk to someone.
Or some type of disease, you know?
Yeah.
That also could be
There is the disease.
Good Lord.
He goes 0 to 100 faster than anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah,
crazy.
truly.
And Tolo Dan, you were incredible. Patrick was fantastic to hang out with as well, and Colby was awesome. Tolbert, love you.
Oh,
Like,
Colby
that
Tolbert's
dude is a
the man.
party animal.
Yeah. Always have a great time with Colby Tolbert and getting to dap up Brandon and just say congrats on the book barbacoa.
Dude.
You know, congrats on the barbacoa.
He's unloading
dude.
all the secrets now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think my biggest dub, other than winning those 3 games in Fan Bowl, making it to the final, was actually yesterday morning. I woke up early, and you ever get one of those fights going with your significant other? And
Yes.
in retrospect, you're like, that was freaking amazing. We woke up arguing.
Wait, she apologized?
No, she did not apologize.
okay.
What she did was she took everybody and left for about 10 hours.
Oh, yes.
So I got like single man Sunday.
Praise
Daddy
God.
free day.
Oh my
I
goodness.
had just been appreciating over the last couple of weeks how I don't think single guys understand how much freedom they have.
No.
Right? Like if you can't enjoy that, you probably want to go see a shrink. But they left, they went grocery shopping, they went regular shopping, and I got like 10 hours of
Most importantly, they stayed away from you.
I was like, holy crap, I don't know the last time this has happened. Maybe 10, 12 years ago.
That's pretty
something
Believe it,
like
dude.
that.
Yeah, I totally believe it. Like getting a day like that is as few and far between as you could ever fathom. And
Yeah.
it takes something catastrophic happening. With just a good luck situation, or in this case, a little argument that'll get the job done. I mean, that's fantastic. You see him leaving, you're like, wait, are you doing me this favor right now? Are you
I might start
actually
one on
leaving?
purpose next weekend just to
Yeah,
see
I
if
was
she
wondering
does
like
it
how many
again.
are you going to start trying to fire off now?
I do that to get her to clean a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. Start a little arguments, and she get motivated, and all of a sudden the dishes are done. You're like, yeah.
Oh, she gets that nervous energy.
Yeah,
going on, and
get all
starts
mad,
cleaning.
start slamming stuff around. Good. I'll be right back. I'm going to clean the trunk then. Yeah, whatever.
Hey,
You win.
those are veteran moves, boys. I hope we're all taking notes right now.
Ooh, absolutely.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, shout out to Don in the 254. Don's incredible. Don Harbor. We had Berkey. Berkey was just handing me a bunch of shots. Shout out to Berkey. And, of course, Jonathan Cox as well. I mean, the Tolos were they were out and about. They were having a good time. And when they buy you the drinks, man, you're like, sure. Before I knew it, I'm like, I got two drinks in my hand.
The
right
amount
now.
of tequila shots.
Y'all didn't say no to not one shot.
No.
Y'all didn't say not one.
I don't remember saying no at any point.
Yeah.
No, I don't. What does that mean?
Y'all were mixing all types of liquors together and everything.
I was
watching
keeping
that.
I was keeping it chill. Now Sean Sharif is the guy who
Sean
can go
does that.
from the biggest beer you've ever seen to then some tequila to a nice little bourbon on the rocks, and then we'll close it down with some vino. And I'm like, how did you just do that?
I don't know. That's a gift.
He's built different, man.
He is a legend, dude. You
He
should have seen him
is.
back in the day when he'd party until like 1 in the morning in New York City and wake up 90 minutes later and do a
crazy.
show.
Different animal.
Machine.
Speaking of machines, how about Steph Curry, Team USA, basketball, getting it done?
Yes.
We were following along on our phones and stuff. We were out at Hurtado, and everybody's just like, "Oh my gosh, Steph! You're not gonna believe what is Steph doing." Everybody's doing like the sleepy time little celebration that he does, and what a legendary performance! Holy smokes, dude! The final couple minutes of that game, he was just splashing one after another. And that final one that was sort of like the dagger where he just like shot it from his hip. Bam Adebayo was asked about it. That last three, he was like, I was kind of like, what the bleep? And then I remembered who was shooting it. And that was just the type of run that Steph was going on. The greatest shooter that anyone has ever seen in the history of the sport, doing it when it matters most. And now, goodbye to an era. I mean, Team USA basketball, that was the old heads carrying the young guys to a gold. And this competition is getting more and more and more. 4 years from now, I mean, my goodness, dude, who is going to be Team USA? Because it's not going to be LeBron, Steph, and KD handling all your business.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards.
Shea Gilgeous plays for Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and Halliburton, maybe Tyrese Maxey, maybe it's Brunson. I mean, maybe Brunson's the guy that gets into that conversation. Hopefully, Derek Lively is
Ja Morant get in the mix
maybe
here.
Sure.
You know?
They need a new transcendent star, though, that sees the floor and sets everybody up like LeBron.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Paolo Banchero, who punted on Italy, I mean, the flashes that he just portrayed here over the course of this last season, I think he might be a legit dude. But somebody's going to have to step up. Is it going to be Anthony Edwards? Is it going to be Bronny James?
Maybe
Absolutely.
Bronny.
These are all possibilities, man. All possibilities.
All righty. Thank you, Chief. Best of the weekend is now in the books. We're under an hour away from Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner here on your home of the Cowboys. He's watched the film. I think he's going to check in with us next live from the tennis courts. And what are we getting into, Wolchuk?
Just some NFL news of the day. Football is back. Micah the Olympian, rookie debuts in NFL history. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington at her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we'll continue to discuss the world of sports. Here, Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30. I believe Brian Broaddus is set to join us live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. Yes, sir. And our continued training camp coverage with Broaddus and Oxnard brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey from grain to glass. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, sir. Hey, congratulations of kicking our teammates' asses in paper football.
Well, thanks.
The other day.
I only wish I could have taken down Choppy in the final, but
man,
there's always next year.
Good for you. You know what? I didn't have you as a finalist guy. I didn't have you as one, man. So,
you didn't see the look in his eye when he walked into the.
Yeah, I did.
Man.
I think the fact that you guys were there early got him a little bit kind of fired up. Got to see the surroundings, got to see what he's up against.
Yeah.
Maybe got to hydrate a little bit more, maybe because of the heat and stuff like that you're dealing with.
I was getting some Spygate vibes whenever I was playing against him, but I couldn't really get to confirmation.
Well,
on any of that.
Here's what happened is maybe in years past I didn't give my best, thinking I want to get home. Some other young cats want to win this, but now our young cats got kids too, and I think, well, Wolchuk probably wants to go home. Let's dispatch him. Chief, maybe the same thing. So once I got that taste of victory, Brian, you know what that's like. I wanted more of it.
Yeah, I was surprised because to me, you kind of have that appearance like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then I'm probably going to get beat, and then I'm going to kind of go over here and say hello to some folks, and then I'm going to say, hey, I have a daughter, and I'm going to move on out of there.
That's right. Guilty.
And
he ain't the only one
and
now, baby.
And that's working with you for 4 years. But when I heard that you were in the finals, I was like, damn, Dawson, that away.
Well, I don't know if you heard this, Brian, but I am the best to have never won the big one, and it's still on my list of accomplishments to get done. So next year, I'm going to even double my effort rate. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Let's go. The Kyle Shanahan of 105.3 The Fan.
No
Gavin
days off.
Dawson
I like
over
it.
here.
I like
Let's
it.
go, baby. I'm pulling for you, man.
I
I'm pulling
like
for
it.
you. All right, we just did some Olympic talk there, best of the weekend. How about Micah Parsons after the game yesterday saying he wants to find a way to be in the Olympics in 2028. He posted on Twitter, what events do y'all think I can do? I need ideas. Now, there is going to be flag football. Maybe Micah could participate in flag football, but he went as far to say is after 2027, I'm going to need to take a break from football to prepare for the Olympic Games.
Wow.
Is this making your Cowboys insides tingle a little bit in a negative way? Like, oh my gosh, Micah, are you going to leave the team to compete in track and field or some other event?
It's so far from now that it's like I'm not even considering it. I'm sure he will change his mind 50,000 times between now and when it actually matters. So I have no care in the world about it. But if he's still a dominant athlete at that point, then watching him play flag football against the rest of the world would probably be pretty dang fun.
How about discus or shot put?
I can see it.
So.
Yep.
Something like that. Maybe even, I don't know if he could throw javelin with that. He seems like something with power, quickness.
Yeah.
A combination of the two. Discus seems like a good training thing for him. Kind of like, he could probably do that pretty well with his balance. So, yeah, shot put, discus. I kind of feel like that would be something he might have a real an ability to maybe pull off.
I think you want to look at cycling. You want to look at maybe some rowing. But
rowing would be good. He might be too big. He might be for the rowing.
For a canoe.
Yeah, for the boat. Those dudes are built like in inverted triangles, though.
I guarantee, though, he is so explosive. Whatever he wanted to do, if he could go back in a time machine 10 years ago and start that, we would have just seen him on the medal stand.
I believe it. I mean, he is a freak athlete, but something to monitor. All right, Olympic gate, Micah Parsons style.
Some of the weightlifting stuff, I bet he could clean and jerk.
We don't do that weightlifting stuff anymore. They don't have that. Because of all the doping problems and stuff like that, right? Didn't they eliminate a bunch of that?
No, they still have some. There's definitely.
Man, I thought they eliminated a lot of that because of the doping stuff.
I think they just kicked those. Russia wouldn't compete, and they said, "Sorry, you can't come."
Okay,
sorry about that, Russia.
There's all kinds of questions about this, that weightlifting stuff. But
hey, 3-on-3 basketball got texted in. I mean, he's got to be better than what we were putting out there this Olympics. That wasn't very good.
Hey, don't
Jimmer Furnett. Yeah,
I hear he plays a mean game at table tennis.
Table tennis.
There you go.
That's
Those guys and gals, they look serious.
They look so fast.
That thing looks serious when they do
You
that.
barely even see the ball as it's flying by. Dude.
Yeah, that was a difficult. That would be a tough challenge. They're playing against the Chinese. Now we did get an interesting development today. Oh my goodness, this is bizarre. Jets All-Pro pass rusher, former Eagle, just got traded this offseason to the Jets. He's holding out. He has not reported to a single practice since being traded to the Jets. He now has told the team, I want to be traded. So Hassan Reddick says, get me out of here. This is after he just became a member of the team a few months ago. Jets GM Joe Douglas said, we have informed Hassan that we will not trade him, that he is expected to be here with his teammates, and that he will continue to be fined per the CBA if he does not report. Since the trade discussions back in March, we have been clear, we have been direct, and consistent with our position. Our focus will remain on the guys we have here as we prepare for the regular season. But I can't think of this. I mean, Eric, you were asking during crosstalk, this has to be a first. I can't think of another player that gets traded to team, then says, 3 months later, now get me out of this team situation.
Yeah, I mean, just in one offseason, having somebody traded twice in the same offseason, I don't think we've ever seen that, unless it was like a throwaway player in like two random trades.
Sure.
But as like being the main subject of two separate trades in one off season, I believe it would be the first of its kind here.
Wild.
And it just speaks to the Jets' incompetence and probably some mishandling with Hassan Reddick and his agent perhaps, but it's no surprise that it's the Jets that this is happening to.
Is this all over pay?
Yeah, it's overpay. And if you're the Jets and you're trading for him in the first place...
So he's in the last year of his deal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And they should have expected then to give him a new contract if you're making the trade.
Yeah. I would have, if I were the Eagles or if I was Reddick, I would have said, listen, I'm not going unless we can work out a deal before I go.
Right.
And apparently that was part of the conversations.
Yeah.
And they said, we'll get you a new deal, but you can't... He said, I'm not going to hold out. So he was confident that he'd get a new deal, but I guess there's been no progress there, and so now he's holding out. The whole thing is just bizarre.
And the Jets are saying they won't negotiate with a player who's not there.
No.
So that's, and
they're not going to trade him. Very toxic. Very toxic. Something to monitor moving forward. Speaking of trades, multiple teams, according to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, have inquired to the Patriots about trading for pass rusher Matthew Judon. That would be a player maybe I'd be interested in if you're a team that's contending. Maybe you need a pass rusher. Judon's a dude.
I mean, geez.
Plays the run well, too.
Really good, well-rounded player.
Awesome player.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to our guy, Ben DiNucci. The Nooch, he is signing with the Buffalo Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills circle the wagons.
Damn right.
Yeah.
That's good for him.
Yeah.
We're going to make upside-down hats for them, too, now?
Yeah, Buffalo upside down. You go ahead and
tell you what,
those.
if he keeps bouncing around to all the teams, he'll have this market covered.
Get all 32.
It's like, I really don't want to play quarterback anymore, but here's an upside-down hat for all your trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's a good play on him.
I think Micah might have a better chance going to the Winter Olympics. That Jared Allen, a member of the Vikings, he built a curling team.
Oh, my gosh, the curling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Herschel Walker was on the bobsled team. You could have him as a pusher. He could be a pusher guy.
Yes.
Okay, I did watch a little handball. I think he would dominate in handball. I mean,
that's something you do every day.
If you got as much speed as he does and just hand-eye coordination and things like that, as long as he can throw it, I feel like he's got a hose. I absolutely believe he could do that.
That's amazing. And Devontae Adams, I don't think he actually requested a trade with the Raiders 6'8", Like that would be he might have if they didn't bench Jimmy Garoppolo. Devontae Adams is a good pull. That one was getting close to happening, but not quite the same situation here with Hassan Reddick. We do have some rookie injuries. Rookie first-round pick offensive tackle Amarius Mims of the Bengals, who looked good in his first game. He's dealing with a strained pec. He's going to be out several weeks. That sounds bad.
Not good.
Oh, that does not sound good.
I mean, when you tear that thing, it's sayonara for the season. So
it's a strain.
I wonder what that's going to look like for him.
I wonder if, like, the strain, would you prefer just the tear?
No, the tear eliminates you completely.
Yeah, but I like the strain. I feel like maybe there's.
I think you'd fight through.
We got Dr. Wolchuk on the scene.
Eventually, I feel like that's going to tear eventually.
Appreciate your
rather
thoughts,
just get it out of the way.
I mean, I hope
once it
doesn't,
goes, then say goodbye.
We'll see. Malik Neighbors of the Giants has an ankle injury. He's going to be day-to-day, their star wide receiver, but they did get Evan Neal back. He's returned from PUP. I don't think they care much. He's not very good. I think they'd rather just cut him.
Yeah.
But he's back. He's back from the PUP list. This is not good news for the Niners. Might be good news for the rest of the NFC, just depending on how you look at stuff. Not that we're rooting for this at all.
Let's not cheer for injuries for the 49ers.
But the 49ers are having issues. They're having a lot of injuries. In fact, so many injuries that they have now had to say, we're not doing the joint practice with the Saints. We're going to cancel this thing. So they're not going to have that. They were supposed to do it in Irvine, California on Thursday and Friday, but they've had 23 players miss their most recent practice. So they just said, New Orleans, don't worry about this. We're not doing it.
Cowboys are going so good, they added another one.
Yeah, Cowboys are adding one on Wednesday this week. We're looking forward to that.
How about that?
With the Rams again. I mean, they were getting so much good work in. Why not? Let's do this thing.
Yeah, I figure if you're getting that bad of luck, you don't want to tempt fate any longer. You know, that one's brutal. But I'm surprised when these teams do it, you know, especially the good ones. If I'm trying to get good, we're going to practice a lot of joint practices. My starters are playing If we're good, we're just trying to get to week one. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, but McVay does it so he doesn't have to play his starters in the preseason.
And McCarthy, it seems like, does the same.
Mike just figured it out. Like, whoa, wait a minute! Now I can play my starters at the. You know, we can script 70 plays, and my quarterback doesn't get hit. And, you know, Mike's kind of figured out. McVay, this will be the third team that they've worked now. They'll work against the Cowboys twice, but they've worked against the Chargers already too. They do it so they don't have to play anybody in the preseason.
Smart. I want to start televising these.
Yeah, those joint practices are good.
Good idea.
Or maybe change the preseason rules to mimic these.
Ooh.
I think get rid of another preseason game and just do all this all the time.
Yeah, I think two's fine. And then you do the joint practices. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, just, you know, like I say, as long as everybody's kind of like making sure that we're okay with not, you know, trying to take a helmet off and hit another guy, you know, that kind of stuff. But
how did the rookie quarterbacks fare and just the quarterbacks in general? We got Joe Burrow back. This was Joe Burrow on with Up and Adams, Adams show last week. And Joe, what's going to happen with this first preseason game, bro?
If you had it your way, you get to pick, what does your preseason action look like?
Hopefully one drive, score a touchdown, get out of there.
Oh, what did my guy do? 12-play drive, 73 yards, touchdown pass to T. Higgins. Got the hell out of there. End of his word.
Dude.
Super Bowl season loading for Joe Burrow.
That's
right. Still got the blonde hair. We still throwing blonde hair
Very
out?
blonde. Very blonde on him. Very blonde.
He's kind of pulling that off.
He is. You know what?
It's hard to do.
He does pull it off.
Got a good shade of platinum on there.
Bo Nix led 4 scoring drives, 2 field goals, 2 touchdowns in the Broncos debut. 1 touchdown was to Frisco Lone Star Zone and Oklahoma Sooner Marvin Mims. So Bo Nix, 15 to 21, 125 yards, and that touchdown, passer rating over 100. So pretty solid debut for Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels looked good for the Commanders. Caleb Williams had a touchdown drive, including a couple of nice moments for the Bears.
He had some great moments, didn't he?
He did. He looked good.
That might be the best quarterback I've ever seen in a Bears uniform.
Just ever.
Like that could
Honestly, it might be.
Just one preseason game might be enough for that.
You could be right on about that. Drake May, not so good for the Patriots. Penix Jr.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah, that one was surprising. Honestly, the Bo Nix is the most surprising to me.
I'll tell you what, Bo Nix, though, when you watch, though, at the Oregon tape, man, he slung it around. He was terrible at Auburn. And whatever they did to him there in Eugene made him a much better quarterback.
Michael Penix Jr. went 9 for 16, 104 yards, including a 41-yard pass to Chris Blair that set up a Falcons score, so he looked solid. And then J.J. McCarthy struggled at first through an interception that was underthrown, then came back in, finished with 188 yards, went 11 of 17, including a 45-yard touchdown pass. So rookie quarterbacks, not really, it was Drake May. The other ones all had at least a positive moment to come out of their preseason game. And then we've got history being made this year, boys.
What happened?
I don't think you guys could guess this, even if I gave you all show to do it.
Okay, is it have to do with NFL history or a team history?
It's NFL history.
NFL history?
An
Most
NFL
amount
history.
of players that are going to be playing at this position.
Wait. Can you rephrase the question?
Kick returner.
No, it's a certain position that we haven't seen a lot of these guys in the history of the sport. Not fullback.
That's a good guess, though.
Without giving it away, it's maybe a color thing.
Oh, a color thing.
The green dot guy?
Color thing?
Corners?
White corners.
Brian, white corners?
Oh.
You say white corners, Gavin?
Corners.
You say white corners?
Hey, know what? I was, corners, yeah.
We have a whopping 3 white corners.
Whoa.
are expected to make NFL rosters this season. That's a record, baby.
Just to make the rosters.
Oh, yeah.
The last time was 1971.
And shout out to the Iowa Hawkeyes.
They have 2 of them?
2 out of the 3 are Iowa Hawkeyes. Cooper DeJean with the Eagles.
That's right.
Riley Moss could be starting opposite Patrick Surtain for the Broncos. And then Ethan Bonner of the Miami Dolphins. Do you have an Ethan Bonner scouting report, Eric?
Here's what I can tell you. The dude's got wheels. They say he might be faster than Tyreek. Now, that's just a might be, but this is a guy that runs around
Why
in
do
practice.
we have Dolphins scouting report here?
He runs around with Jalen Waddle and with Tyreek Hill, and he looks like he belongs. I will tell you that. I don't know anything else about him other than the foot speed.
Absolute badass.
Yeah.
Last thing I want to throw in there, because I sent this to Carter, and he's got it, so I just want to put this up on the fan cam. But Jonathan Taylor and 3 other Colts players, they actually wore the Guardian caps in the game. They did it. So, I mean, and I thought one of the quotes was great. Our medical staff tells me, I don't know the numbers, but they say it offers a significant reduction in concussions.
But I don't know the numbers.
But if I knew the numbers, I don't know the numbers.
But sounds very COVID-like. Yeah.
Numbers lie sometimes.
We don't know the numbers.
I don't know if the numbers are true or not, but hey, good for Jonathan Taylor and the Colts. It did still look weird. There's no way around it. It looks bizarre when they're wearing it.
Yeah, it looked like his head was 3 times the size of what it should have been.
Yeah, it was like the fat heads.
Yeah, quite literally. It was alien-like, but whatever you can do to prevent the concussions, I think it's worth it to save your brain, even though aesthetically it makes me want to
100%. Do your thing.
Shoot ya.
Let's all sing it. Funky music, white boy.
Jared Sandler's in the house. Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30.
Speaking of white boys.
7.5 back, taking on the Bo Sox this evening. And we're back with the college football super segment, Wolchuk.
Ooh, we got a big loss for the Aggies. Spencer Rattler has ticked off the state he's playing in, and the best college football duos. 877-881-1053 as we're right around the corner from college football season, but I do want to talk to you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment of the G-Bag Nation here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Broadus has seen the tape. He's got the top takeaways for you Cowboys fans on what happened yesterday in L.A. against the Rams. But right now, it's time for a college football super segment. Here's Wolchuk.
Oh, the AP polls out, baby. Georgia comes in at number 1, followed by the Ohio State Buckeyes. Oregon The Ducks at number 3, followed by your Texas Longhorns, rounding out the top 4 teams. I guess the top 4 doesn't matter as much anymore since it's 12 teams now. Make the college football playoff. Alabama, number 5, followed by Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Penn State, Michigan, and Florida State is your top 10 heading in to the college football season. Now, Texas A&M, they had a loss. Reuben Owens, who was projected to be one of their mainstays in the backfield, produced 743 all-purpose yards, 3 TDs, earned SEC all-freshman honors last year, is expected to miss the season after he suffered a significant lower body injury during their scrimmage on Saturday. So a bummer for Texas A&M and the Aggies. But the good thing is, at least as of now, their starting quarterback is still healthy.
It's both the Longhorns and Aggies now that have lost a runner.
They did. C.J. Baxter went down for the Horns, and now you've got an Aggie injury. Now the Morning News put out 5 bold predictions for Texas A&M in 2024. Can the Aggies rebound in Mike Elko's first season? 877-881-1053. Aggie fans, how you feeling? You ready for this
I think
one?
they're fired up about Elko.
I think they are too, and I like Mike Elko. I think he's a hell of a coach. I mean, you win at Duke, that's impressive. I don't think that's easy to do. Number 1. Connor Wegman will start each game of the season. If he does that, I think that's a win for Texas A&M in general. They have
first time since Johnny, huh?
Probably Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
I think Kellen Mond.
Always forget about him.
I mean, he's forgettable. But ever since then, man, they have just been snake bitten at the position. They can't get a starter. Aggies will produce a first-team all-SEC wide receiver. They've got Noah Thomas. They've got Muhsin Muhammad III, the son of Muhsin Muhammad.
Jeez, how many years has he played?
The third? He's a senior. Is he a senior? Graduate senior.
Okay, God, I feel like he's been playing for 7 years now.
Yeah, he is. But, I mean, that must mean, Brian, he doesn't expect to be high in the NFL.
He's a good-looking player. I mean, he crushed LSU one time with a bunch of receptions. But, man, I was like, whoa. I mean, I felt like that he kind of has been playing for a long time now.
Probably red-shirted, got himself a COVID extra year, and got hurt.
Yeah.
Now, he's been in college for...
Yeah, it's a good point. Good point.
But yeah, I think if you're in an NIL era and your dad played in the NFL, so you're not like chomping at the bit to go get rich because you've been rich your whole life, maybe just hanging out in college is a better lifestyle,
man.
As long as you don't mind class.
Yeah, good time.
Hold it.
Well, he's a graduate already, right?
Yeah,
so
graduate.
Yeah.
So now he's just chilling and playing football.
Yeah.
Other bold prediction, A&M's defensive line will combine for 30 sacks or more this year. They always do seem to have a ton of talent along the defensive front. The Aggies will be ranked for 6 weeks or more, and A&M will win one of their tough road games, Florida, Mississippi State, South Carolina, Auburn. Those are all their road games. I don't think that's as hard of a schedule as they've had in the past. I don't know how good Florida's going to be this year. Mississippi State could be down. South Carolina's got a new quarterback, and Auburn remains to be seen. So I think it'd be a big upset if they don't end up winning one of those games.
They open against Notre Dame, right?
Yes, I believe you're right.
Yeah, good for them.
That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's hear from Spencer Rattler. I just mentioned South Carolina's got a new starting quarterback because Rattler has left. He's now a member of the New Orleans Saints. So the Saints media department catches up with Spencer Rattler after practice, and they said, man, hey, give us your 5 toughest college football venues that you ever played in.
Top 5 toughest and loudest places in college. Starting the SEC, got to put Florida. Florida was a tough place to play. We didn't win that game. It was a tough one. Tennessee at night, they did a blackout, flew the Jets all over. It was a pretty crazy game. Georgia, we played Georgia at noon, between the hedges. Should have beat them, but they got us. That was a tough place to play. That's 3?
3.
Clemson, we beat them at their house, snapped the 40-game win streak. That was a tough place to play at noon as well. We won that one. And then let's go back to the Big 12, K-State. Pretty cool environment, tough environment. We won that game too, though. But top 5 toughest places.
Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, Clemson, Kansas State. Now, where is Spencer Rattler playing in the NFL now?
New Orleans.
Yeah.
Nolans.
Well, the home fan's not happy. They're like,
a little bit of an omission there.
How the hell could
he
you
not
leave?
play at LSU?
How could you leave
With
LSU
a scheduling
out?
quirk?
He did.
He did play there.
He did.
Wow.
He played at LSU, but he left LSU out of the top 5 of this list. Brian, you know those people in Louisiana very well. You are an LSU Tiger. How foul is this?
I think he'll be okay. Didn't he lead him to a victory in the preseason the other day? Didn't they
they won, and he had
a
touchdown.
Yeah, he actually played pretty decently for them. So, yeah, I think they'll forgive him if he finds a way to make the team and do what he needs to do.
Can any one of these lists leave LSU out though and be a credible list?
You know what? There's people that I mean, he named some really tough venues there. I've been to all the places he's talking about. If you said LSU, if I said LSU, it'd be, you're a homer. So then I would turn around and name some other places. He's right about Florida Field. He's right about Tennessee. I've never been to Clemson. Georgia is hard to play at. So his list isn't wrong, but yeah,
what about K-State?
See, I've been to Manhattan, Kansas, but I've never been to a game. So I don't. That's kind of funny that he would put that. Didn't he lose a game? Didn't they get upset? I think he was the quarterback when they got upset when he was at Oklahoma. It might have been. I might be wrong about that.
They lost to Iowa State.
It was Iowa State.
Yeah.
I knew it was one of these games where I kind of felt like there was an onside kick or something that they lost. Maybe that was a couple years ago and he wasn't playing there. I don't know. But anyway, his list I don't think is terrible.
Not good.
I've never been to Kansas State. I just don't know. But Bill Snyder Family Field does not sound like a place there where teams go to die or anything like that.
Man, the one stadium that I've heard is not that loud and you think it would be is the Big House. That seems to be a thing. Like I know Bustin' with the Boys has been going around. Amon-Ra St. Brown was talking about like Michigan really wasn't even that loud. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't keep the sound in, but it's built like underground. I don't know. I would have assumed Michigan would be one of the loudest places in the country.
The Big House, it's almost like the Rose Bowl. It's not built up. It's spread out. So the sound goes away because it's like it's stretched. The stands are stretched. They don't go like these places in the SEC. You go to Alabama, you go to Georgia, you go to Tennessee. The stands go straight up with 102,000 people.
Okay.
The Rose Bowl and the Big House, it's built where it goes wide. So all the sound, it kind of doesn't collect anywhere. It just goes out. Yeah.
Well, 247 Sports put out a pretty cool article, the top 50 duos in college football history. And there's been a lot of really good ones over the years. Honorable mentions, we got like Chubb and Sony Michel at Georgia, who were an awesome pairing. Tommy Frazier and Amon Green, friend of the nosebleed seats, Amon Green at Nebraska. Peyton Manning and Joey Kent at Tennessee. How about Ty Matthew and Mo Claiborne at LSU? I mean, man, the Honey Badger took over the country in 2010 there at LSU. Derek Thomas and Cornelius Bennett as linebackers at Alabama make it. But you've also got T-Law and Travis Etienne at Clemson. Burrow and Chase at LSU.
Dude, I don't know how it gets much better than, you get Burrow and Jefferson too.
Yeah, Burrow and Jefferson.
Was nasty.
Barry Sanders and Thurman Thomas at Oklahoma State.
Gosh. Did you get some Baker CeeDee Lamb in there at all?
Baker CeeDee Lamb, they were a little bit down here because there's 50. So they were like past 25. Chad Pennington and Randy Moss at Marshall.
Man. That was fun.
Ronnie Brown and Cadillac Williams at Auburn.
Yeah, dude, they were both.
Picks.
Yeah, I was about to say they were both top 5 picks.
McFadden and Felix Jones at Arkansas. Pat White and Steve Slayton at West Virginia. Tebow and Harvin
for college
Florida.
football. College football, they were legends,
dude. They were so much fun in the college football video game. Unbelievable. Both of them top 10 Heisman finishes in 07 and 08. Tim Tebow and Percy Harvin at Florida. Percy was a cheat code. Number one though, and we got a Trojan in studio. He's going to be happy about this. Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
Best college football duo ever, you think?
They're pretty darn good.
It's hard to fight against that. Who would be the
tough one?
Leinart was exceptional in college. The game against Notre Dame, legendary.
And they both won Heisman's, right? Back-to-back years.
Right.
So that's a tough one to knock off.
Well,
Blanchard and Davis from Army in 47 was pretty good.
Mac Jones and Devontae Smith was on here. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to see them play, Brian, but you're probably right on that.
Yeah, Blanchard and Davis. They were Army football in the 40s. They never lost a football game.
Yeah. They did have Manziel and Mike Evans. They were less on here.
That was strong.
Chris Winkie, Peter Warwick. Peter Warwick was so damn good. But Sam Bradford and Jermaine Gresham of Oklahoma. Those were some of the OU ones, if you want to know.
Wouldn't it be Sam Bradford and Adrian Peterson? I mean, my goodness, that doesn't. Maybe Adrian Peterson was already gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he did.
Was
play
he?
with Sam Bradford.
Did he play
Maybe there
with
was like a
James
year
White or
cross.
something?
No, yeah. Carter no giving us the no on that one.
Long
Way
time
to go. Yep, here we go.
Together. DeMarco Murray and Ryan Broyles was also on here from an Oklahoma perspective.
That's a committed Sooner fan right over there. You must have been like, what, 7 years old back then? That's a long time ago.
I was a big Quentin Griffith fan.
I actually have an OU stat of the day for you. I saw this from Blake Monroe on Twitter. Fun fact: every SEC school won at least one medal at the Paris 2024 Olympics, except for Oklahoma.
Oh.
Texas apparently led the way with 16 total.
Pure dominance.
They had some runners and some throwers and stuff like that. Yeah,
And that receiver for the Rams, the rookie, he looks pretty dang good.
Yeah.
Making plays right and
Jordan
left.
Whittington, Cuero's own. Hell
For
yeah.
more on that, it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Dallas College. Your future begins here. Where are we going, sir?
Well, we're going to break this thing down. I had a chance to take a look at it, and we'll cover all the bases next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian Broaddus is still in Oxnard covering the Cowboys for us, and it is time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Dallas College. Your future begins here. Here's the King.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you to Sagamore, too. Man, they're doing a fine job with us as well. So
Sagamore
really
Spirit Rye Whiskey from grain to glass.
Yeah, they are. Everybody's enjoying a lot of that. So we really do appreciate all their help. If I can give you an injury update before we get started here.
Please
do. You guys talk at all about Chuma Doga today?
A brief mention, I think.
What did you call it as? Did you say that foot injury, boot, that kind of thing?
Foot injury, waiting for Broaddus.
Yeah. Toe injury, MRI. They're waiting for that right now. So, yeah, he's dealing with a toe injury. He's had some medical problems during this camp. The low back, then he got the back spasms, then he got this. So, yeah, it's a toe injury. And they're waiting to see how significant this really is. With the player, I would be a little worried about this one.
Okay.
But yeah, that means that they're going to have to figure out some things at left tackle. But it also means that they can, go ahead and put Guyton out there.
That's what we want to see anyway.
Yeah, we all want to see Guyton. We all want to see Guyton. Do you want to start off with him, or you want to start off with Trey Lance?
Let's start off with Guyton.
Want to start off with Guyton?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions about Guyton? Anything come to mind, or anything before I get started? Do you have any questions on him?
How much better is he than when you first saw him at OTAs?
You know what? How much better is he than when I saw him at Oklahoma?
Okay.
That kind of thing. And that's a really, really good question, by the way. This is his very first rep that he had, or the very first play that he had. He went out and he kind of ducked his head. He was trying to kind of lunge into the guy a little bit, and and maybe stop the guy's charge from him. And right then and there, when he ducked, it kind of threw him off balance. And then all of a sudden, you're seeing wait a minute, this is why this guy has athletic ability. So head goes down into the block, hands kind of go forward. He's a little bit top heavy. Then all of a sudden, it's like he realizes, okay, I got to get out of this. And he's able to kind of go forward and then sit down and then recover in the block, all while the rusher is coming up the field on him. So he's trying to stop a charge. He's now overextended, and it's looking like it's going to be in bad shape. And then he's able to kind of recover and get back in the block and then stay in position. He had 12 pass plays where he was involved, and he only gave up no pressures in that. He was single blocking 75% of the time. So he was just him and his guy in this one. And his run blocking, I'll tell you where he's gotten better, guys. I didn't think he was a really, really good run blocker.
Yeah.
Maybe in space. And Zach, you saw him as well. There were some questions okay, this guy can pass block. He's an athlete. He gets in space. You can move him around, that kind of thing. But when it comes to coming off the football, there's really a sense of urgency to his game when he comes off, because it's kind of okay, I've got to get this block. I got to get over here. I can't be lazy with my technique. Can't miss with my hands. He's coming off the ball with some pop and some snap. I was sitting there when I was watching the tape. Their edge there. I always jack this name up. It's Van Valkenburg is what he's number 51.
I loved every time they showed his last name.
Yeah,
on
Van
the screen.
Valkenburg.
My gosh.
Van Valkenburg. And Van Valkenburg, when he was against anybody else, was kind of playing pretty good.
He was. And
then when he went against Guyton, Van Valkenburg was not a factor. He just wasn't. I mean, that was a tough ask to have to deal with a guy coming off the ball and getting movement in the running game. And there was one time where they run that. One of my favorite plays is this crack toss. I love when they run crack toss because it gets the ball to the edge. Now, they didn't get it out there quick enough, but, man, it was a hell of a block. I mean, here they've got little Jalen Cropper in there cracking, and he's holding up. I mean, he's kind of fighting, and it's like, and all of a sudden, Guyton's kind of like, all right, let me help you here. And he just destroys. I mean, shoves, the edge out of the way. And here's both guys go flying.
Yeah, Cropper took a good chunk of that, too.
Yeah, Cropper got hit. Van Valkenburg got hit. Everybody got hit on the play. They couldn't get the ball to the edge, but it was one of those things where you were kind of like, here's a guy in space. Here's a guy playing with power. Here's a guy, the assignments and stuff. For a guy that missed all of practice last week, basically, that was a pretty solid game that he played. And now with Adoga being out probably for a bit, you're going to see quite a bit of Guyton getting that work, and I think we're all happy about that.
Sounds like a home run pick.
Yep.
I think he can get a lot stronger still, which is insane.
He can.
Yeah.
He can. And, he's a thin guy, really. Yep. I mean, when you look at him, and even with him being sick, it looks like he's lost some weight. He kind of slimmed down. Maybe he wasn't feeling great and not eating and all that. But they were talking about it's kind of like a pneumonia situation that he was dealing with.
Sounds kind of like COVID to me.
COVID, pneumonia, yeah.
It's an upper respiratory pneumonia.
Upper respiratory problem. Yeah, respiratory problem there. All right, Trey Lance, can we get into that one a little bit?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Trey Lance, what we saw at camp with Trey Lance has gotten better from what you guys saw to the time, and he's gotten a little better. But there's still things about Trey Lance's game that will give you pause. And when you watch the tape of him throwing the ball, he missed some open throws yesterday. And I mean open throws of open reads. There were a couple of times there where he could have thrown touchdown passes in this game. And he didn't even it was like, okay, I'm supposed to go here. And instead of maybe Dak, maybe Cooper Rush, maybe the lack of experience hurts him here, but there was a couple of different times where he missed Cropper right down the middle of the field that would have been a touchdown. Instead, he throws and the ball gets knocked down, it's incomplete. But Cropper runs the route and is just nobody's with him. And if Trey just kind of just says, okay, I'm just gonna take the snap, I'm gonna look, and I'm gonna see. Maybe he was going to read that. Okay, I can't throw it here, but if I hit Cropper up the seam here, it's going to be a touchdown. So that was a little bit disappointing. They run a play late in the game, and this would have for sure. Princeton Fant, the tight end, they're playing him like a wing. So now we've got a regular like a tackle and a tight end, and then Fant's playing like a back, like a wing or like an H, and they're going to run a wheel, which they're going to run the wheel with Fant, but they're going to stretch the safety. It's actually a really good design. And Nathaniel Pete, the running back, goes flying out of the backfield towards the sidelines. So all of a sudden now the safety thinking he's got to carry Pete. Well, Fant's now wheeled up the field, and Trey Lance didn't throw him the ball. And to me, it was like you called this play with this in mind, that like you set this up with, okay, throw it here because we're going to get a favorable matchup and we're going to see if that safety flies with the running back. And he did. and it left Fant wide open.
Well, it was like that quick out to Cropper that he waits. Now he throws it to him, and by the time he gets the ball, he's on the sideline. And he ends up being tackled short. Get the ball out, allow him the ability to get the ball and turn up field. That's what the play is designed for.
Yeah, it was a couple, like, okay, now the fourth down throw, this is a throw that, again, you guys were here for some of it, but when they get down tight red zone, they work on this throw. This is a throw that Dak makes, Cooper Rush makes. They all make it. They all get this throw. And I just felt like, and I've seen Trey Lance complete this one before. So it was a little bit of like, oh, okay, well, that's tough. Just run it, keep the drive going. Or, hey, go ahead. Okay, you want to take a chance, fine. I've seen Lance complete this one. Felt like, though, his passes yesterday were not where they needed to be with accuracy. He made his receivers really have to work in this game. I mean, there were guys that the slants, some of the balls really behind guys yesterday. And then that touch pass that he overthrew in the red zone there, man, I know he wants that one back. He just threw it too far. You know, you got separation from the slot. The route's good, and now it's just about a fitting it to the back pylon there, and he just threw it too far. So unfortunately, you know, some of his throws were good. Some of them were behind guys. He missed some throws in that game yesterday. Probably could have had a couple of touchdown passes. And I'm going to say the one to Fant was probably a call play, and I don't know why he didn't go that direction, because he would have had a sure touchdown for that one as well.
Man, I'm really wondering, Brian, is it worth a roster spot?
Yeah, I think they're going to keep 3. I think they're going to keep 3 here, and you know, I just there's that the investment that they made with the 4th round pick. They're hopeful. My gut feeling on this one is they're hopeful that more practice, more game, more exposure, that some things kind of clean up for him. But when you saw him, he wasn't very good. When you guys were here, he wasn't good. I think like he's gotten better with some of the touch, some of the accuracy, but he got in that game yesterday when he didn't face pressure. The metrics will tell you that they were 2 of 8 when he faced the blitz for 10 yards. So that's something that maybe some more pressure periods for this guy and let him kind of maybe get a little bit more comfortable. But there was some opportunity on that game, I felt like, that he left on that field, and hopefully he'll get it back when he sees the tape, and then they play the Raiders next Saturday.
Sasounds like a plan to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corners brought to you by Dallas College every afternoon at 3:40. And salute once again to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey for sponsoring his continued and extended stay in Oxnard to give you the goods. Okay, we'll continue the Cowboys train with a C-note coming up next. The Cowboys news of the evening. Woolchuck, what's it looking like?
Babe had the crystal ball working last night. Let's do a Cowboys stock report. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We actually have less than 90 minutes to go now with Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30, taking on the Bo Sox. Time now for some Cowboys news of the evening. And here's your host, Zach Wolchuk.
Well, appreciate everybody who, of course, tuned in here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football, 105.3 The Fan. Excellent work, as always. Eric and Brian on the pregame. And then Broadus and myself drove you home. We had the halftime and the postgame show. Everybody that called in, shout out to Big Jim who called in. Hey, we got a call from Kenny and Quinlan as well.
Nice, dude. G-Bag legends.
Yeah, a couple of G-Bag legends.
Plant that G-Bag flag there on the Dallas Cowboys radio network every chance you get.
It was a blast. I mean, the end result, obviously, you take the L, but some good teaching moments. And Brian, you just gave us the scout's eye of how the tape looked. 877-881-1053. In just a minute, we can do a little stock up, stock down on some players that maybe hurt themselves, help themselves make this 53-man roster. And Tolos, I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. But it was quite the night for Babe Laufenberg in the booth next to Brad Sham as they were reunited. And, well, it seemed like they were in midseason form, especially Babe, as he had the crystal ball working for him last night.
The Rams driving at the Dallas 19, first down.
All right, you ready, Brad?
Yep.
Eric Scott has had a little bit of a rough time at corner today.
Yep.
He's going to make a play.
All right.
He's going to make a play.
Here comes 2nd and 10. Still at the Dallas 19. Snap to Bennett. Lots of time. Deep to the middle, intercepted again. At the 10 by Eric Scott. Babe calls the play. Scott makes it on the field and runs it out of bounds. Pushed out by offensive lineman Zach Thomas. 2 turnovers for Dallas.
Well, if anybody knows Eric Scott and are listening, please tell him that Babe Laufenberg really helped him on that play. I feel like we shared it 50-50 right there, Brad.
I think that was mostly you.
That was great,
Mid-season form.
Put in the call, and then he did it again at the end of the game as Stetson Bennett threw what we thought was his 5th interception. That ends up being taken away due to defensive holding, but he still had 4 interceptions. And Babe said, "Yeah,
you should have had 6."
Yeah, I'm sure. And then Babe goes, "Well, he's got 4 picks. Watch him go down the field and win the game." And then what did Stetson Bennett do? 4 seconds remaining, throws the game-winning touchdown. So, hey, shout out to Babe Loffberg.
That's just in his DNA, dude. He's just a winner, that guy, Stetson Bennett.
He had, I don't know if Babe had the script or what was going on there, but he was feeling it.
I'll tell you what, it bodes well for this year's installment of Two Guys, One Booth. I mean, if that's the type of Babe Loffenberg we're going to be getting week in, week out. I mean, I know he's coming out of the gates hot right now. He's hydrated. He's got the fresh legs. He's feeling good. Camp hasn't been too treacherous for him. Once you get into the druthers of the season, will he still be able to have this same type of production? That's the question, and we will hold his feet to the fire each and every Cowboy day after the Cowboys play, and we'll see what he's bringing to the table. But that was a heck of a start.
Sure was. And how about Mike Zimmer? Good start for him. His defense, 4 interceptions. We thought, oh no, are the turnovers going to leave with Dan Quinn? Not so fast, Zim. And how about this, Brian? The report came out, Mike Zimmer calling the entire defense last night without even using his play sheet.
Played 70% zone.
He wasn't really dialing it up schematically.
He wasn't dialing it. I mean, yeah, there were a couple of times I think I could say there was 70% zone, 30% man. Didn't blitz a whole hell of a lot either. There were a couple of times where he brought some guys, but it wasn't anything like what he has been known for. Played him pretty straight up and just kind of said, okay, let's find a way to get our guys. I'll tell you who had a nice little game for your Dallas Cowboys was the rookie edge, Marshawn Nealon.
Marshawn Nealon, number 1 on the stock up for me. No
is
doubt.
he? Okay.
He was brilliant, right. and I agree with you on the stock up. What did you see from him when you went back and reviewed the tape?
Well, they had him playing both sides, but what you got is a guy that he's got the ability to extend. He's a lot longer guy than I thought with the range and stuff. And when there were a couple of times where he was able to get his hands quicker on the blocker and then control the blocker and then get rid of the blocker and then go make a play. So, yeah, it was pretty impressive. And then the pass rush stuff, it was like always worried about him just kind of rushing down the middle. Did a really good job of getting to that edge and then trying to close some things down. Ball was out a couple of different times. But, man, his ability to play the left end, the right end, I think was pretty impressive in that game.
I thought he was brilliant. I mean, his ability, we talked about it, to be able to translate the good practices in Oxnard, and then he carries that over in-game, his ability to sniff out and blow up a couple of run plays there. Look, I mean, we mentioned this last week, but it stinks that you lose Sam Williams, especially from a pass rushing standpoint, and that was something that was lacking a little bit, was the general pass rush from rushing 4. But having DeMarcus Lawrence and Marshawn Nealon possibly as your 2 edges, if you're going to move Micah around a little bit, I think is going to make, at least when it comes to setting the edge against the run, you're going to be much better that way.
Do you think you got better overall? Are you willing to go that route?
No, because the depth factor of it all brought us. I mean,
just go player for player.
Player for player.
I would say yes.
I'll take y'all's word for that.
I just think all around.
I feel like to me that there's things with Sam that are really good. The pass rush stuff could be really good. The chaos that he can cause is good, but how buttoned down is he going to play all the time?
Yeah, the penalties and getting caught up field, get out of your rush lanes.
Nealon, when you watch him play, you could tell he's trying to do what these coaches are asking him to do. So the way he plays the run, the way he plays with a little bit more power, I don't think he's the pass rusher, but he's got some Tank Lawrence to him when it starts to talk about the ability to do both, rush the passer and then play the run. I'll tell you what they did. They put Golston in too a little bit, and he showed up.
I think he's better as an end.
They need to find some spot, and maybe I was kind of thinking that they were going to, that with what they were going to do with Huggins was going to be the backup, maybe be a backup 3. Huggins was not good enough yesterday.
Oh, no, he was bad.
He was not good enough. So if they could figure out who the backup 3 is and then be able to move Golston a little bit, that might help them overall with some of their depth.
Another stock up that for me was Marquise Bell. I mean, the guy was brilliant, led the team in tackles last night, had that interception. I mean, he was probably your unsung hero a year ago, playing out of position, holding down the linebacker spot as well as he could. But, he's a guy, and I mentioned this last night when we were talking about it, Brian, you can't keep him off the field. He's always making plays.
Well, yeah, if you keeping him off the field would mean that somebody like, Wilson's playing at a very, very high level. The questions that we have were, how well could this guy cover? And if he could cover, then how competitive would he be? We got maybe that Wanye Thomas, and Wanye Thomas got some good run yesterday, but he didn't show up like Bell. But whoever was going to play opposite Hooker had to be able to cover, had to be able to play with some range. The fact that Bell shows the toughness he does and his ability to tackle, that's kind of when I keep throwing him out there and seeing how that's going to roll going forward.
How about the rookie Kalen Carson? I know you brought him up, Dawson, during crosstalk.
Yeah. But I know Chief loves corners that can tackle.
He tackles.
I would love to get Brian's thoughts on that.
6 targets, 6 catches, boys. That's, got to do a little bit better there.
Okay.
That's where and playing his first game in the National Football League, we've seen him be very, very competitive out here and deny the football. I think when he looks at the tape, he's going to see that maybe there's some things that he has done on this practice field out here that he could do in these games. And he's more than tough enough. He's more willing to stick his nose in there. But they were able to kind of take advantage of him a little bit in this football game. And like I said, 6 targets, 6 catches, not what you really, really want from your corner. He'll learn. He'll get better. He's shown a lot of promise in these practices, and I kind of feel like that the more you put him out there, the better he'll get.
Jalen Brooks had the big 43-yard catch. I thought he, in his limited snaps looked good. I was surprised.
They could have thrown it to Billy Johnson on the other side, and it would have been a touchdown. And he could have thrown it to Schoonmaker, and it would have been maybe about a 28-yard gain. They had 3 guys open on that play, and he chose Brooks. Brooks did a good job of
it was a good play by Brooks. Yeah, 43 yards, their biggest play on offense there. I mean, Brooks has looked pretty good. I was surprised, though. I don't get not playing Jalen Tolbert. I understand, hey, CeeDee's out. He's not with your team right now, so Tolbert's essentially your de facto number 2. But this is a guy that I don't think has earned, oh, my gosh, I don't need to play in my first preseason game.
Boy, he's practiced really, really well, though. I mean, we've kind of had a lot of questions about him, and they probably, maybe it's one of these things where they're really not sure what's going to happen with CeeDee. Maybe they're like, okay, we got to kind of protect ourselves in case something does happen. And, do we want him, running routes in the second quarter against the Rams when he might have to play some significant snaps for you?
Yeah, I mean, just to start the game, put him out there for a couple of series. I mean, to me,
sure.
Sure. I mean, that
I understand.
Let's get in
I understand what you're saying. He's been really good in these practices.
No question. Cropper, I thought, had himself a good game. Not good, though. Eric Scott Jr., he did have that interception, but it was a rough start for him in that one.
Rough. And the penalty wasn't good either. The guy's out of bounds, and you take a run at him, and you get a 15-yard penalty there. So, it was kind of a learning moment for him. And the corners, the Rams receivers did a pretty good job of finding ways to get open. And every time the ball went down the middle of the field, though, Dallas's defense was really good. The interceptions, that's where really, there were times where Stetson Bennett didn't see, the linebacker underneath, but they did a good job of defending the middle of the field. It was some of the stuff, though, the corners, on the outside, though. I'll tell you what, though, the kid from Texas, Whittington, he showed up yesterday.
Good player.
He was running all over and running from all different spots. So they've got him a guy that can do a lot of things for them.
All right, the last guy we need to talk about. Would you give a stock up or a stock down to Mazi?
Okay, this is where Mazi Smith's at right now, and I'm glad you brought Mazi Smith up. Because the extension that Mazi Smith was able to show in the game, and I've said this, I've been on a couple of shows already today on our station, and the thing I liked about Mazi was the way he was using his hands, and that's the one thing that Jeff Zagina gets on him about all the time. Hands. The extension was good. He controlled a couple of different times. What bothered me a little bit about him was that there was one time when he makes the play on the screen. He does a really good job where, he gets rid of the center, Lindor, the block, who's the blocker on him, gets rid of him, reads him the right way. Now he's in position, makes the tackle. But what happens the very next play? He doesn't do anything. He doesn't even get off the block. He doesn't even really get out of his stance. He doesn't even get up the field. So you're kind of thinking like, okay, he's had a good run of plays, and then all of a sudden he makes a really good play for like a tackle at the line or a tackle for loss, and then the next play you're thinking like, okay, there you go, Mazi, there you go. And then the next play it's kind of like he took the play off. Like, okay, I did what I needed to do. Now I'm going to take a play off and rest up here a little bit. But, I think for the most part, he didn't get turned. He didn't get pushed out of the hole. He did a couple of he faced quite a few double teams where he had to deal with those. But the one-on-one stuff, I like the extension, I like the strength, and I like the awareness for the screen. But, man, you just got to stack play after play after play. And when you make a really good play on the screen, don't give me a no-effort play on the very next one. I can't have that.
Hell of a breakdown, boys. Love it. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys. So 105.3 The Fan. Up next is going to be the Raiders, but our proper Cowboys Monday continues. And we're going to take a break to talk with the Rangers GM. They lost another series, 2 out of 3 to the Yankees, and CY is next with us here on the Fan.
But let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is time for the Chris Young Show right here on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball is coming up at 5:30. They are in Boston to take on the Red Sox. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. The Chris Young Show brought to you by Play Score and by Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing outstanding. Thank you very much. Can I try to go positive in that the last two games got the offense pretty fired up? Do you have an appetite for that at all right now?
Well, yeah, I guess if there's a consolation to losing a series, it's that we did swing it well in 2 of the 3 games. So, I hope that carries into the series in Boston. And then, we're in a situation where we can't afford to lose series. And very frankly, we need to start sweeping series and putting together a pretty good win streak at some point. So my hope is that the bats do get hot, that we go into Boston and we play well, and we come home and we build off of it. But, it is hard to look for any consolation in terms of losing series at this point.
How about context on 7.5 out at this point in the season? How likely is it historically to go on a run like this?
I don't know what the historical probabilities and likelihoods are. I just know that we've continued to dig ourselves a bigger hole than really we should have, and we are at a point where it's going to take an extended winning streak to really get us back in the mix here. And it's tough to look up and see our place in the standings and see our place in the, where we are in terms of being under 500. This team is more talented than that. Our record does not reflect, in my opinion, how talented this team is. And it's just frankly disappointing that we have not played better baseball and put ourselves in a better situation to this point in the season.
Yeah, and see why you've talked to us about players maybe not playing up to their standard. One of those was Jonah Heim, who was an integral part of you guys making it to the World Series last year. You're now splitting time with him and Carson Kelly. What have you, overall, with your assessment on Jonah to this point in the year, led to that decision?
Well, it's a performance-based game, and as a former player, that was one of my mantras in terms of if you don't like something, play better. And very frankly, Jonah has not played as well as he possibly can. He knows this. Boch has talked to him about it. I've had discussions with his agents about it, and it's been disappointing. It's not for lack of trying. Jonah has shown up every day with an effort and intensity and a focus, and he's made contributions in ways that maybe can't be measured as much statistically in terms of game calling and investment in his pitching staff. But the bottom line is he hasn't performed to the level that we saw him last year and the level that I think he's capable of. And, it's our job to help him get back to that level, whether it's this year or going into next year. He's a big part of our team. And we've got to all work together to get the best out of him and several others who have not lived up to really what they're capable of doing in terms of their performance.
Do you feel like all your guys have given everything they got?
I do. I do think that this team, they show up every day, they prepare. I'm in the clubhouse with them most days, and I hear their energy, their enthusiasm. But it is frustrating as a player when just the results aren't there, and you feel like you're doing what you can, and the energy, the attitude, the commitment, the focus is there, and the results don't come. And so, I think that's sort of characteristic of what we just saw in New York. We got blown out one game. We kind of blew them out one game. And then the game 3, we had a close game where we fought back. We got down early. We really kind of one bad pitch to Giancarlo Stanton that he hit out for a 3-run homer that opened the game up. And I think if we avoid that one pitch, we probably find a way to win that game. And so it's like, 1 or 2 plays a game that seem to be costing us. And we just don't have much of a margin for error based on kind of the way we've performed offensively. And so then we get a stretch where we hit okay, and we don't pitch very well, and we lose that way. So that's just it just hasn't been a season where we've put it all together thus far. But this group is going to keep fighting. They're going to keep trying. I know that Boch is motivated. The coaching staff has done a great job in terms of showing up every day with a focus and an intensity and a commitment to finding a way to win, and nobody here is rolling over. So we're gonna keep fighting.
I see why it's been 4 out of the last 5 games where the team has not scored in the first 5 innings. And from a pitching perspective, how tough is that mentally when you keep going out there and you're trying to do your best, but you're sort of one pitch away from letting this thing get away from you?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's a pitcher. Your job is to go out and put up scoreless innings every inning, independent of what your team is doing offensively. But there is a natural emotional letdown when you give up a run or 2 and you think that may cost us the game, or you say, I can't give up any more because I know the hitters are scuffling. And so it does put a pressure on the pitching staff. And, Boch and I have talked about it a lot this year that we have not played from ahead. We play from behind, and we need to get out to early leads. We need to come out early and score runs. We need the top of our lineup to come up out early and set the tone. To get on base and put up some runs early in a game and play from ahead. And when we do that, it takes a little bit of pressure off the pitching staff, and it also sets us up to get to our leverage arms. We have very, what I consider to be a very good bullpen, especially at the very end with Robertson and Yates. And if we can get to those arms, it gives us a pathway to victory. But when we're playing from behind, a lot of games we don't even get to our leverage arms, and that makes it hard to win games. So the offense does play a part in this, and the reality is we're 200 plus less runs scored than last year at the same point. So offensively, we have not been the same team that we were. And I think that I can't lie to you and say that the offense hasn't created some issues for us in terms of our style of play and playing from behind and contributing to those scoreless first few innings in a game where the pitchers don't have a margin of error.
Texas Rangers GM Chris Young with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Sticking with the pitching, any updates you can provide us on Nathan Eovaldi and Max Scherzer?
Yeah, Yeah, Evo, both players flew home this weekend to see Dr. Meister here. Nathan had a favorable report. We're optimistic. Maybe we can just push his next start back a few days. We may be able to get him back out there this weekend. Still to be determined on how he feels over the next couple of days. But my understanding, having not talked to him today, but talking to our medical staff, is that he felt pretty good today. And we're optimistic he'll be back on the mound maybe by this weekend. Max, we're still waiting on some further tests to determine, the extent of his shoulder. He just hasn't really turned the corner for some reason. Continues to have some underlying fatigue or weakness, and we're trying to get the right answers there to get Max throwing again and hopefully back out on the mound at some point. But until we have those answers as to what exactly is going on, it's hard to predict when he'll be back.
Was there encouraging news on Jacob deGrom facing hitters? And I know a lot of fans have asked us, how important is it for him to come back and pitch regardless of the standings?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting, we are likely to get Jacob back this year. I mean, his rehab is going as well as it possibly can. He's on pace to be back. Hopefully in the next 3 to 4 weeks. And he threw another live BP today in Fenway. It went well. He felt great. The ball was jumping out of his hand. It was electric, 98, 99 miles an hour. And so it's part of his ramp up. We'll see how he comes out of this over the next couple of days. He should have another live BP in a few days. And then at which point we'll start his rehab assignments at our minor league affiliates and start building him up towards getting back into a major league game. But he's on pace. He's doing wonderfully. He's worked so hard. I'm really happy for him, and I'm excited to see him back on a big league mound.
We're going to see Jack Leiter back on a big league mound soon?
I hope so. We skipped Jack's last start. Jack had a little shoulder fatigue, which is common at this point in the season, and so we wanted to back him off, knowing that we'd like him to finish strong. He threw a great bullpen the other day. Feels good. So, but Jack has had a very good season at AAA. I know his major league starts didn't go as well as we had hoped at the beginning.
Come on, CY. Bring it back in here. Rangers GM Chris Young here on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan. It appears we've lost him. But always appreciate his candor and his insights here into this baseball team. I think, he continues to, say the things that you want to hear and not hide from the truth.
No.
As a leader, I think that's the guy that you want out front and center. The Chris Young Show is brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. I wanted to wrap things up and tell him at least thanks for the World Series and go kick some ass in Boston. Here, we got him back? Okay, we got him. Well, let's finish up here. Time for a couple of more questions with Rangers GM Chris Young here. You want to finish up that answer? We lost you, sir.
Yeah, no, I can't remember the question. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Maybe technical difficulty, but I kept talking. I thought you guys could hear me. I apologize. I could hear everything you guys were saying. So,
okay.
All good. You remind me where we were.
You were talking lighters, yeah, possible return.
Oh yeah, Jack. Absolutely, it'll depend on our pitching needs, and if Jack, continues to perform, and we have a need for pitching, my anticipation is we would see him at some point again.
Do you have a thought that because this was kind of disappointing this year, or at least has been so far, that maybe the roster will need more of an overhaul as you look forward, or have you even begun the process of evaluating that yet?
Yeah, I think it's a little premature. I think that we need to see how the season wraps up here, and we need to really take an assessment in terms of where we are and what our needs are moving forward. I am excited about where we stand. I mean, with Josh Young, Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, Corey and Marcus, there's a real great position player core here, and certainly we expect Adolis and Jonah to get back to form in terms of the way they played. So Nate Lowe has had a very good second half. There are a lot of good things that have happened here. We just it hasn't clicked all at once, and I think as some of these guys take the natural development growth in terms of being young players. Evan, obviously, we've missed immensely this year. Wyatt has had stretches where he's been really, really good. Josh Young, we've missed all season. So, just having those guys healthy and back on the field is going to be an improvement to the team. And then with some of the other guys returning to their career norms, so to speak, in terms of the way they performed, I think there are things that we have to look forward to. These guys are, they're competitors, and they're high character guys. They care. They're not going to be satisfied with the way they performed thus far in the season, they're going to keep working, and I know they're going to be motivated into the off season. So we will assess everything. Our job as a front office is to make sure we're turning over every stone in terms of how to make this team successful and how to win championships. And, thus far it hasn't been a good season in terms of what our expectation has been. That said, we will evaluate everything as we move forward in the best ways to improve the club.
I know you're so dialed in on what's happening with the club right now, but were you able to take a minute and enjoy the White House trip last week?
You know what? Thank you for asking. It was a really, really special day for our organization. The White House did a tremendous job in terms of welcoming us and providing us a very warm reception. It's something that's very apolitical, that you go in and you get to be honored as the World Series champion, something the Texas Rangers franchise has never had the opportunity to do. And for our players, many of whom this may be their only chance to ever set foot in the White House or to meet the President of the United States, it was a very special day, and especially players from Latin America. I think of Adolis Garcia especially, who comes from a communist Cuba, who has the opportunity that baseball has provided him to be in the White House. It was just a really, really neat day for our organization, and I was so happy we had that opportunity to be there.
Well, CY, as you may have already heard, I do want to thank you for the World Series and all the great work that you've done for DFW Sports and with us on the show. And even when it's hard to remember the last time you won a series, we're still stoked to talk baseball with you every week here on the G-Bag Nation.
Well, look, guys, let me tell you, I appreciate your candor and your honest questions, and I will tell you this, that I still believe in this group, and stranger things have happened, and I do expect us to play really solid, good baseball as we move into the last 6 or 7 weeks of the season here. This team is full of high-character guys, and they're going to keep fighting, and we're going to demand that they do. So I still believe our best baseball can be ahead of us. Is it too late? Who knows? But that said, we're going to go out and give it our best.
Salute. There he goes, the great Chris Young here, World Series winning general manager of your Texas Rangers, brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. Have a good one. All righty, coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. What do we got cooking? Where's my show sheet? Where are we going here? Before
top 10ing?
Oh, yes, the top 10.
You want a top 10?
Yes, we'll check. What's the subject?
Well, this is good for our show. We celebrated National Lazy Day.
Oh, here we go.
Baby.
Yeah.
Top 10 things all lazy people don't have time for. What's the laziest thing you've ever done? That's next in the name.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Thanks to CY for joining us here on your home of the champs. That was a great baseball conversation. Looks like Jacob deGrom's throwing heat. Boy, 98-99 today
cool,
against
man.
live hitters.
Yeah.
So that's fun. We got updates on all kinds of stuff if you want to go back and listen with the Odyssey app instant rewind functionality. It is time now, though, for Wolchuk's Top 10. And without further ado, here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, Dawson. And yes, indeed, we celebrated National Lazy Day. It was on Saturday. We're all partying out in Fan Bowl. Who knew that it was National Lazy Day? So I've got the top 10 things all lazy people just don't have time for. No way am I doing this. What would be the laziest thing you've ever done? I think that we know what Gavin's is.
We know what Dawson's is.
What, not cleaning out my truck?
No.
The water bottle.
The water bottle at the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that. Yeah, that's pretty lazy.
Yeah, it was very lazy.
It was like
you could literally walk downstairs to the hotel lobby and just get a bottle of water.
It was the biggest win ever for a DoorDash driver. It's like I only have to drive 10 seconds from this convenience store to the hotel.
Yeah, that
just put it that way.
Speaking of traveling, I thought not packing a suitcase that one time was pretty exceptionally lazy.
Yes, it was, but you made the most of it.
Yeah, but then you had to like work a little bit to like make sure that you had to go get some clean undies, some clean teas. So you did end up having to work a little bit.
That's what he told y'all.
Allegedly.
Did he?
It did smell a little bit on the flight home.
Yeah. Okay.
I think generally though, on a day-to-day basis, like the food delivery is probably at the top of the list. I'm not that great at putting away the laundry. I'll do the laundry, but it might sit in the dryer or it might sit like next to my end table.
I can't do this. You got to move it out the dryer, bro. Or the washing machine. You got to move it because the next person wants to use it.
Yeah. Next person oftentimes ends up putting it on top of the dryer.
Yeah, I feel like my work is done once I've thrown it into the dryer. It's like this. We should be able to just show up to the closet. It should just be in there now.
Yeah, I wish that were the case.
That's the most difficult part. I think like any type of making of the bed stuff.
Yeah, I'm there too.
Like, I mean, man, I know whenever I was in college trying to like, how often was I cleaning my sheets? I don't know. Thank God for my wife because she's uptight about it, so she will handle that. Otherwise, I'd be like, I don't know how long I've been sleeping on these sheets.
That fool get out the bed and the sheets stick to you. Guess you gotta wash these.
That's when you know you gotta wash. Yeah.
Come on, Brian. You done any lazy stuff?
I tell you what, man.
There was that one year you only watched 349 players. Instead of 350.
I was just sitting here and I
thinking,
was just
what have I
laughing
done?
to
I was so lazy.
I was just laughing to myself because I've done 2 shows this morning. I've got your show. We did. I actually did 3 shows this morning.
By your show, you mean ours?
Yes.
Of course.
And then our show. And then I got to do 2 more podcasts after this. So I'm trying not to be lazy is what I'm trying not to be.
Trying not to be.
I'm trying not to be lazy. Time change helping me here, though. I've been up since 5 this morning doing this stuff.
Yeah. And it's only 2:49 where you are right now. The days just seem a little bit longer.
Little bit longer. But no, I do admire Dawson's laziness, though. That is
pretty
impressive.
incredible.
I wish I could be like that.
Did you have anything to add, throw into the party with the laziness, Lucius?
Let's see here. Yeah, not necessarily myself, but I'm going to go ahead and tell on my son.
Okay.
My wife and I, we found like 70 pee bottles in this room.
No.
2 weeks ago.
Wow.
70 pee bottles.
What? Wow. 70, huh?
Yeah, I'm talking about my man is not leaving the console whatsoever.
So he's hoarding the bottles of urine.
Hoarding pee.
Howard Hughes.
Yeah, it was a whole lot of them. 70. I have a photo to prove it. That number is not fake.
That's next level, right?
Bro.
Yeah, man.
What is he generally? Are we looking at just like run-of-the-mill water bottles? Is he filling up big tankers?
Gatorades and water bottles. Yeah, playing that darn game. All of them.
Yeah.
He's playing the darn game. Don't want to get out of there. He just.
I respect his commitment, dude. I mean, his competitive spirit is no joke.
No, that's gross. What are you talking about?
No, it's for sure. It's disgusting. But that
and the bathroom's right across. I'm talking about right across the hall from his door.
Yeah,
you can reach out and touch the bathroom door from his door.
That's diabolical, dude.
Yeah,
I love
that's
it.
That's lazy.
There's load screen time. There's like good 45 to 90 seconds.
I mean, you can
in between
pause
games
and
at
go.
least.
No, but I mean, his efficiency levels are through the roof, dude. I bet he's dominant. At whatever game he's playing,
he's got to be.
He must
ass.
be freaking dialed.
He better be getting paid.
Yeah. No, I'm probably going to get a text like, why did you say this? But my wife's younger brother, they also had that problem, but it was a trash can bucket. It wasn't bottles.
Oh.
Filling up the whole. Oh, he's just peeing in the bucket, so it stinks.
He had like a bucket in the closet.
And
He would just turn around and go in the bucket.
For the game room?
And then they were like, something stink, and then they found it.
But it's just my pee.
We're like, dude, what are you doing?
Oh, it was like a secret pee can.
Yeah.
A secret pee trash can in the master bedroom or in the
no his bedroom.
In his
bedroom.
His bedroom closet.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if this dude was married and like he had a family.
It's my wife's little brher.
Okay, gotcha.
When they were growing up.
Was at least home with
when
the lid on it?
Oh, okay.
I mean, he was a
growing
teenager
up.
probably.
Okay, you got to specify these things. I'm thinking
I said that.
You said little brother.
Yeah.
You didn't say when they were growing up?
I didn't say that.
No,
I
so
just said my
I'm
wife's younger
thinking this is a
brother.
grown man who,
No,
yes,
he's not still doing that.
He has
That
an
I know
older
of.
sister, but he's
That I
still an
know of.
adult.
He could be. He could still have a pee bucket in the closet for all I know.
Now, was he a video game kid? Was that his thing, or was it just his?
He was a video game
Okay,
kid.
gotcha.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, here's the top 10 things that all lazy people just don't have any time for. Number 10, correctly changing the toilet paper. This was something I didn't even know about. Like, there is a correct way to do this. You want to make sure that it is
upside down.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do.
Set it on the back of the reservoir.
Yeah. Some people don't even care. You know?
Yeah.
See, I'd be this. I'd be this.
I think I might go 10 for 10
laziness.
on this.
Yeah.
Number 9, Laundry in general. Just anything to do
2
with
for
laundry.
2, baby.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I did my tennis shoes the other day by themselves. I stood there at the washer in bare feet. I just took them off with my socks and put them in the washer here
making
at the
noise.
complex. No, I washed them. I put stuff in it, and it's so funny because, Jerry's bodyguard.
Yeah.
He walked in there and saw me doing it, and it was like.
Saw you doing it.
Did you feel shame when he
I
saw
was
you?
feeling shame because you don't want to put shoes in a washer that other people are using,
right?
Because of clothes and stuff.
Yeah.
So I was standing. He goes, "Oh, you're doing stuff in bare feet." And I'm like, I was like, I'm sorry. I just, but he was laughing about it. We were just laughing.
Good.
But yeah, it was. Washing. I can do washing every day. And I don't mind folding
real
and
different
ironing.
there.
Yeah, I'm a little. I told you I was going to be a butler.
Yeah.
No,
No, but you get enjoyment out of that,
That's
which
the
is
serial
incredible. And as long as it's making
I do.
you
I like to
happy,
cook.
you
Yeah,
do. And you're great at it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Number 8, and this one's gross. I don't like it, but showering all the way.
What?
Yeah, I guess
What do you
people
mean?
are half-ass showering.
Oh, okay.
They're like, I got a little bit of soap on me. I'm good. Rinse off, get out.
No way I'm not lazy. That's a life essential.
Number 7, actually waking up when you need to wake up.
Oh, yeah, it's tough. I have my days.
Number 6 is stairs.
I beat the alarm clock. I wake up before the alarm
And
clock
it's not a
goes off.
surprise, Brian. You're the anti-lazy.
Yeah.
The stairs. I mean, certainly, lazy people aren't taking the stairs, man.
I'll go stairs.
I like to take
1 or 2
the-
flights.
Yeah, it just makes me feel like, okay, I am.
Yeah, I did something.
I am active.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
active.
productive today.
I hate having the stairs in my house too.
Dude, I bet it's a pain in the ass.
You
Why
set
I
up
went
your-
1 story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you, brother.
Yeah.
Because you get all set up, downstairs. You got everything you need, and then you sit down and you pull that recliner back. Put the feet up and realize, oh crap, the ashtray.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Damn,
dude.
the ashtray's upstairs.
Yeah. We should have put that in the top 10 worst feelings list.
We should have. Oh, damn it. We don't
It's
have
right
an
next to the pee bottles in my son's room.
Top 5 things all lazy people don't have time for: getting abs. So the gym in general. That's number 5.
Okay.
Well, that's
yeah.
also the kitchen.
A couple times a decade.
Number 4 is just anything that's out of arm's reach. Yeah, I'm not getting it.
Oh,
It'll be
yeah.
okay.
How many times have you still stayed in your bed and you've crawled out to grab whatever it is that
Yeah.
you need, but you're still kind of in the bed?
3 is weekdays. I just don't have time for it. I don't need.
Zach!
No job.
Zach, come here! You go all the way to the room. Hey, can you hand me that remote control right there, baby? Like, what?
I'm good.
Hey,
See, this
now
isn't
you
laziness type of stuff. This
Yeah.
is employable, essential life skills.
Yeah, well, all lazy people, they just don't have time for this.
Maybe I'm
No,
not that
hey,
lazy.
I remember this now. Big Larry, Dad, we used to have a phone. My brother and I had a phone upstairs and landline, and he would call us for me to change the channel. He would, hey, come down. I got something to say to you. And that's when they had no remote control. So it was click, click. There was 4 and he's like, hey, come down. I got something to say to you. And I go, yes, sir. And he'd go, turn on channel 4 if you would for me, please. He'd be sitting on it.
That's awesome.
I'm like, okay. And then I got to where I wouldn't even answer the phone. I just would laugh, and
That's
then
lazy.
And then he'd start
That's
yelling.
calling.
Yeah.
And then he'd start
That's
yelling
amazing.
at me.
You're
Yeah.
going to say yes, sir, to me?
That
Yeah.
fits. Number 2 is leaving the couch. I'm not getting up. Let me call somebody else to come and do this. But number 1, most lazy thing, ordering takeout instead of delivery. They're not going to have time for that. We're going delivery 10 out of 10 times.
Let's go.
Ordering
Thank you,
food.
old Chuck.
Yep.
The top 10 at 4:20 most afternoons. But today, of course, we talk with CY. Great conversation if you want to go back there in the 4:20 segment and listen to what CY told us as they lost 2 of 3 to the Yankees. Pregame against Boston's coming up at 5:30 right here on your home of the champs. But what's next, Chief?
Got a little sports hodgepodge for you. We got Cowboys, Rangers, and Mavericks. Things you need to know next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, baby. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. We have Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30 as they'll visit the Bo Sox. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver his sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
Okay, I have Cowboys, Rangers, and Mavericks things that need to be addressed, but the P stuff is getting out of hand here. I mean, this is pretty incredible. Somebody's alleging that they have a pee drawer, or used to.
What, a pee drawer?
Like a urination drawer. You know, some people do the pee bottles. That seems like the most obvious thing to do. And then some people like to bring in their own pee trash can, hide it away in their closet, and that's their own little personal urinal. But it seems as though others will Literally just have a drawer. It's like, yeah, that's where my underwear goes. That's where my socks go. And then that's where obviously my urine goes. Where,
do you
what
line
else
that
would I
with
do
like a
with this
plastic
drawer?
bag or something?
Listen,
or are you stacking bottles in your drawer?
I'm workshopping this in my mind right now. How it is you go about being the I pee in my drawer guy. You know,
Right.
what's the strategy behind it? Is there any type of sanitary elements to this, or do you just let it fly onto the wood, bro? I don't know.
I mean, the pee bucket made a little bit more sense. Than the drawer.
If you could put the bucket inside the drawer.
Yeah.
You know, like some of those kitchens where you pull out the garbage can.
Yeah.
It looks like a cabinet. And you pull it out there.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Might actually kind of work.
So maybe you're hiding your own makeshift sort of toilet into the drawer, I guess. Maybe it saves a little bit more time. You don't have to get up and walk to the closet and pee in the trash can like some folks would do. I think if it was me, I'd probably be the pee in the bottle guy. I mean, I've definitely had, talk about laziness, like bottles of water just empty like everywhere. You know?
Hey, Lucius.
But there wasn't pee in those bottles.
Do you kind of feel like that the fact that you pee in the sink and then really enjoy it, that maybe you pass this down to your kid?
At least I'm in the bathroom.
Okay, that's a good point.
To the bathroom.
That's a good point.
I would see the splashes against the back wall of the bathroom little sink there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Instead of like a dozen water bottles that are yellow.
I mean, a couple of times, like you use the restroom, you forget to flush, and you go back in there. Like maybe it's a restroom you don't always go in.
Oh God, I can't hate.
Like
I can't
2 days
stand that.
later, it's smelling horribly.
No, don't do that. Please flush.
This is just a terrible.
Please flush.
And what's crazy about this picture Lucius sent of his son is that there's open containers too. It's not all screw tops.
Yeah.
There's some like open bottles and open cans.
I like his own personal rules and regulations that he has. You can have open container in here, baby.
This is definitely a thing that a lot of people do, though.
Oh,
I didn't
this
realize
is huge.
how common this was, apparently.
The video game pee in something not a toilet guy or gal is legit.
But, Brian, you might have something to look forward to because Pappy, Tim and Carthage texted in and said when you're my age, it's very convenient when you pee 5 times a night. You'll like the bucket.
Okay.
So maybe you just want it there and just stand up going.
You do get up. Yeah, you have to be careful what time you drink beverages and stuff before you go to bed. Because you'll get 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Yeah, you'll have to get up.
But I imagine you're cleaning that bucket or bedpan nightly, or every morning,
right? Yeah, because the ammonia smells too much.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Getting a lot of different,
a lot of asparagus.
The asparagus. Yeah, you don't want to be peeing the trash can guy in your own closet if you just had asparagus for dinner. 817 says their grandmother was a lazy alcoholic, and so she would just wear diapers so she didn't have to go to the bathroom.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. Like, doesn't medically need the diaper at this particular age, but hey, we're just going to go ahead and do it.
How about the rash, though? The rash.
Yeah, how is that to deal with in adulthood, bro? Because as a kid, I hated it.
No, are you saying I've dealt with the rash? Is that what you're saying?
How much Gold Bond do you go through?
No, just cases of it, to be honest with you. Yeah, that and anything else.
901 says when they were in college.
I hate you so much. God.
901 says first dorm room.
Glad Dawson kicked your ass in football the other day.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Yeah.
He was
cut down the nets next year.
I believe in you, dude. I believe in you.
Taking those uprights home with me.
How does this compare to the P stuff? Because the 901 says first dorm room, athletic dorm at Ole Miss. Moving in, open the built-in desk drawer filled with toenail clippings.
Oh no!
From whoever lived there the semester before, I presume.
Oh,
athletes are bad, man. There's some
awful.
Athletic dorms are not good. Not good at all.
So you're being careful enough to not just let them fling all over the room.
I'd like to think this guy had a plan. Like in his mind, at the end of the semester, he was dumping out that toenail drawer, and things just got away from him on move-out day, and he forgot.
Yeah, there's a.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe a prank of freshmen.
Yeah, I don't know, man. If you're leaving somebody from, I don't know.
But gonna sell them the Lee press on.
Yeah. I was Dawson was talking about not flushing. How do you not flush? How
you're on? Okay, you're on the phone, and you don't want them to know.
Oh yeah.
That's I think the only way it's happened.
Water bill.
Okay,
If
now that's a good point.
Water
Joseph.
bill.
Yeah. If I
Oh no!
If I see like a pretty hydrated pee, now if this is like a really off-color pee situation, that's a must flush.
Stack a couple
but
peas
for
on
me,
each
I'm
other.
like, yeah, I can stack a couple of relatively clear peas on top of one another.
Why?
And now it's one flush for 3 peas. I do think I'm saving the environment to some extent.
Just a little bit.
Okay. But make sure when we have to put out that stuff in the springtime where we're saving the world, you could do it for me. You know that thing that we do for Odyssey?
That's my one thing.
Yeah,
my
your
one thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to flush any time. I'm just going to let it. I'm going to let it sit in there for 5 days.
3-to-1 pee to flush ratio.
Yeah.
That's how I'm saving Mother
Yeah.
Nature. Okay,
You could-
hashtag do your part, Broadus.
You could tweet that out with a picture of your commode.
Okay, I got a couple of things here. I need to first mention that our guy Pretty Ricky, who's the amateur newsbreaker in the sport of football,
New York guy, yeah.
he says we're all awaiting Ayuk, but he can confirm that the Cowboys have offered CeeDee Lamb 4 years, $33.5 million per year, and he would be surprised if it is not resolved soon. Okay, so just that's the word from Pretty Ricky.
Number I think is
I like the number.
agreed on.
Yeah.
I don't think the structure is. That's where I think
You
that's
think guaranteed money?
I heard the word structure from 3 different people,
All
and I'm living out here now for you guys, and that's kind of what they're saying. You know, it was about like, hey, we got an idea about this number, but structure is really, really important here. So
The 33.5 makes sense though. That's right in. That's number 2.
give me something to ask.
Behind Jefferson.
I'll ask.
Yeah, I mean, is it years or is it guaranteed money? What is it about the structure?
What this one?
Yeah.
I was just told the structure, how they're going to pay it out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was told.
Void years, that kind of crap.
That's what I was told. Yeah.
The damn void years.
Okay, Klay Thompson's first return trip to the Bay Area will be November 12th on TNT. Mavericks go to the Chase Center, so we're starting to get the NBA schedule trickling in a little bit. We know the Mavs will be playing the Timberwolves at the AAC on Christmas. You will also get early in the season, second week in November, Klay Thompson goes back to the Bay Area to take on the Warriors. So there's a little Mavs nugget for you. And we'll talk to Jared about this, but it looks like Marcus Semien back in the leadoff spot for the first time since July 28th.
Right on. Thank you, sir. There it is, little sports hodgepodge. Sands joins us next here in the nation. We'll get the latest on DeGrom's work today as well. But before we get there, let me tell you one more time about my friends at D&M Leasing, because you're on your way home right now. If you'd rather be on your way home in a
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Plus, you'll receive a Dallas Cowboys jersey with a chance to win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys for details. Welcome back, Nation. The segment is brought to you by The Good Feet Store. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen if you're hurt in an accident, and it's not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Rangers baseball is coming up here at 5:30. They're in Boston. And Jared's Rangers preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And good evening/afternoon to you, Jared. How the hell you doing over there, buddy?
Guys, I'm great. Having a really great spirited conversation with Eric. I got to say, we were talking about Caleb Williams. It's the first time, I think, first time in a while, Eric has come back at me with like legitimate, you're an idiot fire.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Eric and I get along super well. I love Eric.
I love
Eric's
you more.
maybe like tied for my first favorite person in the station.
Right on.
Yeah. I have a
now I
ton
know
of
you're
respect
lying
for
through your
Eric.
teeth.
And I love that. That was great.
Wow,
Because
that
I
was
think
fun.
a lot of times I'll say something and you'll just be like, I don't want to engage. And like, you probably think I'm the biggest idiot. But right there, you came back at me and I love it.
No, because for the most part, really, if it's football and then I would say basketball, I will come into the conversation with confidence. But as soon as we start having, and it's been baseball season, so a lot of the conversations with baseball, and I'm like, I'm just trying to gain some baseball knowledge here, or whatever random soccer, college. I mean, you're more
Just
well
college,
versed.
just a sport, just
You know,
college.
just college in general,
Just
college sports.
lifestyle. Yeah.
I know you'll follow college soccer teams and
Dorm
whatnot.
life. Anson Dorrance just retired.
Very in the mix.
4 days before UNC's home opener.
There you go.
that?
You know what I'm
Weird.
saying? So usually I'm taking it. But when he says something like, I think the last time we had a conversation like this was when he said Daniel Jones was better than Dak Prescott.
Yeah, that
and
was
Walchuk
bad.
was there for that.
And how did that one work out for me, guys?
That one,
did I win that one or what?
Hey, not good.
That was not one of the dubs.
Daniel Jones is your Jason Dickinson, bleep hole.
Yeah, I missed out on that one. In fairness, I said that 2 years ago.
It's been some years for sure. Yeah.
It was after his 10-6 season.
Yeah,
and
and he
we
looked
could have even
rolling.
told you then that
What's
was
that?
a fluke.
Was that the Danny Dimes era?
That was the Danny Dimes era. I still, you know what? Derek Carr, Daniel Jones. All right, situations that screwed him. If Daniel Jones didn't have 27 offensive coordinators in his first 6 years, I really would be curious how the development would go.
Not very good.
Broadus.
Hey.
I love you. I miss you.
I love you. Miss you too. Hey, can I throw something there about Jared? Nobody feels worse about not helping you than Jared Sound.
Oh, I was prepared to call you in about 10 minutes.
Were you?
Yeah, should I not? I mean, I just
don't
wanted
call
to
me.
apologize again.
Don't call me. Because, again, I asked him for a favor, and then it's like, oh, man, here, look, I'm so sorry. I can't. And I'm like, man, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, no, I feel so terrible. I've let you down. And
You can see
I'm
our
like,
text thread, yeah.
I'm like, I'm just like.
Well, Broadus, you're the sweetest, hardest person. I don't even know that makes
What?
sense.
What?
Sweetest
Jared,
and the
what hell
hardest.
is
What?
Hardest hearts,
Yeah.
not
Oh,
hard.
okay.
Hardiest?
Okay.
Yeah, hardiest.
You're like
yeah.
but you're like one of the nicest guys too. And I just felt like you were kind of just going on like, man, I really let you down. I'm sorry, but I'm like, no, man, it's okay. Don't do that. But anyway,
I think it's the first time though I've ever had to say no to a Broadus request.
yeah, but like
Not
I
a good
say,
feeling.
yeah, no, we're good, man. We're all
Step
good.
in there, Sans. It's
We're all
okay.
good.
That means you're
Fight
not
it
good.
out with
When
your
he says
buddy.
that,
Tell
you're
your
not
other
good.
buddy
Yeah.
no. And then
Yeah.
Hey,
double
but-
barrel him. Say,
but
I'm a
Broadus-
busy guy.
Broadus, can I let you know? Eric and I were fighting over Caleb Williams in the break. I can fill you in later, but that's what the
I'd
fight's
love
over.
to hear this. I'd love to hear this conversation.
Well, maybe we'll get to that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
What do we have on
Maybe.
on
My opinion won't change.
Scherzer, Evaldi, DeGrom?
Well, I still think, and you guys talk to CY, I think there's value in DeGrom pitching, whether this team is in it or not. I think it'd be great for him to not go into the offseason wondering what it feels like to be back on the mound in a major league game. You don't want him going nearly 700 days without pitching a major league game, right? So I think there's value in that. Evaldi, I guess, the hope is that he's back this upcoming weekend, right? That maybe push it back a few days. Those oblique things aren't easy, right? So
Yeah.
let's wait and see until they officially pencil him in. Who's the other one? Scherzer?
Yeah.
And we talked about this, right? Scherzer's like, as a pitcher, you don't pitch every day. So his day-to-day, he's start to start, right? He's day-to-day, but for him, he's going to be start to start all year. And obviously now he's on the IL, but I just thought it was really interesting how open he was before he made his season debut about I just don't know. I'm not sure. He was frustrated with the nerve stuff, and clearly he's not all the way there. It makes sense. He's 40 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got lots and lots. He's not a 40-year-old who debuted late. Like, he's got lots of mileage. Like, he's made so many starts. So it makes sense that Father Time's kind of catching up.
I thought the offense was cooking the last 2 games, but Boch wants to go back to Simeon here in the leadoff. What do you think he's thinking?
Yeah, so Josh Smith his numbers in the leadoff haven't been great. Is that random or was he pressing? I don't know. It's tough to always know the difference there. And so I think they're just trying to change things up. I also think Adoli's swinging it well, putting him in the cleanup spot. Maybe they feel like, having the back-to-back righty combo there with Simeon and Adoli's, having Simeon at the top and then breaking up Adolis and Smith and having a righty there in that cleanup spot will help. I don't really know. I think at the end of the day, they don't know, right? They're searching for answers on how to make this thing work. Because like Eric asked CY, the runs have been there, but it's tough when you're constantly playing from behind, right? Man. And not scoring early really does hurt. That was one of the hallmarks of last year's team, was they'd get on you early.
Man, I couldn't believe it when CY said it was like 200 run difference.
Yeah,
crazy. From the team last year. That's nuts, man. That's absolutely nuts. Tyler Malley back on the bump, second start. What was his first start like, and how can he build on it?
Yeah, pitched well. I think it was against Boston, right? So pitched well. He said he was a little amped up, with his slider. His slider wasn't as effective, which is still impressive. I mean, he gave up a run that shouldn't have happened because of some bad defense behind him. I think it was an inning in which he had to get 6 outs effectively. That was the game which the Rangers had a tough time turning double plays, I think. Some balls dropped that shouldn't have. But I thought he looked really good. You saw the splitter and how effective that pitch can be. And then even though he doesn't throw 96, 97, he's one of these guys who's got a high spin rate on his fastball, and you saw him have a lot of success at the top of the zone. Not just the fact that guys weren't getting hits, but like the way they took swings at that, his elevated fastballs, clear indication that that's not an easy pitch for them to pick up.
Jared, thank you so much for your insights. Pregame coming up here at 5:30 as we open one against Boston. Woo! CY said we need an extended winning streak. How many? We need 12 in a row? 15 in a row?
I would say 20. Let's go. If you go 15 out of the next 17, then maybe you got a shot.
I'll drink to that. There he is. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, X. You want to follow this guy.
Williams, best quarterback ever.
And get your Rangers insights and updates after the game, during the game, before the game. Okay. Yes, Caleb Williams. That debate's got to happen on air tomorrow. I think.
We got to do that.
Yeah, we'll get you on at 5 o'clock tomorrow. A little football debate. Sure, what do you say?
Yeah.
All right. We got 5:30 start again tomorrow, right? Day baseball on Wednesday, maybe.
I did say
it's
that
a 5 o'clock game on Wednesday.
I think he's the best quarterback to ever wear a Bears uniform. I do feel that way.
Yeah,
didn't take long.
If you wore a Bears uniform, you might be the best ever.
Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to Broadus in Oxnard. We'll be back tomorrow. For Woolchuck and Chia Follow, I'm Gavin Dawson. And until tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at ease.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the